This guy was always the #1 target for bullying at school. His life was as miserable as it could get, all because he never awakened any powers. Everyone mocked him for it. One evening, while he's walking back from the store, the bullies finally cross the line. They're going to kill him. He tries to run, but without any powers, he doesn't stand a chance. They slash his arm and corner him in a dead end. When he falls, they beat him until his face turns into a bloody mess. But Subaru doesn't want to die here. It feels too unfair. His life was supposed to be completely different. You see, in this world, monsters appear through the red hell doors, and with them come trial doors of different colors. The rarer the door's color, the greater the power a human can awaken. The first person to enter a door and pass its trial gains the power to kill monsters. 10 years ago, while Subaru was watching TV with his brother, a rare golden door appeared right in front of him. Before he could step inside, his brother shoved him away and entered first, stealing the power that was meant to be his. After that, his brother made Subaru's life even more miserable than the bullies ever did. Now lying helpless before his attackers, Subaru prays for one more chance to live. That's when one of the bullies is suddenly split in half by a door that appears out of nowhere. The others freeze, unable to understand what the hell is happening as the door starts changing colors, from copper to silver, then gold, and finally rainbow. A color no one has ever seen before. This time, Subaru won't hesitate. He rushes inside, even as the bullies desperately try to kill him, cutting off his legs in the process. This time he'll take back everything that was stolen from him. Subaru steps through the rainbow door and finds himself in a strange place. A figure with human-like arms and legs but an eyeless face stands before him. The creature named Vanquish notices Subaru's battered body and, with a wave of its hand, restores his heart, lungs, and legs. The main character feels strength rushing back into his body and stands up, looking at the figure. But as soon as the boy locks eyes, or rather the lack of eyes, with the being, he recoils in fear. He observes the creature before him and realizes it must be the ruler of this place. This being will oversee Subaru's trial, and his journey has now truly begun. Inside the rainbow door, Subaru recalls Hirosaka's words about the trial. He knows he must attack the ruler to prove himself, but the creature standing before him looks monstrous. Subaru hesitates, unsure how he could possibly land a hit. The door owner notices his silence and speaks, asking him why he isn't preparing to fight. Subaru nervously replies that he's fine, but the ruler challenges him to start the trial immediately. Subaru questions the nature of the rainbow door, as he's never heard of it before. Vanquish, unimpressed by his hesitation, demonstrates his immense power with a sudden move that terrifies Subaru. This makes the poor boy doubt his ability to even touch the ruler. When the ruler demands that Subaru attack again, his legs tremble, and the ruler begins to question how someone so unsure of himself could have been chosen for this door. To push Subaru further, Vanquish throws several swords near him and commands him to choose one and fight. He offers the boy a choice: fight and prove himself, or leave through the door behind him, returning to his old life. Shaken and overwhelmed, Subaru reaches for the doorknob to leave, but just as he begins to turn it, the ruler stops him. Vanquish seems puzzled that Subaru, who once craved power and change, is now willing to return to the very life he wanted to escape. The ruler's intervention forces the boy to confront his own fear and uncertainty. The protagonist's fear overtakes him, and he decides to leave the trial, turning the doorknob to escape. The ruler, disappointed by the boy's retreat, calls him an insect. This word strikes a nerve, as Subaru recalls all the times he was belittled and bullied with that term. His suppressed rage boils over, and he begins banging on the door furiously, shouting his frustrations. The main character confronts the ruler, Vanquish, accusing him of cruelty and arrogance for using his power to mock and belittle him. The owner of the door smirks, further provoking Subaru's anger. Fueled by hatred and defiance, Subaru strikes Vanquish's face with all his might. The impact carries an intense, raw energy. Vanquish observes the strike and confirms that Subaru has passed the trial, explaining that his anger has transformed into power. Vanquish approaches Subaru and suddenly bites his shoulder, transferring his own power to the boy. The bite causes Subaru immense pain, and in retaliation he bites Vanquish back, completing the transfer. Vanquish announces that Subaru has passed the trial and has officially become a player. Vanquish introduces himself and assures Subaru that they will meet again. Subaru receives a notification that he has been granted the level 1 blood mold skill and that the door will disappear in 30 seconds. The floor beneath him begins to collapse, and fear grips him as debris falls around him. Struggling to move, he realizes he must escape quickly. Outside the door, the copper-ranked players notice the rainbow door breaking apart. They assume Subaru has failed the trial and mock him, calling him a loser. Just as they're jeering, Subaru emerges from the collapsing door. The players are shocked to see him coming out of the door alive, and as a player, Subaru steps out of the rainbow door with his eyes glowing with vibrant rainbow colors that captivate the two copper-ranked players standing nearby. Their shock quickly turns to hostility, as Sawatari, one of the players, accuses the main character of stealing the door's opportunity. Fueled by rage, Sawatari charges at him with his sword, aiming to strike. To everyone's surprise, Subaru effortlessly dodges the attack, moving with uncanny precision as though the world around him has slowed down. Sawatari swings again and again, but Subaru evades each strike with ease. The fight takes a sharp turn when the newly emerged player grabs Sawatari's hand mid-swing, stopping his momentum completely. Sawatari's frustration boils over, and he throws a punch directly at the main character's face. Subaru braces for the impact but feels only a faint sting. A glowing screen suddenly appears in front of the boy, startling him. It displays an HP gauge, revealing his vitality at 155-173 after the punch. The screen explains that if his HP drops to 0, he will become incapacitated. Realizing this, Subaru understands that he needs to protect himself and fight strategically to avoid losing HP. For the first time, Subaru sees the world as if it were a game. Everything, from the glowing HP bar to the detailed menu, feels surreal yet empowering. He begins to comprehend that this is how players experience their world, and he now fully belongs to this realm. Sawatari and his companion also notice Subaru's transformation. The realization that Subaru has become a full-fledged player frustrates Sawatari. Furious at his failure to harm someone he deemed inferior, he summons his most powerful skill, Red Rose. Subaru braces himself as Sawatari unleashes another attack, this time with even more power. The force is overwhelming, and though Subaru manages to block it with his arms, the impact leaves him shaken. He fears the worst, expecting to die, but instead, he loses only a portion of his HP. Checking the glowing screen in front of him, he sees his vitality has dropped to 121-173, and panic starts to creep in. If he keeps taking hits like this, his HP will soon reach 0, spelling his defeat. On the other hand, Sawatari is stunned. His powerful Red Rose attack, strong enough to destroy a car, barely dented Subaru's vitality. This revelation unsettles him, and his companion, realizing the gravity of the situation, urges Sawatari to retreat. He tells him that the power of the rainbow door may even be greater than a gold door. But Sawatari, consumed by pride and fear of Subaru's potential, refuses to back down. He tells him that they need to kill him while he is still at level 1 since he fears that he may get stronger later on. While they argue, Subaru senses their murderous intent and decides to flee. But before he can escape, Sawatari's friend uses an ash-wired skill, ensnaring Subaru in unbreakable metallic-like wires. Trapped and immobilized, Subaru watches in horror as Sawatari closes in, sword drawn, ready to deliver the final blow. Desperation fuels Subaru's thoughts. He knows he needs to use a skill to save himself, but he has no idea how. As Sawatari lunges at him, something instinctive within Subaru activates. Suddenly, 4 swords emerge from his body, forming a protective shield. The swords block Sawatari's attack, surprising everyone, including Subaru himself. This unintentional skill saves him, proving that the power granted by the rainbow door might be more formidable than even he imagined. Subaru considers using blood mold on Sawatari but hesitates. Frustrated, he calls out to Vanquish for help. Moments later, Vanquish appears, warning him that this will be the last time he assists him. He explains that blood mold allows Subaru to manipulate the state of blood for 10 seconds. He also reveals that the swords Subaru wields are formed from his own blood. Vanquish urges Subaru to figure the rest out on his own and tells him to channel his hatred, using it as a weapon against his opponent. With that, Vanquish vanishes, and Subaru's swords disappear. Sawatari takes the chance to attack again with his blade. The main character narrowly dodges, but his opponent is relentless, accusing him of stealing their door and killing their friend. Subaru defends himself, arguing it all happened because they tried to kill him first. Sawatari spits back bitterly, claiming that if Subaru had just died, none of this would have happened, and their friend would still be alive. These words ignite a deep hatred within him, fueling his resolve to fight. Both fighters charge at each other. Sawatari strikes first, but Subaru counters with a powerful blow, shattering his opponent's sword. After breaking Sawatari's sword, Subaru unleashes a powerful blow, hitting him with all his strength. The force of the attack sends the opponent soaring into the sky before slamming him back down to the ground with a loud crash. Before Subaru can follow up, one of Sawatari's friends uses a wire to lift him up and carry him away. As they flee, the friend reflects in shock. Subaru has drained all of Sawatari's HP with a single strike. This realization confirms that the power of the rainbow door far surpasses that of the golden door. What's even more astonishing is that Subaru is still just a level 1 player. Meanwhile, Subaru stands in the aftermath, the adrenaline still surging through him. For the first time, he fully grasps the extent of his newfound power. He's defeated a strong opponent, and the victory fills him with a mix of relief and determination. The next morning, the police arrive at a grim scene. A copper player has been found sliced cleanly in half, lying in the middle of the street. The brutal precision of the act leaves them baffled, as it doesn't seem like something a human could have done. Some speculate that it might be the work of a monster. Amidst their confusion, Hirosaka arrives at the scene. Calm but observant, he assures the officers that he has thoroughly searched the area and found no evidence suggesting an underworld creature's involvement. The police thank him for his assistance, relieved to have his expertise. As they examine the body further, they discover the player's registration card, identifying him as Kunisaki Shutaru, a copper player. Hirasaka's expression darkens. Slicing a copper player in two with such precision could only be done by someone possessing the strength of at least a silver player. The realization disturbs him deeply. A single name lingers in his mind, and he wonders if he could really be behind it. But Hirasaka quickly dismisses the thought. Now is not the time for suspicion or inner conflict. The priority is clear. Find the culprit and destroy as many doors as possible before the sky clock strikes 0. Taiga heads to Subaru's cage-like room, but to his surprise, Subaru isn't there. It's almost morning, and the absence feels strange. A flicker of unease settles in as he takes out his phone to check if Subaru has seen his last message. As he unlocks his phone, a shocking news alert flashes on the screen. A copper player has been killed by another player just 2 hours ago. Taiga freezes, staring at the notification in disbelief. He wonders who could have done something so brutal. Then, as he reads further, the pieces begin to fall into place. The dead player is one of the 3 who had bullied Subaru. The realization hits Taiga like a punch to the gut. Subaru was behind this. Anger flares within him, hot and sharp. If Subaru has already become a player, it means he's entered a world Taiga wanted to shield him from. The thought of Subaru crossing that line fills him with frustration. Meanwhile, Subaru finds himself in Shinagawa City, standing before the grand headquarters of the Japan Players Federation. This prestigious organization oversees all gates that appear in Japan and manages the registration of new players. For Subaru, being here feels surreal. The sight of experienced players walking confidently through the bustling halls fills him with a mix of awe and excitement. At the new member registration counter, a cheerful girl greets the group of emerging players and encourages them to register. She explains the rules. In Japan, it's illegal to invade gates without being a registered member of the Federation. Players can only level up by entering the gates and defeating their challenges. For anyone aspiring to grow stronger, registering is not just a requirement, it's the first step toward unlocking their potential. Amid this buzzing environment, Subaru's thoughts wander to the recent murder of the copper player. The incident has become a high-profile case, and according to the rules, only another player has the authority to investigate such crimes. Given its seriousness, it's almost certain that a gold player will be assigned to solve it. The possibility unnerves Subaru. If Taiga is the one to uncover the truth, Subaru knows he'll be in deep trouble. The only way out, he realizes, is to grow stronger, fast. Clearing as many doors as possible will allow him to level up. If Taiga does find out the truth, Subaru vows to be ready. He'll need the strength not just to survive but to face Taiga head-on. At the registration counter, the receptionist greets Subaru with a smile and begins explaining the basics. Rules he's already familiar with from his late-night research at an internet cafe. She patiently outlines that players can level up by clearing gates. The number of stars on a gate indicates its difficulty, and clearing a gate rewards players with stars that can be exchanged for money. He remembers the star he picked up yesterday, the one Sawatari dropped as his friend carried him away. With no money to his name, he decides to take a chance. Hesitant but desperate, Subaru hands the star to the receptionist and asks if he can exchange it for cash. His cheeks flush with embarrassment. Selling a star feels like admitting how broke he is. The receptionist's reaction, however, is not what he expects. Her eyes widen in shock as she examines the star. She asks him where he got the star. Caught off guard, Subaru fumbles for an answer and tells her that he just became a player and cleared a gate. The receptionist tells him that he has made a big mistake since clearing a gate before becoming a player is illegal. It can result in a fine of 1 million yen, or even 5 years in prison. Panic sets in as Subaru realizes the gravity of his error. The scene shifts to a bustling police station where Taiga, one of Japan's 7 gold-ranked players, makes his entrance. His imposing presence immediately turns heads, and the officer at the reception desk can't hide his surprise. The officer asks him why he is here. Taiga wastes no time with pleasantries. He's here to investigate yesterday's high-profile murder. With a serious expression, he requests access to the evidence, explaining that there's something important he needs to verify. Meanwhile, Subaru manages to exchange his star for money, thanks to the receptionist's kindness. She bends the rules just this once and sends him 1 million yen. Subaru learns that 1 star is worth 100,000 yen, and 5 stars could fetch a staggering 10 million yen. Motivated by this realization, he resolves to chase his dreams and work hard to level up. With his newfound wealth, Subaru treats himself to a much-needed transformation. He visits a barber's shop, shedding his shaggy, unkempt appearance for a sharp new look. Next, he splurges on branded clothes and steps into a cozy cafe, indulging in an expensive caramel macchiato. For the first time in his life, Subaru sits back and enjoys the simple pleasure of sipping coffee in stylish clothes. The warm, sweet drink brings tears to his eyes. It's been so long since he's had anything this comforting. As he savors the moment, memories of his past flood back. He recalls the relentless years of working like a slave for his brother and parents, his dreams buried under their expectations. But today, for the first time, he feels the weight of freedom lifting. The feeling is intoxicating, but Subaru quickly regains his focus. This is just the beginning. He plans to return for another cup of coffee, but only after clearing a gate and leveling up. His mission awaits, and he's determined to rise. As Subaru dreams about his future, he suddenly notices Taiga towering over him, his face ablaze with anger. Before Subaru can react, Taiga grabs him by the collar and drags him out onto the street. The tension is suffocating, but Subaru refuses to cower. Summoning his blood mold ability, he channels his blood to form a thick rope. With a swift motion, he uses the blood rope to tie 3 nearby vehicles together, planning to hurl them at Taiga in a desperate counterattack. Just as he prepares to strike, Subaru's eyes catch sight of a frightened mother clutching her child close by. They stand frozen, terrified by the chaos unfolding before them. Subaru hesitates, waiting for them to move to safety. But the precious seconds tick by, and before he knows it, the 10-second limit of his blood mold skill expires. The rope dissolves into nothingness, leaving Subaru vulnerable and unarmed against Taiga's wrath. Subaru's secret is out. Taiga now knows he's a player. Fury burns in Taiga's eyes as he storms toward Subaru. As a level 1 player, Subaru is aware of the impossible odds he faces against one of the top gold-ranked players in the country. Yet, something ignites within him, and he gets ready to fight his biggest fear. The fight between the brothers causes a traffic jam. A woman sitting in her car asks a passerby about what is going on. He tells her that the gold-ranked player is on a rampage and warns her to abandon her car and run away. Both the brothers are now face to face. Subaru asks Taiga how he knew his location. Instead of answering him, the man goes for a punch. The MC realizes that he must have figured it out through the GPS on his phone. However, it doesn't really matter now. Taiga uses his golden arm skill and tells him that he is going to die. Subaru suddenly closes his eyes and tries to contact Vanquish. His skill blood mold uses mana to manipulate blood, so if he gets carried away, he will dry all of his mania in no time. Subaru doesn't care about any of that for the moment. He only needs to think about surviving. With no warning, Taiga launches his golden arm straight towards our boy, but he manages to dodge it. He knows that he has to find out a way to use his blood mold ability. Before he can even land, Taiga appears behind him and goes for another attack. Subaru barely manages to get out of the way. He knows that if he gets once, he will die. Taiga gets a bit annoyed and calls him pathetic for using such a skill. He thinks to himself that he only needs to catch him down. However, Subaru suddenly covers himself in a red smoke. He appears behind his brother and uses his hatred to fuel himself. His punch is still not powerful enough, and he ends up hurting his own wrist. This was the same attack which defeated Sawatari in a single blow, and it had no effect on his brother. While he is still in pain, Taiga lands a hit on him which drains almost all of his health. Subaru still isn't ready to give up. He uses his smoke to blind Tiaga and hits him with the toughest blood he can make. To his shock, it does nothing to the gold rank. He seems to be in a completely different level than him. Subaru realizes that he can't beat his brother no matter what he tries. Taiga knows that he has to kill him right now because if he allows him to level up, he may cause problems later on. He hits him as hard as he can, but surprisingly, it does no damage to Subaru. As he looks down, he notices an airbag made out of blood. At least this is what he thinks it is. In reality, Subaru has made a sticky substance out of blood. Taiga tries his best to get it off his hands, but it doesn't work. The effect of blood mold lasts for 10 seconds, so Subaru knows that he has to give it his all and not think about his mana. He creates several other bubbles and launches them all at his brother. Taiga furiously asks him if he really thinks he has won. Our boy tells him that he isn't even thinking about whining. He is simply trying to survive, and he will succeed in that. Using whatever mana he has left, he covers his entire body in the sticky blood and uses a rope to get out. After the duration of the skill ends, he creates a smokescreen so Taiga can't chase after him. Taiga is almost fuming that he let him escape and promises to hunt down and end his life. Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming presence around him. He then notices the top 3 gold rank players walking towards him. He tells them that he doesn't have any time to explain what he is doing, but before he can go anywhere, he gets shackled by some golden chains. Taiga can't believe that the top gold rank players are after him. Hirasaka points his sword towards him and says that they are restraining him. Meanwhile, our boy is almost on the verge of death. He has 5 health and 2 mana left. He couldn't land a single hit on his brother, and he knows that if he finds him again, he is dead. His clothes are also torn apart, and the rest of his clothes are at the cafe. He knows that in order for him to obtain freedom, he has to fight and get stronger. Somewhere else, groups of players argue with a girl about the reservation of a gate. She tries to tell them that she has already reserved the gate, but they won't listen. When it starts getting a bit heated, she smiles and prepares to remind them who she really is. She is a copper rank player named Sayaka. We then see the guys mocking her as she gets beaten by the group. They ask her for her level, and she tells them that she is at level 8. The guy who destroyed her is at level 13, and she couldn't even beat him alone. Another asks her to just give them the gate since it is about the survival of the fittest. She stands her ground and tells them that she already knows it, and this is exactly why she can't afford to lose to them. As one of them prepares to attack her, he gets interrupted by a voice. Subaru enters the scene and asks them if they are deciding who gets to go inside the door based on survival of the fittest. He calmly asks them if he can also join them. The guy gets mad and tries to push him away. Subaru immediately uses his skill and the man falls down to the ground. With a serious expression, he tells them that he has to get stronger as soon as possible. He also tells them that he is at level 1. Hearing this, the men think that they can take him on just using their stats difference. Subaru has been fighting strong players all this time, so these guys appear too slow to him. He continues beating them down using his fists. The last guy uses one of his skills and takes out a gun. He tries shooting him, but Subaru simply blocks the bullets using his blood mold skill. He then proceeds to destroy this guy too. Meanwhile, Sayaka stands there in shock, wondering who he is. Because of his skills, she thinks to herself that he must be at the gold rank. Subaru undresses one of the men and walks inside the door wearing his hoodie. Before she can figure out what is happening, he has already stolen her door. This is his first time inside a door and he thinks it looks great. Suddenly, Sayaka opens the gate and enters from behind. Immediately after entering, she locks the door, making it impossible for them to escape without defeating the boss. She lets out an evil laugh and says that the guys outside won't be able to enter even after waking up. Meanwhile, Subaru stands there awkwardly. He tells her that he won the door fair and square, but she argues that she originally reserved it for herself. All the doors are listed on the website and players can reserve them. He apologizes to her and tells her that it's his first time inside the gate. He needs to level up and leave immediately, so he asks if she will allow him to clear it with her. She allows him since he helped her, but more importantly because she knows what it feels like to try to get stronger. The two of them make a deal to split the reward 70-30. He doesn't want to get her his real name since he is accused of murdering a player, so he tells her that he is Vanquish. As she excitedly prepares to clear the gate, a stone comes flying at her. Subaru tries to warn her, but she is quick to block the attack. The enemies inside the gate have arrived. Sayaka smiles and asks him to let her handle it. The players are able to fight the underworld creatures thanks to their increased physical powers and skills granted to them by the doors. As the girl continues taking down the monsters, Subaru watches in awe. After putting all the creatures to sleep, she turns around and asks him what he thinks. She proudly explains that her skill is called Instant Void, and it allows her to stun any enemy for 3 seconds by hitting them. She can't use it in long-range fights, but it's great in close combat. Suddenly, all the creatures get up again. Her ability only stuns them for 3 seconds, and she forgot to finish them off during that time. She starts screaming for help, but our boy is still obeying her orders. He realizes that her ability also has a time duration like blood mold. He can't use his blades because she is in the way, so he decides to use something else. Subaru uses his blood mold skill to create long, strong ropes. The ropes wrap around the monsters' necks, tightening until they suffocate and collapse. With every enemy defeated, Subaru levels up, becoming a level 4 player. His blood mold skill also improves, extending its duration to 15 seconds. His wounds from Taiga heal completely, and his HP and MP are fully restored. Sayaka, who only knows Subaru by the name Vanquish, is amazed by his power. Subaru praises her skill in return, but she downplays her abilities. He gives her advice. Use her Instant Void skill every 3 seconds in one-on-one battles to maintain an advantage. Sayaka realizes this strategy could make her nearly unbeatable. They soon spot more creatures hiding in a nearby creek. Sayaka steps forward, targeting one monster and applying Subaru's advice. With precise timing, she defeats it easily. Encouraged, she calls out the rest of the hidden creatures and starts taking them down one by one. As Sayaka handles the smaller enemies, a massive figure approaches. The boss. It's a level 17 goblin chief, accompanied by a level 12 large kobold. Subaru tells Sayaka to continue fighting the others while he faces the boss alone. The two enemies charge at Subaru, using a level 2 skill called Forage. The powerful attack could have been deadly, but Subaru defended himself by forming a blood shield. His improved skill holds strong, allowing him to survive the hit. Meanwhile, Sayaka keeps eliminating the smaller monsters. She doesn't even consider joining Subaru in the fight against the boss. To her, her level 8 skills seem insignificant against such a strong silver-class archer enemy. Subaru struggles against the boss as the goblin chief uses long-range archer skills, while the kobold relies on swift invade and hit attacks. The relentless combination leaves Subaru unable to land a strong counterattack. The boss then unleashes a skill called Perforation, a powerful move capable of piercing even Subaru's blood shield. Trapped in the attack, Subaru braces for the worst. Suddenly, Sayaka appears and strikes the kobold directly in the face. She uses her Instant Void skill, shocking Subaru. As it should only work with a level difference of 3, it quickly becomes clear. Sayaka has defeated all the other monsters and leveled up. Subaru seizes the moment, forming a blood rope to tie up the kobold and kill it instantly. The victory levels him up to a level 6 player, fully restoring his HP and MP. With the kobold gone, Subaru focuses on the goblin chief. He forms a blood hand and lands a direct blow to the archer's face, killing the boss in one strike. As the boss falls, Subaru levels up once again, extending his blood mold skill duration to 20 seconds with improved efficiency. Together with Sayaka, Subaru successfully clears his first gate. Subaru and Sayaka clear the gate, leaving them only 30 seconds to exit before it collapses. Outside, the bully players wait, surprised to see the duo emerge so quickly. Clearing a 2-star gate normally takes at least 2 hours, but Subaru and his partner finish it in just 15 minutes. The remaining time from the gate is used to rewind the sky clock, a critical mechanism preventing the world from ending. Everyone knows the world will collapse if the clock reaches 0. and only players can extend time by clearing gates. The bullies, initially hostile, are now impressed. They recognize that the gate could only be cleared by someone of level 9 or higher and are awestruck by the achievement. They hail Subaru for his strength and leave without conflict. Their sudden change in behavior takes aback Subaru, but his partner explains they are likely afraid of his power now. The duo earns 2 stars as a reward. Subaru suggests that Sayaka redeem them in her name, raising her suspicions about his identity. Later, while celebrating their success at a cafe, she asks if Vanquish is his real name. She also questions how he has such incredible power as a level 1 player, but she clarifies that she isn't judging, she is only curious. Sayaka confesses she is grateful to Subaru for saving her and expresses her desire to clear future gates together as teammates. Subaru reveals his true name and agrees to partner with her in upcoming quests. He shares the events of the past 2 days, and Sayaka realizes his situation is worse than she imagined. She acknowledges Subaru must grow stronger to face his stepbrother Taiga. In turn, she shares her own story. She has 2 sisters who are silver-ranked players. Once part of the same team, they excluded her because she was weaker. Now she is determined to prove them wrong by becoming stronger. With shared struggles and ambitions, the 2 form a pact to help each other grow and achieve their goals. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Hirasaka and the other gold-ranked players at the headquarters. They have restrained Taiga, a move that creates a shortage of gold players needed to clear 5-star gates. Hirasaka suggests including copper-ranked players to help with these high-level challenges. He informs the group that there are currently 7 5-star gates in Tokyo, all of which need immediate attention. A top-ranked player announces that Team Julieta, led by level 38 player Hizaki Julieta, will handle the gates in Meguro City. Subaru and Sayaka cross paths with the silver-ranked team at the headquarters, curious about their destination. Sayaka advises Subaru to stay focused on redeeming their stars and booking their next gate. Coincidentally, they choose a gate located in Meguro City, the same place where Team Julieta is headed. The gate they are headed to is a 2-star gate located at the top of a staircase. Sayaka lies in Subaru's lap covered in blood, her injuries severe. Subaru's fury is palpable as he silently vows to destroy whoever hurt her. The scene shifts to the duo, heading toward their newly booked gate. Subaru asks about its nature, and Sayaka explains that they can enter and exit freely as long as the gate remains unlocked from the inside. They reach the entrance, marked by a massive spiral staircase that seems perfect for Sayaka's abilities. Taking the lead, she begins the ascent while Subaru locks the gate behind them to initiate the quest. As soon as the quest begins, skeletal enemies emerge from below the staircase. Subaru notices an ominous light at the bottom, which he suspects belongs to the boss. Thousands of skeletons begin swarming upward. The first one lunges at Sayaka, but Subaru shields her with his blood. She counters, destroying the skeleton with a quick strike. Both realize the enemies are all above level 10, and the locked gate means they must eliminate every single one before they can leave. Subaru takes charge of defense, advising Sayaka to focus on striking the enemies one by one. Subaru gets a feeling that the boss is far more powerful than their previous opponent. Subaru suggests alternating their efforts for rest, but she insists that leveling up rejuvenates her, negating the need for breaks. She encourages Subaru to fight with full force until he too levels up. Inspired, the main character uses his MP to unleash a blood tide, sweeping across the staircase and trapping thousands of skeletons in a single attack. Sayaka seizes the opportunity, eliminating numerous foes within the tide and leveling up to 14. With the numbers dwindling, Subaru steps forward to finish off the remaining skeletons. His relentless efforts bring him to level 16. Sayaka praises his skills, but as she speaks, a skeleton sneaks up behind her. Subaru swiftly takes it down. Both agree that at their current pace, they can reach the lowest floor while steadily increasing their levels. As they descend, Subaru's unease about the boss intensifies. By the time they reach the ground floor, the main character has reached level 19, and Sayaka has leveled up to 20. They finally face the boss, a towering level 29 skeleton known as the late Empress Judith. Her long-range attacks and erratic movements make her an intimidating foe. Subaru realizes he must take the lead in this fight. Judith keeps attacking relentlessly, but Subaru uses his blood as a shield, deflecting her strikes. The two soon realize they can't get close to her as long as the attacks continue. The main character notices Judith is relying on her MP to power these moves, and starts wondering if his blood mold skill could be effective against her. He rules out Sayaka's instant void due to the vast level gap, deciding instead to try blood mold. Before acting, Subaru looks at his partner and thinks about their promise to grow stronger together. If he defeats Judith alone, Sayaka won't get the experience points they need to stay evenly matched. With this in mind, he tells her he'll focus on blocking the boss's attacks, giving her the chance to strike. Using blood mold, Subaru restrains Judith, trapping her in place. This creates an opening, and Sayaka moves quickly, striking Judith in the face with precision and speed. While she attacks repeatedly, Subaru warns her that the blood mold will expire in 5 seconds. She retreats just as the skill ends, but Judith counters, launching an attack at her. Subaru blocks it with his blood shield, saving Sayaka in the nick of time. The pair repeat this strategy, but as they press on, Judith speaks, shocking them both. The boss questions aloud where Subaru learned such a skill. Her voice is deep, unnerving, and full of disbelief. She accuses him of possessing power from someone named Vanquish, becoming enraged at the thought. Using all her MP, Judith transforms into an even more terrifying creature. Judith unleashes a powerful wave of energy that Subaru blocks with his MP, but the strain is immense. The main character's MP drains rapidly, leaving him with no choice but to end the fight immediately. Determined, Subaru transforms his blood into a spear and charges head-on. The spear pierces Judith clean through, and she collapses, defeated. He levels up to 21, while his partner gains valuable experience points as well. However, Subaru can't shake the implications of Judith's words. If she knew Vanquish, it could mean these underworld bosses are tied to the gate owners. Subaru vows to find out more next time. Just as they begin to relax, they realize something is wrong. They haven't received the notification for the gate's unlock. Anxiety builds as they wonder if they've been trapped. Suddenly, a shimmering rainbow door materializes in front of them. Subaru is startled, but Sayaka explains, this is a trial door, a rare occurrence where players gain new skills after completing it. She mentions that the top-ranked gold player has cleared 7 doors and become nearly invincible. Driven by curiosity and ambition, Subaru unlocks the door. The moment it opens, an attack comes out of nowhere. Subaru's arm is slashed, and his partner is struck, falling hard to the ground. Shocked and furious, he looks toward the door to find someone standing there. It's not Vanquish this time. He rushes to Sayaka's side and sees her bleeding heavily. The figure at the door smirks, mocking him and calling him an insect. Fueled by anger, Subaru swears to destroy this new foe. The attacker steps forward, introducing himself as the Ghoul King Carrion, one of Vanquish's subordinates. The battle is far from over. As Subaru faces off against the subordinate of Lord Vanquish, he is shocked to see such an opponent standing before him. Acting quickly, he attempts to contact Vanquish and inform him that his subordinate is attacking them. However, to his astonishment, Vanquish vanishes without responding. This confuses him even more, and the subordinate explains that the Lord Vanquish within him isn't real. It's merely a mechanism of the blood mold technique. He further reveals that for him to complete the trial, he must inflict a wound on his body. Before the subordinate can even finish speaking, Subaru charges at him without hesitation. Carrion, however, is far too fast and effortlessly dodges his attack. He tells him that if he succeeds in overcoming the trial, he will earn one of Lord Vanquish's greatest treasures, the Divine Chisel. Ignoring the subordinate's words, he furiously attacks with his blood whip. The subordinate is impressed by the strength of his attack. However, he is confident that the protagonist will never catch him. He reveals that he has been observing him all along with Lord Vanquish and is well aware of his unique ability to adapt and replicate the fighting styles of his enemies. Driven by the urgency to save his injured friend, Subaru presses on and challenges the subordinate to face him head-on instead of dodging. Accepting the challenge, the subordinate engages him in direct combat. He cuts through Subaru's blood armor as though it were paper and slashes him in the face. He falls to his knees with blood dripping from his face. Carrion taunts him, claiming that his sword contains Lord Vanquish's own essence, making it unstoppable. While the subordinate mocks him, he suddenly feels a surge of blood strikes him from below. Laughing, he realizes that Subaru extended his blood whip beneath his feet. This impresses him even further. He acknowledges his potential as a warrior, but swiftly counters, appearing in front of Subaru and delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Following up, the subordinate uses his blood technique to hurl him several meters away. As the MC lies on the ground, Carrion scolds him, asking if he truly thought the trial was a joke. However, our boy rises once again with blood dripping from his battered face. Consumed by his determination to save his friend, he forms a new blood armor using his blood mold technique. Channeling his hatred into raw power, he launches another attack. Despite his determination to win, the subordinate's speed remains unmatched, and he struggles to land a decisive blow. As they continue fighting, Carrion slices off one of his arms with ease, cutting through his armor as if it were nothing. Yet our boy astonishes him by reattaching his severed arm with the blood technique. The subordinate is momentarily surprised, but he resumes his relentless assault, dismembering him repeatedly. Each time, Subaru reattaches his limbs using his blood mold technique, despite the immense strain on his body. The subordinate realizes that his relentless efforts are pushing him to the brink of collapse, as his mana dwindles with each reattachment. He begins to laugh, impressed at the MC's willingness to sacrifice himself to win the fight. Carrion recalls a conversation with Lord Vanquish, who spoke of Subaru's tenacity. Even when faced with overwhelming pain and odds, he had the audacity to bite him back. This memory makes him laugh, and he begins to admire his ferocity. Back in the present, Carrion laughs and tells him that he has started to like him. However, as he looks at his face, he is terrified. Subaru, now almost out of control, channels his remaining strength to create a blood lance with his blood mold skill. Without hesitation, he charges forward, aiming to pierce the subordinate directly. At this point, he is not even trying to inflict a wound, but to finish him off at once. Subaru slashes Carrion in half, but to his surprise, Carrion doesn't die. Instead, he laughs and asks if Subaru really thinks he can skip grades by killing him. Subaru glares at him and snaps, telling him to just hurry up and die. He's desperate to take his friend Sayaka to the hospital, but he can't do that until he gets out of the gate. Carrion sighs and tells Subaru not to panic, explaining that time flows differently inside and outside the gate. He then asks Subaru how he plans to survive since his mana pool is about to run out. Subaru replies that he doesn't have another way to beat him. This was his only choice. He just wants to save Sayaka before he dies. Hearing this, Carrion looks annoyed and asks if Subaru is in love with the girl. Subaru starts crying and denies it, saying that it's not about love. He made a promise with Sayaka to never abandon each other, and she's the first friend he ever made in his entire life. Carrion falls silent, the words hitting him hard. He remembers how Vanquish saved him when he was younger, and the promise he made to never abandon or betray him. Realizing his mistake, Carrion apologizes to Subaru. He then hands Subaru the Divine Chisel and grants him a special skill for skipping grades. Subaru, confused, asks why Carrion is giving him all this if he's going to die anyway. Carrion reminds him that since Subaru defeated him, he has successfully cleared the gate. Subaru levels up, recovering all of his health and mana. Carrion reveals that he is an underworld creature, part of the same kind as Lord Vanquish. He says he doesn't have much time left to explain, but tells Subaru something important. If one of his friends ever dies, he can use a skill called Blood Usurper on them. Subaru stands there confused, unsure what Blood Usurper even means. Before disappearing, Carrion tells Subaru to remember his words. The gate's quest ends and Subaru evacuates with Sayaka. He realizes he just cleared a 2-star quest. Meanwhile, the sky clock begins counting down the remaining time, but Subaru doesn't care. He immediately takes out his phone and calls an ambulance to get help for Sayaka. Elsewhere, in a 5-star gate, a group of heroes struggles to fight off creatures. The gate is led by Mr. Julieta, who watches in horror as his crew members die one by one. They are up against a level 59 sky whale that attacks them with powerful water balls. Julieta starts to panic. This isn't even the main boss yet. One of the remaining heroes asks him what their next move is, pointing out that they can't escape unless most of the players in their group die. Julieta glares at him and, without hesitation, stabs him in the head, thinking his own life is far more important. Suddenly, a notification appears. The majority of players in the group have died. Julieta starts laughing, realizing he can now leave the gate. The remaining players shout at him, begging him not to abandon them, saying the whale will escape into the real world. Ignoring them, Julieta orders them to keep the creature at bay while he runs for the exit. As Julieta escapes the gate, he gets a notification that all of his group members have died. Before he can react, a powerful attack from the whale strikes him. He begins crying, realizing the players weren't able to stop the whale. The massive creature has escaped the gate and is now heading toward the city. Back in the real world, doctors tend to Sayaka as Subaru watches over her. Suddenly, he gets a notification. The 5-star quest has failed. The quest still had 5,837 hours remaining, but as a penalty, all of this time was deducted from the sky clock. The timer now shows only 49 days left. Subaru tries to make sense of it all when he hears Julieta screaming in the distance. Julieta bursts into the hospital yelling for help. He frantically demands a car and tries to force a doctor to drive him away. He shouts at them to abandon Sayaka, claiming his life is more important because he's a silver rank. Subaru steps forward and places a hand on Julieta's shoulder, trying to stop him. Julieta turns back, furious, and demands to know what Subaru is trying to do. Meanwhile, the massive whale looms closer, its shadow darkening the skies. The Player Federation warns the citizens of Meguro City about the underworld creature that has just escaped the gate. The threat level is classified as 5 stars, and the Federation frantically tries to evacuate all the residents. Subaru hands his friend Sayaka over to the doctors as they escape in an ambulance. This enrages Julieta, who threatens to kill Subaru. Without hesitation, Subaru uses his blood armor technique to create a suit of armor and begins beating Julieta relentlessly. After restraining him, Subaru demands to know if the whale is only targeting him. Julieta, shocked at Subaru's overwhelming strength, explains that underworld creatures only target the place inside the gate. Subaru processes this information, realizing that as long as Julieta is alive, the whale won't stop attacking this area. Determined to end the threat here and now, Subaru questions Julieta about the whale's abilities. Julieta reveals that the creature can summon water and shoot laser beams. As the whale charges its next attack, Subaru quickly raises his blood shield, deflecting the powerful laser. Even Julieta is stunned, knowing the whale's attacks can penetrate even silver-class shields. With the whale hovering in the air, Subaru sees an opportunity to fight without holding back. He leaps into the sky and strikes the whale with his blood fist attack, but the hit does little damage. The whale lets out a deafening roar, shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Subaru lands back on the ground, realizing this underworld creature is far stronger than he expected. Determined, he draws his divine sword and channels 1/3 of his mana into a single, powerful strike. As the whale fires a barrage of water missiles, Subaru intercepts and destroys them with his attack. However, the creature is still alive. The whale begins charging another laser, and Subaru knows he must stop it. If the whale fires, the entire city could be destroyed. Without hesitation, he uses another 1/3 of his mana and launches another devastating blow. This time, he manages to finish off the whale. The creature collapses, and the water it summoned falls to the ground in the form of rain. The citizens look back, stunned, realizing that someone has defeated the underworld creature. Julieta watches in disbelief, wondering if Subaru is the new gold rank player. Subaru, however, doesn't gain any levels for defeating the whale since it was killed outside the gate. Despite this, he feels relieved that the city and its people are safe. Thinking of Sayaka, he immediately leaves to check on her. Meanwhile, an old man records a video of his heroic actions. At the hospital, the doctors are busy operating on Sayaka. Her condition appears critical, and the protagonist tries to reach her anxiously. A single tear rolls down from her eye. The scene shifts to the mortuary, where Subaru takes one final look at his friend, Sayaka. Overwhelmed by grief, he drops to his knees, blaming himself for her death. It was his decision to involve her in the dangerous quest, and now he feels the weight of that mistake. Anger bubbles within him, but amid the sorrow he remembers when Carrion told him to use the Blood Usurper skill if one of his friends ever died. Desperation kicks in, and Subaru frantically opens the system menu, searching for the skill. Since he is at level 26, he unlocks Parivara, a skill that allows the user to resurrect someone as their kindred within 1 hour of their death. The description is vague, but it's his only hope. Without hesitation, he activates the skill. Sayaka's body begins to change as a countdown appears, ticking down relentlessly. If it reaches 0, the chance to save her will be gone forever. Subaru watches in horror as the numbers drop. When the timer hits 0, nothing happens. Panic overtakes him and he wonders if the skill has failed. At that moment, 2 girls enter the room. They rush to Sayaka's body, crying and calling her their sister. Subaru watches in stunned silence, realizing they must be her older and younger sisters. One of the girls notices him and storms over, demanding to know who he is. Still in tears, Subaru explains that he was a friend of Sayaka. Fury flashes in her eyes as she pins him against the wall. Accusing him of dragging Sayaka into this mess, she blames him for her sister's death. Her anger erupts, and she raises her hand to strike him. But before she can, Sayaka suddenly sits up. An ominous aura radiates from her as she rises. Her appearance has completely transformed. Even her clothes seem different, and her eyes carry an unnatural intensity. Sayaka calls out to her sister and orders her to let go of Subaru. Then, without warning, she moves to attack. Subaru reacts quickly, grabbing her arm. He's stunned by her strength. This isn't the Sayaka he knew. Dropping to her knees, Sayaka apologizes, confusing her sisters even further. She explains that Subaru revived her as a kindred using the Parivara skill. She has no memory of her past life, and now exists only to obey his commands. The 2 sisters recoil in horror and anger. They lunge at him again, but Sayaka steps forward, vowing to eliminate them in 10 seconds if necessary. Subaru, panicking, stops her before she can attack. Using his blood mold technique, he restrains the sisters and runs away while grabbing Sayaka. As Subaru runs, confusion swirls in his mind. Sayaka's actions are nothing like her former self. Her memories are gone, and her personality is unrecognizable. She asks him if he intends to let the sisters live, but Subaru knows he needs answers. He needs to understand what being a kindred really means. Outside the building, Subaru's attention is drawn to a massive screen displaying a news broadcast. Footage of his battle with the whale dominates the broadcast, and his face is now plastered across the city. The entire encounter has gone viral. Before he can process the situation, 2 players suddenly appear before him. One is Udo, the 3rd-ranked gold player, and the other is Shikishima, the 2nd-ranked gold player. Their presence alone is intimidating, yet Subaru senses someone even stronger nearby. The 2 players address someone off-screen, calling out to Hirasaka, who steps forward moments later. Smiling confidently, Hirasaka approaches Subaru. He calmly explains that Subaru is under suspicion for destroying a commercial facility near Shinagawa City, and for the murder of a fellow player, one who was Subaru's classmate. With an unsettling smile, Hirasaka adds that he simply wishes to have a conversation. He is currently the strongest player in Japan, and Subaru admires him the most. Hirasaka tells him not to be nervous, as the suspicions against him have been cleared. As they all sit in the car, he explains to him that this is the first time a rainbow door like that has appeared in the world. He has overcome 2 trials so far and even revived his friend. Subaru confirms this and asks him about the previous suspicions. One of the players tosses him a tablet, showing footage of him fighting the whale. It reveals that the destruction around the shopping mall, from start to finish, was captured on camera. The footage proves he was merely a victim targeted by Taiga. On the other hand, regarding the suspicion surrounding Kunizaki's murder, they explain that the door turning people into players appeared and bisected him. Additionally, 2 other players at the scene have testified, clearing Subaru of all accusations. Not only is Subaru no longer under suspicion, but he has also become a hero. News of him defeating an underworld creature from a 5-star gate has spread. Shikishima explains that, after hearing Subaru's story, Taiga's mysterious behavior now makes sense. Taiga only has the golden arm skill because he stole a door from another player, preventing a second door from appearing. This revealed Taiga's true motives. He kept Subaru close to stealing his door if it ever appeared again. The group moves down the headquarters floors and reaches the 6th basement level, where Taiga is locked up in a special prison designed for rogue players. Taiga growls in anger when he sees Subaru. Shikishima kicks the prison bars and tells him they have Subaru's testimony and can proceed with the investigation. Hearing this, Taiga becomes furious and threatens to kill Subaru. Sayaka to interfere, but the protagonist stops her. Strangely, he feels calm in front of the terrifying and hateful Taiga. As they leave the prison, Taiga continues to scream in rage. Udo asks Hirosaki if it's wise to let Subaru leave like this. Hirosaki reassures him, stating that they plan to grant Subaru some privileges. As he looks at a report about a 6-star gate's appearance, he reflects that they need him to grow even stronger. Later, Subaru goes to exchange the 2 stars he earned from his recent quest. The receptionist informs him he will receive 300,000 yen for the stars, plus an additional Y20 million as a bonus for defeating the 5-star underworld creature. She also hands him a card, explaining that it grants him special privileges from the Federation, allowing him to use several convenience stores and hotels free of charge. While processing all this information, Subaru overhears several players talking behind him. They recognize him from the viral video and wonder about his rank. The receptionist smiles and tells Subaru she has informed everyone about his accomplishments. She then asks him what he plans to do next. Now that he has power, fame, and money, Subaru begins to wonder what he truly wants. Meanwhile, back in the prison, Taiga causes a commotion. A girl appears and restrains him with golden chains. She is Kinokawa, a gold-ranked player and the same receptionist who spoke to Subaru earlier. Using her skill, she pins him down effortlessly. Taiga is shocked, realizing Subaru has grown overwhelmingly strong, and bitterly reflects on how he underestimated him. His anger grows, and he starts blaming the world. As Taiga's rage peaks, a dark door begins to form behind him. As the purple door appears behind them, the girl nervously asks Taiga what he just did. However, he seems just as shocked as she is. The door calls out to him, telling him that the world won't choose him. A hand emerges from inside the door, inviting him in. Though still trapped in golden chains, several hands extend from the gate and begin pulling him inside. The girl tries to stop him using a golden chain, but the energy emanating from the gate shatters her chains. Her entire body slowly begins falling apart. Meanwhile, the entity inside the door continues to lure Taiga, offering him its power and urging him to destroy the entire world. Meanwhile, in a nearby hotel, Subaru lies on the ground, lost in thought. Sayaka asks what's on his mind. He's still pondering her earlier question about what he plans to do from now on. Looking at her, he asks what he should call her since using her real name feels odd. Sayaka suggests he simply call her Saya. He then asks if there's any way to return her to her previous self. Saya asks him to show her his skill window. Seeing that his next skill unlocks at level 35, she explains that another door is likely to open at that point. She suggests he could ask the beings on the other side of the door if they can bring his friend back. Grateful for the advice, Subaru decides to focus on leveling up. The two of them immediately prepare to enter a gate. They find a 3-star gate near the entrance of a store. The store owner thanks Subaru for his help and calls him Savior. As Subaru glances back, he asks Saya if she's coming with him. She tells him she's his kindred and will follow him for life. Subaru notices her status window, showing she is level 21 and capable of using the Blood Mold skill. However, instead of relying on her own mana, she uses his. Inside the gate, they encounter several demons. Saya asks for permission to use his mana, and Subaru agrees, wanting to see her strength. Saya uses the Blood Mold skill to create a blood round, clearing all the enemies in one swoop. Subaru realizes how useful her skill is, though Saya remarks it's less effective against powerful foes. Eventually, they face the boss. Subaru orders Saya to stay back and swiftly defeats it with his divine sword. They complete the 3-star quest in just 10 minutes and 49 seconds. Subaru's level increases by 2 for clearing the quest. With the 3-star challenge being too easy, they decide to try a 4-star gate. Suddenly, they hear the voice of Shikishima, who praises their quick success. Subaru asks what he's doing there, and Shikishima explains that Taiga has escaped prison. Moreover, the 4th-ranked gold player, Sakura, was crushed while restraining him with her golden chains. Shikishima reveals that Sakura was also acting as a receptionist, which shocks Subaru, who never suspected she was a player. As they drive away, Shikishima explains that due to the current situation, gold players must team up to clear the gates. He volunteers to team up with Subaru, warning him not to disappoint. Shikishima believes Taiga will target Subaru first. Confident in their abilities, Shikishima takes Subaru to their first gate, convinced they can easily conquer it. Subaru believes that Shikishima's Golden Parade skill allows him to shoot invisible fire bullets from his fingers. However, when he sees Shikishima use the skill, he is shocked to witness meteorites raining down on their enemies. The underworld creatures they face are far from weak, yet Shikishima makes them seem like mere 1-star creatures, eliminating all of them in a single attack. After the battle, Shikishima explains that gold players must follow strict rules outside the gates. They are prohibited from using skills beyond their first one, as higher-tier skills can cause catastrophic damage in the real world. After wiping out the enemies, he signals Subaru to move forward. Shikishima elaborates that the top gold players earn the title of the 7 Knights, bestowed upon them by the owners of their respective doors. The entity that granted Shikishima his power is an incarnation of Dragoon. The skill he just used is called Barrage of Dead Flames. As they approach the next gate, Shikishima tells Subaru to start scouting for future gates. Shikishima then eliminates the boss in a single attack, clearing the gate in just 52 minutes. Subaru is stunned by the immense strength of a gold player. Shikishima apologizes for finishing the gate by himself, and promises that the next one will be Subaru's challenge. The next gate is a glass waterfall stage with a 4-star difficulty rating. The entire terrain is coated in ice, making movement difficult. In these types of areas, there are no low-level creatures. Players face only a single boss. The boss, a level 42 class spirit shaped like a cat, immediately lunges at Subaru. Subaru blocks the attack with his divine sword. As he prepares for a second strike, he notices the boss already regenerating. Realizing his divine sword consumes too much mana to finish the fight, Subaru hesitates. Saya offers to support him, but Shikishima stops her. He wants Subaru to face the boss alone, assuring her he will step in if Subaru is on the verge of defeat. As Subaru continues to battle, he realizes his blood mold skill is incompatible with the icy terrain. Running out of options, he uses his skill to blindfold the cat, but the boss still manages to track him. The second gold player watching the fight begins to think Subaru is too inexperienced to handle such a rare and powerful boss. However, Saya confidently tells them not to underestimate Subaru. She points out that he has already devised a counterattack. Subaru uses his blood technique to create a rope and wraps it around the cat. Knowing the boss lacks joints or conventional senses, he decides against striking it with the divine sword. Instead, he opts for a high-impact attack. Subaru combines the Corpse Fist spell he obtained from Carrion with his blood mold skill to land powerful blows on the boss. He relentlessly continues the assault until the boss is drained of mana and unable to regenerate. Shikishima is surprised by Subaru's ability to quickly analyze the boss's traits and develop a strategy. He is even more impressed by Subaru's skillful combination of two abilities. Saya smiles, pleased to see Shikishima acknowledging Subaru's potential. As Subaru continues fighting the boss, Shikishima notices that both of them are getting tired. He calls out to Subaru, telling him he will buy him some time to land the final blow. Subaru takes the opportunity and successfully defeats the boss, instantly leveling up. Afterward, he finishes off the cat spirit without any trouble, clearing the entire gate in just 48 minutes. Later, they visit a sushi shop where Subaru stares at the sushi with sparkling eyes. Shikishima asks him what's wrong, and Subaru, wearing an innocent expression, admits it's the first time in his life he has ever seen sushi. Meanwhile, Saya plays with the cat spirit Subaru received after defeating the boss. The spirit allows Subaru to regenerate the boss using his mana whenever needed. Shikishima compares it to Hirasaka earrings, which grant plus 150% mana, and a coat that reduces damage taken by 50%. He mentions that his divine sword is also a reward he earned after defeating Carrion. Subaru asks what the cat spirit is useful for. Shikishima explains that it's rare to have an underwater creature as a summon and suggests giving it a name. After thinking for a moment, Subaru settles on the name Sushi. As they eat, they suddenly hear loud noises coming from outside. An underworld creature, a level 54 griffin, has emerged from the gate. Subaru and Shikishima immediately rush out. The griffin captures a little girl, but as it flies away, it is stopped by Shikishima and Saya working together. Subaru quickly strikes, causing Griffin to drop the girl safely into his arms. He gently places her on the ground. A man frantically approaches, calling out the girl's name. Subaru recognizes him as one of the people who bullied him when he was powerless. The man, Savatari, turns out to be the girl's older brother. Shikishima calls him out, asking if he's the same person who bullied Subaru, and demands he thank Subaru for saving his sister. Savatari, however, refuses to express gratitude to someone like Subaru. The girl, ignoring her brother, immediately thanks Subaru and the others. Savatari scolds her for thanking Subaru, then turns to Subaru, calling him an insect. He mocks Subaru, asking why he is in such a good mood and if he plans to take revenge. Subaru remains calm, simply smiling in response. This infuriates Savatari, who grabs Subaru by the shirt, claiming he wishes he had been chosen by a stronger door. Subaru, unfazed, responds that he has heard Savatari's testimony and knows he isn't a murderer. He thanks him and walks away without saying anything else. Savatari stands there shocked. Shikishima observes and thinks that Savatari will eventually understand how different Subaru is. The three friends return to the sushi shop and continue their meal. Meanwhile, the girl asks Savatari what's wrong with him. He grabs his head, overwhelmed by his feelings of inadequacy. The next day, when Subaru returns to the sushi shop, he finds it closed. At the same time, Savatari deletes an old video from his phone showing him bullying Subaru. One of his friends questions if he really deleted the video, and Savatari admits he did. He explains that it's not out of fear of Subaru seeking revenge but doesn't elaborate further. As he looks at his phone, his friend notices commotion on the school grounds and points it out. Subaru receives a call from Shikishima, who informs him that Taiga has appeared at his school. Savatari receives a message from his sister Kana, who tells him that she would like to eat pork cutlet for dinner. He takes a moment to think before replying, Suddenly, his friend frantically pulls him away from his phone and points to the stadium. The two of them look out the window of the classroom in fear. Outside, they see Taiga walking out of a purple door with a terrifying aura surrounding him. A mysterious dark door appears next to Savatari and his friend in the gym by the ring. It's not just them. Mysterious doors have started appearing everywhere, and someone seems ready to open one. Taiga announces to the entire school these doors can grant them a new power strong enough to rival a gold rank. Everyone thinks about his words in confusion as he invites them to enter the gates and join forces with him. Meanwhile, Shikishima shows a photo of the newly revamped Taiga to Subaru and tells him that he has entered the school. Bro is more worried about him copying his hairstyle. As they all rush to the school, Subaru asks about the door behind Taiga in the photo. Shikishima says he doesn't know much but suspects it's something bad. The group takes the shortest route to the school. At the school, Savatari stares at the door while his friend wonders if they should go in or not. At the same time, Taiga enters the classroom and asks them what is troubling them so much. He questions if they are okay with being weak while there are players stronger than them who have overcome the same trial. Savatari stands there, lost in thought as he recalls his past. He remembers Kana sitting in a messy room, crying and wondering why their parents weren't there. She blames herself, thinking they don't love her. He reassures her with a smile, telling her she has him and asking her not to cry. On the streets, workers kick him as he digs through trash. Cold and hungry, he passes a house where a family celebrates their son's birthday. As the mother notices him staring inside, she quickly closes the curtains. Saddened, he wonders what will happen to Kana when he's gone. He collapses, ready to give up when a 5-star bronze door appears before him. Back in the present, Sawatari asks Taiga why he is doing all this since he is also among the chosen ones. Taiga laughs and tells him that it was Subaru who was the chosen one and he simply stole his door. They are told that the doors choose people based on the purity of their soul, and he can't believe for a second that his soul is inferior to Subaru's. Knowing that he was able to get a rainbow door angers him. He insists Subaru should have stayed beneath him forever and declares his intent to change the world using the back door that chose him. Taiga then asks Sawatari to join forces with him since they both want to take revenge on Subaru. Sawatari doesn't feel the same, but he also can't refuse his offer since he fears he might get killed. He wants to stay alive for his sister. As he walks towards the door with his friend, he hears a notification on his phone. It's a message from Kana, thanking him and calling him kind for agreeing to have pork cutlet. This takes him back to the past once again. When the bronze door appeared before him again, he saw it as a chance to provide for Kana. At school, Sawatari formed a group of bullies to get back at those who wronged them. The group learns that Taiga has joined their school and hears his brother studies there too. They find Subaru in a classroom, nervous and wearing glasses. Sawatari mocks him, throwing stones and smearing him with a dirty mop. Despite Kana's praise, he realizes he's not truly kind. He is just a weakling who has done bad things to someone weaker than him. Standing before the door with his phone in hand, he wonders what to do. He suddenly asks his friend Itoshima to make a pork cutlet for his sister tonight. The friend is confused but agrees. Sawatari then looks at him with a smile and asks him to also apologize to his sister on his behalf. He turns back to Taiga and prepares to fight him with his powers. Taiga asks him why he is doing it. Sawatari reveals that Subaru had saved his sister the previous day. He recalls that he never blamed him, but instead thanked him. This made him feel insignificant. He remembers lying on the ground, exhausted, thinking about Kana and what would happen to her after he was gone. He also remembers how Subaru selflessly killed the griffin and saved his sister. No matter how terrible the world became, Subaru's presence always made things feel like they'd be okay. Hearing this, Taiga jumps from the windowsill to the ground and asks him if he is really trying to get close to the guy he bullied. Sawatari says that he doesn't care about all that anymore since he knows that Subaru has a big heart and he will forgive him. Meanwhile, Subaru and the gold rank have almost reached the school. Taiga hears all of this with a shocked expression, but when he gets called pathetic, he loses it and grabs Sawatari's head. Even during his final moments, his last thoughts are of his sister. All he wants is to see her happy. Subaru finally makes it to the classroom and immediately lunges at Taiga, shouting with anger. Taiga seems pleased to see him. Subaru freezes in horror when he notices Sawatari lying in a pool of blood. Consumed with rage, Subaru punches Taiga so hard that he breaks the wall of the classroom. However, Taiga seems unfazed by this and smirks at the thought of their rematch. Subaru and Taiga fall to the ground amidst the debris. Subaru feels no kindness toward Sawatari, but cannot understand why Taiga killed him. Furious, he screams at him as they land. Taiga grins since he wants him to show his true strength. Suddenly, Subaru's blood gauntlet starts to disintegrate into dust. He stares at his hand in confusion. Taiga laughs as he looks at his face and says that it's a bit too early to use it, but it is surely enough to finish him off. A gunshot distracts Taiga. As he looks over, he sees the 3 golden ranks standing in the distance. Taiga laughs as he tells them that this is the second time they have surrounded him. He asks them if it was so surprising for them that he was able to defeat the girl. As he is talking, Hirasaka slashes off his arm clean. Taiga is in immense pain, but he still laughs and says that this is the first time seeing a negative expression on his face. Hirasaka agrees with him saying that he is angry, and it is surprising for him too. Subaru stands stunned by the top gold rank's power. Hirasaka asks him if he is okay and he nods. This makes Taiga furious and he goes in for an attack. A massive arm tries to squish Hirasaka, and as he uses his sword to defend, it shatters into pieces. Subaru, still grappling with what's happening, shouts at him, but before he can act, Udu traps Taiga within a golden wall. Subaru jumps away from the forming barrier as Udu focuses all his energy on containing Taiga. Since this is his second spell, he has broken the rules by using it outside of a gate. While Taiga is trapped, Shikishima and Saya attempt coordinated attacks, but he easily nullifies them. The golden wall begins to crack, and Taiga's laugh echoes as the barrier collapses completely. Even Udu is astonished by Taiga's strength. His power is far beyond what anyone expected. The group knows that there is a special effect in Taiga's smoke. Udu asks for Hirasaka's permission to use his other skills, but he tells him that he will only endanger the lives of other people by doing so. This is exactly what Taiga wants to happen. Shikishima starts thinking about the special effect of Taiga's skill. He remembers that Kinokawa's hands and feet were crumbled and weathered down in an instant after her recent encounter with Taiga. If his thought process is correct, Taiga's special skill would be to speed up time. As the gold ranks face off against him, Subaru suddenly charges at him out of nowhere. Shikishima tries to stop him from going inside the smoke since it advances time for everything that it touches. Despite the warning, our boy goes into the smoke and manages to land a hit on Taiga with his face covered in blood. He used his blood mold skill to constantly spread new blood around his body, which protected him from the smoke. As Taiga looks at him in confusion, he tells him that his time to be afraid of him is over. My man levels up and uses a spell called Immortal Inverness. Taiga is furious after Subaru's sharp comments. Suddenly, doors appear around them, positioned near the players. Subaru glances at the purple doors surrounding the players and notices smoke seeping out. The players instinctively gather in the center to avoid the smoke. Hirasaka is surprised because it's his first time seeing a skill that can summon doors. Taiga tells him that since he can block his smoke, he will just start killing his friends. He closes his eyes and remembers when Sayaka died because of him. The group is surrounded by thick smoke and has no way to escape. Keeping these circumstances in mind, Hirasaka allows Shikishima and Udu to use their second-level skills freely. The tension rises as rainbow energy envelops the area, making everyone uneasy. Subaru calls out Taiga directly and asks him how he dared to put his hands on his friends. He is now completely engulfed with rage. The intensity of his hatred activates his conditional skill, which boosts his abilities by 30% as long as his hatred persists. Previously, the skill's effect was insignificant due to a power gap, but now Subaru surpasses Taiga. Subaru and Taiga charge at each other. Smoke surrounds Taiga as Subaru attacks from above. Taiga blocks his kick but struggles to withstand the force, breaking his arm in the process. The MC follows up with his blood whip, wrapping them around Taiga's injured arm. Despite Taiga's screams, he continues his relentless assault, landing a powerful punch that sends him flying and splattering blood everywhere. Using the Immortal Inverness skill, Subaru enhances his nervous system and gains control over the tentacles coming out of his armor. He doesn't have to control them manually now. These tentacles make escape nearly impossible for anyone who is unfortunate enough to be caught in them. Taiga falls to the ground, badly injured. A voice suddenly echoes from the black door, which says that the blood manipulation technique that the protagonist is using comes straight from Vanquish. Therefore, Taiga stands no chance in his current state. Shikishima screams at Subaru to stop since they want to ask him more questions. This snaps him out of his rage. His rainbow eyes fade as he regains his composure and asks what they should do about the smoke. Shikishima suggests using Saya's abilities to clear the fog. Blood stains the ground near the door, and the group feels uneasy due to the metallic taste and smell of iron. Shikishima explains that the smoke is a chemical reaction, and it starts to disappear once it is in contact with the fog particles. He then looks directly at the door and asks the door owner if he is correct. Suddenly, a massive yellow eye emerges from the black door. The owner's voice commends the group for countering its skills so quickly. When Shikishima demands to know the entity's purpose, it reveals its intent to destroy the sky clock. This surprises Subaru and the others. The creature mentions a prophecy involving Hirasaka, Shikishima, and Udu, predicting their deaths at Taiga's hands in the near future. However, Subaru claims that the prophecy is wrong since he will never let that happen. This makes the creature laugh, and it says that he is the most vigilant among the entire group. Subaru demands a name from the owner, to which it states that it is Kokugaiji, the Black Amniotic King. A group of students stands near a fence, discussing Taiga's defeat. The three of them gather on the school roof, where a friend asks Kei what they should do. They notice a dark force on the roof of a neighboring building. Kei stays focused, deep in thought. Back in the battle, Kokugaji tells them that it is a being who wants to destroy the entire world. Subaru furiously tries to attack, but the door disappears and sucks Taiga inside. All the gold ranks try to take the door down before the creature can escape, but they fail to do so. After it vanishes, Saya mocks them for allowing the creature to escape. Shikishima reveals that he couldn't move during the fight since he was restrained. 2 additional enemies appeared on the rooftop during their fight, and he claims that they are even stronger than Taiga. This revelation makes Subaru believe that their enemies are already ahead of them in terms of their plans. Inside the door, the creature scolds Taiga for being weak and losing to the gold ranks. However, it offers to make him even more strong. Kokagaji also welcomes all the players who choose to enter the doors. One of the players tells him that they will betray him immediately if they don't become stronger. Among those players is Kei and a guy wearing a black suit. Kei tells the guy that he saw him there, and that was the reason he entered the door. The creature seems excited to see all these people and invites them to prepare for their plan. Meanwhile, a funeral is held for Sawatari outside the gate. His sister holds his picture in her arms as she mindlessly stares at the ground. Itoshima is also attending the funeral. He tells Subaru how Sawatari apologized to him in his final moments. Later, Subaru sits with Shikishima as he tells him about the black door. After the incident, 5 students were found in the school, and there have also been other people who disappeared from the city. Subaru tells him that he plans on getting stronger, and asks about the situation of Sayaka when he enters the next door. Shikishima suggests that he train with Hirasaka from now on. The next day, he goes to meet Hirasaka with Saya. Shikishima didn't think that he could teach him anything since their methods of fighting were different. Therefore, he thought that it was better for him to train with the top rank. Subaru is excited since he knows that he will get to learn a lot. As the two of them walk towards their gate, they come across the Happy Yamada Club, which is a silver team led by Yamada. They tell him that they have already reserved this gate. Hirasaka checks his book and apologizes, telling them that his door is in Narima City. It is a 4-star gate called the Mysterious Jungle. As they enter the gate, Hirasaka warns the protagonist by telling him that the difficulty on the door is only an approximation. Subaru suddenly screams as he realizes that the guy is literally standing in a swamp. Hirasaka stays still and sinks in the swamp completely. Subaru remembers how Shikishima told him to be careful around him since his only specialty is his strength. He thinks about helping him using his blood mold skill, but a giant iron ant shows up. Suddenly, Hirasaka uses his Titan's Blade spell and gets out of the swamp while killing the ant at the same time. Subaru can't help but feel grateful that this man became a player. On the other hand, Hirasaka thinks to himself that he almost died. Hirasaka never had any specialty throughout his entire childhood. His parents expected him to be clever, but instead of being disappointed in him, they continued to shower him with love and care. While he was in 4th grade, he saved one of his friends from getting bullied. However, the very next day, that same friend got together with the bullies to beat him up. This betrayal shocked Hirasaka deeply, and he realized that people often betray others due to their own weaknesses. From that day on, he decided never to betray anyone, and by doing so, he truly believed that he would make a true friend. Back in the gate, he was once again stuck in the swamp. He asks Subaru for help and he pulls him out. He tells him that his opponent seemed to have good intuition, so he was batting it out. Moments later, a huge creature comes out of the swamp trying to eat Hirasaka. Subaru now realizes that Hirasaka is the type of player to always go first against an unknown enemy. He doesn't want his friends to get in trouble. After finishing the swamp monster, Subaru hands him a towel to clean himself up. Seeing this, Hirasaka laughs and tells him that he came well prepared. It was Shikishima who gave him all of this stuff. He told him that he would need these items during their raid. Hearing this, Hirasaka laughs even more and tells him that Shikishima has the hardest time because of him out of all of his comrades. As the two of them are inside the gate, he is stuck doing paperwork. Udo tells him to take it slow and let Hirasaka do some work too. Shikishima gets even more furious and says that it's meaningless since he is bad with desk work. They are short on staff since Kinokawa is still in the hospital. Hirasaka reveals that he had been working together with the other 3 gold ranks since the founding of the Players Federation. They have been comrades for the past 8 years. This is why he couldn't hold himself when he found out what Taiga did to Kinokawa. He tells Subaru that he has no choice but to beat his brother now. The MC doesn't like him either, so he tells him that he is ready for anything. The 3 of them make it to the edge of a cliff. Even though they can't see much, Hirasaka tells them that the boss is about 20 kilometers ahead of them. It is one of his skills that allows him to zoom his vision up to 100 times. The boss is a huge tree with glowing eyes. It is called the Gun Turret Spirit Tree. Immediately after spotting them, the boss goes in for an attack. Hirasaka realizes this and immediately uses his golden sword to shield them. The 3 cause powerful explosions in a massive area around it. The top rank tells them that this is what he meant when he said that the difficulty level on the doors was just an approximation. Even though they are inside a 4-star gate, the boss they are facing is definitely a lower 5-star. Subaru starts to panic as he realizes that they would have probably died if Hirasaka hadn't shielded them using his sword. He uses his blood skill to fly high in the air. It consumes mana, so he can't keep it up for long. However, Hirasaka tells him that he has done well since the boss is already dead. While they were in the air, he used his Warp Edge spell, which allowed him to warp the slash along with the blade to any place within his sight. Using this technique drains a lot of mana, but if it's aimed correctly, it can take down even the strongest of enemies. The 3 of them get out of the gate after defeating the boss. Hirasaka apologizes for killing the boss by himself and tells him not to reveal anything to Shikishima. However, it is far too late since Subaru has already sent the report to him. As Shikishima furiously drags him inside, he says his goodbyes to the MC and asks him to be prepared for tomorrow since he is going to reserve a 5-star gate. This shocks him a bit since he has never been inside a 5-star gate before. While sitting on his bed, he thinks to himself that he needs to learn from Hirasaka's fighting style. However, even after a lot of reflection, he still can't get anything. Meanwhile, the guy in the black suit tells one of his subordinates that it is time to put their plan into action. In Shinagawa City, a player group known as Grax meets Kei and his friend as they just walk out of the purple gate. The situation is similar in Bunkyo City, where Giulietta is confronted by a player who wants to kill him. The mastermind behind all of this is the guy in the black suit who fixes his glasses as he announces that the hunt has begun. Back at headquarters, Giulietta calls to inform Shikishima that he has killed someone. Furious, Shikishima reminds him that he is supposed to remain in confinement until his punishment is decided. He explains that he was attacked and acted in self-defense. When Shikishima asks for details about his opponent, he looks at a player card and reveals the name Kishikawa, a copper-ranked player. Giulietta mentions that although Kishikawa wasn't particularly strong, there was something unusual about his insect manipulation skills, which seemed to be connected to the black faction Shikishima had previously reported. Shikishima looks for his details in the player records and realizes that the spell Kishikawa used is different from anything documented. He theorizes that the Black Door might be giving new skills to these players. It wasn't just Giulietta who was attacked. The entire Grax team was defeated by the black faction. While fighting Kishikawa, Giulietta sensed that their system was different from other players, similar to Subaru's skills obtained from the Rainbow Door. Meanwhile, a man calls Kei and reports that everything has gone according to plan, although one of their members lost to Giulietta. The boss reveals he has already eliminated the top-ranked silver team and plans to target the gold ranks next. The scene shifts to a city where Subaru, Hirasaka, and Kusaka, a member of the reconnaissance department, stand in front of a 5-star gate. Kusaka explains the procedure for studying and clearing the gate. Subaru notices a ring on Kusaka's finger and asks if she is married. She confirms this and explains that, due to the risks players face, she retired from frontline duty after marrying. Shikishima recruited her into the reconnaissance department. She reveals that her family was in the city when it was attacked by the whale. She thanks Subaru for saving them. The gate they are about to enter is called the Seat of Storm and Thunder. It consists of 2 areas, a garden and a palace with 2 thrones on its top floor. Hirasaka asks if this is where the boss resides, and Kusaka confirms that the boss could occupy either throne. Subaru is surprised to learn there are 2 bosses, recalling that he faced a 2-boss team in a 2-star gate, but never expected it in his first 5-star gate. Hirasaka reassures Subaru, calming his nerves as they prepare to enter the gate. As the 3 enter, Kei, who had been waiting outside, attacks the team. He calls someone, instructing them to open the black door in 10 minutes. On the other end of the call, Taiga appears in a transformed state. Inside the 5-star gate, the team finds a massive palace. Hirasaka immediately senses something is wrong and asks Saya to lock the door. She complies, and as the door shuts, dark clouds gather, strong winds blow, and an overwhelming presence fills the air. The 2 bosses emerge, Storm Delta, a level 89 boss, and Thunder Killam, a level 93 boss. Both bosses recognize the shining knight among the players, and sense Subaru and Saya's presence, which they find unpleasant. As the battle begins, knight soldiers approach, each stronger than the whale Subaru previously fought. Subaru shouts to Saya to use as much mana as needed, and she begins casting various spells. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, Subaru knows he must go all out from the start. Without hesitation, he activates his Immortal Inverness spell and charges into battle. Hirasaka raises 2 fingers, and a bright golden light surrounds the guards. A massive blade shoots up from the ground, cutting some guards to pieces. Yet, even after the powerful attack, half of them remain standing. As he continues fighting, Hirasaka notices Subaru targeting a guard's leg. Surprisingly, the guard grabs Subaru by the leg, flips him over, and slams him onto the ground. Stunned, Subaru feels the guard punch his chest, breaking his suit. The blow is stronger than anything Subaru has faced before, even from Sushi or Carrion. The guard prepares another attack, but Hirasaka shouts to Subaru. With rainbow-colored eyes, Subaru kicks the guard and follows with an elbow strike, breaking through the guard's defenses. Shocked but determined, Subaru declares he isn't there to hold Hirasaka back. He uses his blood whip to trap the guard, twisting him before smashing him with a drill. The 54th level Thunderstorm Knight falls, but Subaru is left shaken. His level doesn't increase, and he only gains a few points. Subaru remains at level 31, with a third of his health and half his mana gone, all for defeating just 1 guard. Now 4 more surround him. He draws his Divine Chisel but hesitates to use a high-cost attack. Suddenly the knights use their Vajra sword skill, summoning weapons out of thin air. Subaru realizes this is the true challenge of the 5th difficulty level. As Subaru steadies himself, Hirasaka watches the knights close in. Subaru's expression turns cold, but a faint smile appears. The night before, sitting in his hotel room, Subaru thinks about the raid. No matter how much he admires Hirasaka, he knows he can't become him, and doesn't need to. Shikishima hasn't sent him to learn from Hirasaka, but to fight alongside him with everything he has. Covered in blood, Subaru vows to grow stronger, not just in level but in awareness, readiness, and the will to survive. Memories of Sayaka's death, Sawatari's pain, and Kana's loss fuel his resolve. As the guards attack, Subaru jumps to meet them. With his chisel, he blocks their swords but struggles to stand. One guard cuts his blood armor from behind, enraging Subaru. Using blood tentacles, he grabs the guard's arm, slashes it off, and decapitates him. The others stand shocked as Subaru defeats the level 59 opponent. Critically injured, Subaru levels up, restoring his health and mana. When the guards attack again, Subaru vanishes and reappears in the sky. He swings his chisel, killing two knights, levels 53 and 63. His level rises again. Standing in the rain, Subaru's rainbow-colored eyes meet the terrified gaze of the remaining guards. Something inside him has changed. Earlier, Shikishima had instructed Hirasaka not to save Subaru until the last moment, and to avoid giving him tips. When asked why, Shikishima explained that Subaru had the potential to reach their level. He only needed practice and a fierce battle to push him to his limits. Shikishima admitted he couldn't teach others, and urged Hirasaka to inspire Subaru by demonstrating his strength. Calling Hirasaka the strongest, Shikishima left him to reflect on his role. Now standing in the rain, Hirasaka smiles at the thought. As guards attack, he makes two swift swings, effortlessly defeating them. Watching Subaru, Hirasaka wonders if he might one day become a beacon of hope. He remembers the report about the appearance of a 6-star gate. 8 years have passed since the first gate appeared, and despair grips the top players. When the first gate emerged, its maximum difficulty was 3 stars. But over time, the challenge escalated. 4-star gates appeared 3 years later, followed by 5-star gates. Each increase in stars brought a 10-fold rise in difficulty. The association predicts a 6-star gate will appear soon, and Shikishima foresees a 7-star gate in 4 years. He and Hirasaka discuss their predicament at a long table. Shikishima asks if they are 10 times stronger than 2 years ago. Hirasaka admits they're not. To handle a 6-star gate, they would need their entire gold-ranked team. Shikishima, frustrated, laments that players may soon be unable to match the gate's ever-growing difficulty. He wonders who could survive a challenge 10 times harder than a 5-star gate. Shikishima realizes the sky clock would break after just one failure since the time limit for 5-star gates is already stretched to its limit. He begins to believe humanity might have no choice but to accept defeat. Hirasaka feels the weight of his fears, thinking about the friends he might lose. Suddenly, Shikishima takes a call from Kinokawa, who's at a hospital with Udu. She mentions they're interrogating suspects in a murder case and shares strange information. The appearance of a rainbow door. This piques the interest of both Shikishima and Hirasaka. Meanwhile, Subaru battles a knight with everything he has. Using his heaven sword, he clashes with the guard, his movements sharp and precise. Hirasaka observes Subaru, impressed that the boy now relies solely on his swordsmanship. During the fight, Subaru maneuvers onto the guard's arm and unleashes his divine chisel, cutting through his opponent. He defeats the level 56 Wind and Thunder guard with a focused fury. Subaru begins to understand his weapon better. By focusing on the tip of the blade, he activates a technique that pierces strong defenses while conserving mana. Hirasaka notices Subaru's growth, not from instruction, but from learning through his battles. In the sky, Saya uses her Killing Field skill, scattering blood drops that explode on contact. Despite her efforts, she realizes her attacks aren't enough to handle the guards at her level. She focuses on reducing their numbers for Subaru and Hirasaka while prioritizing the recovery of Sayaka's body. Just as a golden sword threatens her, Subaru intervenes, splitting it in two. He tells Saya to stay safe and be careful before returning to his fight. Subaru then joins Hirasaka, sharing his frustration about the difficulty of leveling up at this stage. Hirasaka explains the palace might be an extra stage, similar to the cat boss stage Subaru once faced, where only bosses appeared. Subaru realizes the guards are summoned by a skill, yielding minimal experience points. There are only 2 bosses here, Thunder and Storm, who sit on their thrones. Storm notes the player's focus, and Thunder smirks, asking if they'll send someone stronger or fight themselves. Lightning streaks across the sky. Subaru resolves to keep fighting knights to level up, but Hirasaka feels their energy is being wasted. He suspects the bosses want to force them to reveal their trump cards. Suddenly, Thunder and Storm step out of the palace. Hirasaka's eyes widen at the sight of the bosses. He considers using his Warp Edge Sword, a skill that consumes 80% of his mana and can split terrain. Yet before he acts, the rain stops, and the thunderclouds vanish. The bosses appear behind him, warning them not to attempt any tricks. They demand a fair fight, ready to face the players head-on. As the 2 of them face the bosses, they are both shocked to discover that the bosses can talk. Subaru recalls a similar encounter with a boss in the soldier dumping ground. Most bosses behave like wild animals, attacking and eliminating any intruders in their territory. However, these bosses are different. They can manipulate the weather and strategize their actions. Before engaging in battle, Hirasaka asks the bosses if they have time for a conversation. The bosses, surprised by the request, ask if he has something he wants to know. Clenching his fist, Hirasaka questions them about the doors, demanding to know their purpose in appearing in the world. The bosses exchange shocked glances and ask if he hasn't learned anything from Ludwig, the gate's owner who granted him his powers. Hearing this, Hirasaka wonders if the bosses are closely connected to the central figure behind the doors. The bosses reveal that they have been trapped in this place for a long time and agree to share what they know. Subaru and Hirasaka can hardly believe they might uncover the secrets of the world so easily. Hirasaka quickly pulls out his phone to record the conversation, lacking confidence in his ability to remember it all. However, as the bosses begin to speak, their words become garbled and incomprehensible, like a glitch. Frustrated, the bosses apologize, explaining that a protective force prevents them from sharing such information. Subaru wonders aloud if there are limits to what the bosses can reveal. Hirasaka, refusing to give up, asks if they can write the information instead of speaking it. He fears that Shikishima will be furious if he returns empty-handed. The bosses dismiss the idea, stating it's impossible. However, they propose a challenge. If Subaru and Hirasaka can defeat them, they'll be one step closer to the truth. The bosses settle their roles by playing a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors. The storm boss wins and immediately chooses Hirasaka as his opponent, charging at him with no warning. Hirasaka barely manages to block the attack at the last second. As their battle intensifies, the storm boss praises Hirasaka's strength, remarking that Ludwig chose the perfect possessor. Hirasaka realizes this boss is far stronger than anything he has ever faced. Meanwhile, Subaru finds himself face to face with the Thunder Boss. Overwhelmed, he instinctively steps back in shock. The Thunder Boss looks annoyed and mutters about having to deal with the hated immortal possessor. Hearing this, Subaru nervously asks what he means. The Thunder Boss clarifies that it's not Subaru's fault, but doesn't elaborate further. Despite the intimidating presence of his opponent, Subaru feels oddly calm. The casual conversation confuses his senses, making him temporarily forget the gravity of the situation. The boss tells him he plans to have some fun before finishing him off. Before Subaru can react, the Thunder Boss launches a thunder attack. Subaru underestimates the boss's strength and is struck directly, his body burned beyond recognition. The Thunder Boss, disappointed, compares Subaru to a crushed bug, too weak to be worth the effort. As the boss mocks Subaru's fragility, Hirasaka glances back at his fallen friend. The Storm Boss takes advantage of this distraction, delivering a devastating blow that destroys one of Hirasaka's eyes. The Thunder Boss picks up Subaru's divine sword, surprised to see it unharmed by his lightning strike. Realizing the sword's power is the source of Subaru's imbalance, the boss concludes that Subaru must be the possessor of the immortal god Vanquish. As the Thunder Boss contemplates his next move, Saya's desperate voice rings out. The Thunder Boss warns her not to try anything or else she will face the same fate as Subaru. With her face streaming with tears, she remembers his words asking her to stay safe. She screams at him to stand up. The boss dismisses her cries, pointing out that Subaru's legs have been destroyed and he can no longer fight. Suddenly, Subaru's voice cuts through the chaos. He tells Saya to stay out of the battle. He used the same technique he employed against Taiga. Subaru encased his body in a semi-hardened layer of blood. Though he has lost both his hands and feet, he clings to life with only 117 HP remaining. Even though this is the strongest opponent he has ever faced, Subaru views this as an opportunity. He knows that if he can survive this fight, he will emerge significantly stronger. The Thunder Boss questions Subaru's method, asking if he's truly using blood to block his attack. He mocks his grotesque appearance and calls him a disgusting, hated immortal. The Storm Boss is enjoying the battle a bit too much, laughing as he attacks Hirasaki. He tells him that he respects him. Even though Hirasaki has lost his right eye, he can still manage to keep up with him. Hirasaki responds, saying that his remaining eye shines even brighter than before, and therefore his attacks will also be sharper. His next attack shocks the boss, throwing him back. The Storm Boss laughs, but Hirasaki tells him that not everyone is strong from the beginning. When they were weak, there were still many times they felt like they were on the edge, just like this. He then thinks of the Storm Boss and says that if he can defeat him, he'll become even stronger. Hirasaki uses his fifth skill, called Imperial Radiance. This skill increases all abilities and skill effects by 130% while consuming mana. The boss asks if this is Hirasaki's trump card, and comments that he is as impressive as expected with this. The boss charges at Hirasaki trying to punch him. Meanwhile, the battle between Subaru and the Thunder Boss seems one-sided. Subaru is trying to run, but the speed of lightning itself is 100,000 km/s, making it difficult to avoid. He must predict the boss's next moves while continuously moving without delay. If he fails to avoid an attack, he will die instantly. As the boss continues his attacks, Subaru starts to panic. He knows that if things continue like this, all the soldiers will be defeated. With his current HP, one hit from the lightning will kill him. His plan is to try and defeat some soldiers and level up to restore his health. Finally, he finds a soldier in his path and smashes his head off. The boss looks at him, surprised, as he levels up and restores his health. The benefits of leveling up also include increased status. Subaru's health is fully recovered, and the lost body parts have been restored. The boss is slightly impressed but still doesn't think Subaru can win. Subaru hits him with a pressurized blood attack, but the boss simply blocks it with his fist. He tells Subaru that even though his power has increased, it really wouldn't make a difference. Subaru flies into the air and tries to attack the boss again. The boss gets annoyed and says that he finally understands why Subaru was chosen as the hated immortal possessor. He talks about Subaru's determination, saying that he hates giving up, desperately clings to his life, and ends up doing meaningless things. He unleashes a thunder attack in the air, deflecting Subaru's attack. Subaru realizes that if things keep going like this, he won't even manage to land a hit and will just get overwhelmed by the boss's power. The boss tells him that there's no point in using his little tricks in front of such overwhelming power. Even if Subaru has a plan to land a hit with his current power, it won't do anything. The boss is interrupted by Sushi, who casually grabs the divine sword and walks towards Subaru. Without a second thought, the boss blasts Sushi with a thunder attack. However, instead of dying, Sushi is revived using mana, which confuses the boss even more. Even Subaru had forgotten that Sushi had the ability to regenerate. He wonders if Sushi is trying to help him after understanding his strategy. He calls out to Sushi and orders her to bring him the sword. Sushi throws the sword to Subaru, but immediately after, the boss appears in front of him. As the boss tries to grab the sword, Subaru laughs, and the now giant Sushi appears behind him. The boss quickly reacts and destroys Sushi with a single kick. The boss realizes that Sushi is a familiar connection to Subaru's soul. While the boss is distracted, Subaru charges up his divine sword. He puts all his mana into a single attack and destroys all the soldiers on the ground. This is enough for him to level up to 35. The boss wastes no time and tries to attack him. He furiously asks Subaru why he clings so desperately to his life, and why he has to do that just for the sake of living. After hearing this, Subaru thinks back to his life when everyone called him an insect. He also thinks about the people who supported him. He tells the boss that he just wants to meet his friend, Sayaka. Even though their time together was short, the moments when they were hunting together were fun. He just wants to meet her again and thank her. He also wants to apologize to her and grow stronger together. The boss is a bit confused and asks Subaru what he means. Subaru explains that this was the reason he bet everything on his plan. He knew that there was a high possibility of a third door appearing when he unlocked his second skill. His second skill unlocked at level 35, and sure enough, the rainbow door showed up. As the Thunder Boss accidentally enters the door, he sees Vanquish, who tells him to prepare himself to be punished for hurting his possessor. Vanquish tells Subaru that he did a good job and that he has won. He grabs him using blood and tells the Thunder Boss that the kid will come back stronger. Thunderkillum isn't done with Vanquish yet. He still remembers how he killed him in the past. He screams at him as he charges his thunder attack and tells him that he won't let him leave. As he attacks Vanquish, he unknowingly walks inside the door. Vanquish lays Subaru down on the ground and asks him if he really likes appearing in front of him on the verge of death. Subaru still can't believe that this guy is Vanquish. He heals Subaru using his spell, which enables him to stand up. Subaru looks around and realizes that the Thunder Boss is mad now. Vanquish asks the boss to leave since this is his gate. Thunderkillum screams at him and says that he was the one who intervened in a one-on-one fight. He tells him that he will go after him after finishing the boy. Vanquish makes an annoyed face and tells him not to use the rules of the warriors for a king. He says that he is the one who entered the human world without permission and is now forcing them into a one-on-one fight. However, Vanquish accepts his challenge and combines with Subaru to take over his body. He tells him that he will show him how to actually use blood mold. Vanquish is a bit impressed to see Subaru at level 35. The Thunder Boss can't believe that he is planning to defeat him using that body. Vanquish looks at him with a smirk on his face and says that it is enough to beat someone like him who has depleted all of his strength. Before the Thunder Boss can even say anything, Vanquish hits him with a classic slap and blows his head off. He tells him that he is never going to leave this gate because he will die here. Inside him, Subaru can't believe that his body just did that. The boss regenerates, but Vanquish immediately hits him with a bloodshot. He then merges the blood and applies a curse on top of it. At the same time, he makes the blood spin in a vortex. This makes My Man Thunder turn into a modern abstract art piece. However, the boss isn't going to accept his defeat this easily. He tries hitting back and surprises Vanquish. As the two of them continue to fight, the boss gets shot by another round of blood. Subaru looks at all of this with a surprised expression and asks Vanquish if he is this strong from the beginning. My man Vanquish can't take this disrespect and tells him to stop underestimating him. Subaru asks him how he is able to damage such a strong opponent who can regenerate. He previously fought the cat boss, which had similar powers, and it wouldn't take any critical damage until its MP was completely depleted. Vanquish reveals that he is applying a curse on the blood before he shoots it. This allows his attacks to hit the target in their soul, and not their body. It is efficient against enemies with strong regenerative abilities. The Thunder Boss is getting more frustrated now. Subaru asks Vanquish why the boss hates him so much. He reveals that he killed him in the underworld and trapped him behind the gate. Vanquish puts his focus back on the boss and says that he is getting serious. As the two of them start fighting again, it is apparent who is the winner. The Thunder Boss stands no chance in the fight and gets continuously bombarded with pressurized blood. He complains that he isn't at full strength. Hearing this, Vanquish tells him that he has always relied on his power no matter where he was. This is why warriors like them never reach their true potential. If he had killed the MC quickly, he wouldn't have to deal with him. He lost the moment Subaru was able to open the door. The kid was prepared to use more than his full strength to achieve victory. Before the boss can say anything, Vanquish blasts him into pieces. He turns towards Subaru and tells him that he needs to get more serious about all of this. Subaru stands frozen in shock, his mouth open as he watches the events unfold. He stands beside Vanquish, who calmly folds his arms into his sleeves and observes the scene with a confident smile. Subaru glances at Vanquish, amazed by how effortlessly he defeated the Thunder Boss. He wonders who this powerful figure really is, realizing he has never questioned Vanquish's existence in this strange world. Suddenly, the system window updates. The message announcing the boss's defeat is replaced with a notification that the boss has revived. Subaru's surprise turns to alarm. He spreads his arms in disbelief and calls out to Vanquish, but Vanquish only grins and tells him not to panic. He explains that this is just the Thunder Killem's leftover power. The boss used Storm Perosia, level 5, a skill unique to weather deities. It restores 5% of their maximum HP and revives them, but it can only be used once every 240 days. The Thunder Boss, now crackling with lightning, leans forward and lets out an enraged scream. Vanquish doesn't flinch. With a simple flick of his fingers, he forces the boss to the ground, ordering him to topple over. The boss raises his head, growling furiously, his face twisted in anger. Subaru watches, stunned. He didn't know such resurrection skills existed. Vanquish explains that these bosses have powerful souls, but their revived forms often lose control of their senses as a side effect. Subaru feels a chill of fear. He realizes the Thunder Killem is only defeated because of Vanquish's presence. Facing the boss, even in this weakened state, seems impossible without him. His thoughts drift to Hirasaka, who is likely battling a similarly formidable opponent. Interrupting Subaru's thoughts, Vanquish speaks up, reminding him of the trial. Raising a finger, Vanquish declares that Subaru's challenge is to defeat the revived Thunder Killem. Subaru's expression shifts to disbelief. Vanquish warns him that if he fails, he is of no use. He also makes it clear that he won't intervene, even if Subaru is in danger. He tells him that he needs to ignite his hatred. Subaru, confused, responds that he has no reason to hate the Thunder Boss. What Vanquish means is that people who want to achieve something always have something they hate. For most of them, it's their own self. Subaru is still confused by his words. He explains that it may be because he was treated as an insect by people around him. For this reason, somewhere deep, he hated himself for being so weak. This is also why he doesn't mind throwing away his life for others. Vanquish tells him that this mindset is wrong. He says that he shouldn't blame himself for being weak but hate his weakness. Hatred is not for him to stay in the past but to strengthen him to move into the future. All of this makes our boy a bit emotional, and tears start rolling down his eyes. He grabs his divine chisel and starts moving towards the boss. Vanquish tells him that if he can ignite his hatred and become stronger, he can start loving himself someday and be truly happy. My man casually spitting words of wisdom in the middle of a fight. Due to his level up, he received a new skill called the Curse Blood. It consumed mana to apply a curse to blood mold, which caused it to deal damage to the enemy's soul and not their body. Subaru walks towards the boss with a cold expression and apologizes for making him wait. As the Thunder Killem arrogantly laughs, Subaru charges his blade and prepares to end it all. At the same time, the Storm Boss is having a hard time against our boy Hirasaka. As he tries to run away, the top rank binds him by his second spell and holds him in place. He has been using his Imperial Radiance skill, which consumes a lot of mana. He only has 48 seconds to finish this fight. He knows that he has to end it now and uses the Flying Dragon Slash. It is so strong that it splits the boss in half. The Storm Boss realizes that the player is getting stronger and stronger. As he regenerates, Hirasaka uses his giant Beastbreaker attacks and cuts him in half again. He continues to overpower him with more and more attacks until the Storm Boss can't regenerate fast enough. Hirasaka's 7th skill allows him to use the techniques of well-known commanders who studied under Ludwig. As he defeats the boss, he falls to the ground since he is so exhausted. He almost ran out of mana and health during this fight. As he looks for Subaru, he notices the rainbow door in the distance. Suddenly, he gets a notification that the boss has been revived. This makes him think that he has let his guard down. The boss charges at him at full speed while Hirasaka is still on the ground. Before he can reach him, Subaru shows up with a rainbow glow around him. He punches the boss using his curse blow and destroys him completely. He has leveled up to 45. When Vanquish defeated the previous boss, he was inside Subaru's body, so it was counted as his own kill. He didn't get any XP for the second boss since he only dealt the finishing blow. Hirasaka raises his hand to his left eye, which darkens briefly as a notification pops up. His level increases from 84 to 85. When he lowers his hand, his eye returns to normal. Subaru smiles faintly as the two stand amidst the battle-scarred ground. Hirasaka thanks him and admits it was a dangerous fight. He smiles with his eyes closed, expressing gratitude for saving his life. Hirasaka then notices that Subaru's level hasn't increased. Subaru sheepishly explains it's because he only contributed the last 5% of the fight, and gate rules state no experience points are awarded if the damage dealt is less than 20%. Renji wonders how he didn't know about this. Subaru calls out loudly to Saya and Sushi. Hearing his voice, she pops her head from the palace. On the roof, Saya and Sushi peek out, looking surprised. Saya smiles, while the cat on her shoulder yawns. She expresses relief that Subaru is safe. He thanks her and says that it's finally over. The group finally decides to leave the gate. The heroes enter a room together. Inside, 3 people look at them. One of them is Udo. With him he has the #1 healer in Japan named Hishizaki Ryuji. Udo reveals that Subaru set a new record by clearing a 5-star difficulty in 22 minutes. The healer thanks Hirasaka for his hard work. We learn that he is the little brother of Kusaka who is leading the reconnaissance department. Due to them being attacked, the entire department has been withdrawn. Hirasaka notices another guy in the room with his face badly beaten. He asks who it is. Udo explains that it's Kei, a former bronze rank now working under Taiga. Kei angrily denies being anyone's subordinate and challenges them to a fight. Udo reveals he received an anonymous tip. When he rushed over and approached him, he started attacking him, which led to his arrest. He waves his book, further angering Kei, who grits his teeth and glares furiously as he mentions interrogating him about the Black Faction. Udo then turns to Subaru and asks him about the 5-star gate. Subaru smiles shyly. Hirasaka answers instead, admitting he thought they wouldn't survive. Udo picks Kei up like a child and prepares to put him in the car. He tells them to just put all the details in their report and to take a day off. Hirasaka tries to slip away quietly with a grin, ready to accept an offer, but someone grabs his collar from behind. Udo pulls him into the car, telling him that Shikishima needs him. Saying goodbye, Hirasaka assures them they'll meet again. Subaru and Saya wave to the group. Even the cat on Saya's shoulder waves its paw. Saya turns to Subaru and calls him out. However, he mindlessly glances to his right and says that he has figured out how to meet Sayaka. Subaru and Saya sit on the roof of a tall building looking at the system screen in front of them. The description mentions the ability to replace a soul, but it only works when the original soul is restored to a vital state. Saya places her hand on her chest and wonders if Sayaka's soul still resides in her body. Subaru smiles, confirming it seems that way. She reflects on her recovery, thinking her body is slowly regaining strength. Subaru reassures her that it's only a matter of time before Sayaka returns. Saya agrees with a white smile. Suddenly, Subaru cheers loudly, raising his fists in excitement. The vampire looks at him startled. He leaps into the air, celebrating joyfully with the cat clinging to his back. Saya joins him in the air, flapping her leathery wings. She claps and bows slightly, congratulating him. Finally, Subaru and the cat land on a large red inflatable cushion on the roof that he made from blood. The impact sends them bouncing up and back onto the roof. Bro is having too much fun. Saya asks him what reward he received for completing the 5-star mission. Subaru tells her that he almost forgot. He reveals that he got 2 items at the price. One of them was given to him by Hirasaka from the other boss. He has 2 earrings. One is a red thunder earring, which adds electric shocks to attacks, and the other is a blue storm earring, which enhances movements with wind power. To her surprise, Subaru hands the earrings to her. She stares silently at them before bursting into a loud protest. Subaru calmly explains that she needs protection because he isn't strong enough to ensure her safety yet. Embarrassed, Saya thanks him and hesitantly puts on the earrings. As she fastens them, she shyly asks how she looks. Subaru smiles warmly, saying the earrings suit her perfectly. Overwhelmed, she blushes deeply and suddenly rockets into the sky. Surprised, Subaru shouts for her, asking how far up she will go. The cat on his shoulder stays silent until it unexpectedly smacks him on the cheek with a paw, sending his head to the side. Shocked, Subaru asks why, but the cat simply turns away and walks off without answering. Typical cat behavior. Away from all of this, Subaru's father and Tagia's stepfather relaxes inside with a glass of champagne, wondering where his foolish sons are. A woman sits nearby holding a phone and calls out for him not to stand by the large window wearing just a robe. Her name is Keiko and is Taiga's biological mom and Subaru's stepmom. She is on the phone ordering necklaces. Meanwhile, the dad opens the fridge, thinking how surprising it is that Subaru has become both a player and a guardian. He believes it's in their blood and holds his champagne, confident that soon they'll get even more money. Suddenly, the loud sound of someone entering interrupts him. Standing at the door is Taiga. Irritated, the dad asks who he is and how he got the key. Taiga stretches a clawed hand toward him, killing him instantly, calling him unsightly. The mom, without looking, asks her husband to pour her a glass of champagne since the housekeeper is gone. She finally turns and notices Taiga holding a wine glass in his clawed hand. She freezes, staring at him. She is confused at first, but she turns back to her phone once she realizes that it's Taiga. Taiga's sinister gaze meets hers as he calmly tells her that he is back home. He is a bit surprised that she was able to recognize him even with this appearance. She tells him that she is his mother and questions what happened to him. As he is about to respond, she interrupts him. Ignoring him, she smiles and shows off a necklace on her phone, telling him that she got 5 items for 20 million. Taiga's expression darkens as smoke surrounds him. He tells her that she is definitely his mother since she doesn't even care when he has changed so much. Fear grows in her as he thanks her sarcastically for making him come back. He tells her he should never have been born. He drops his glass, watching it shatter, and declares that the world, and he himself, are worthless. As the darkness grows, he says that all of them have to disappear together for this very reason. The next day, the news reports confirm the deaths of the couple. Their death is said to be due to the building collapsing, and their bodies have been said to be severely injured. Subaru watches the TV in shock, recognizing it's his father. Two bodies lie near the wreckage while investigators inspect the scene. Subaru, frozen, stares at the rubble. Hirasaka is also on the scene. He asks his partner Udo about the dead. He frowns at a photo on his tablet and tells him that the wounds are similar to the ones on Kinokawa. He knows that this is probably done by Taiga. However, he still can't believe that he killed both of his parents. Hirasaka glances at Subaru, standing silent and still. Shikishima gently asks Subaru if he's okay. Without turning, he admits he feels no grief for his father, though he is sad he cannot mourn. Kneeling, he touches the sign, wondering what Taiga is thinking and where his brother might be. Meanwhile, Taiga stands outside the tall building of the Players' Federation. He walks up the stairs, overhearing whispers about him, some calling him the Demon King. Inside the Player Federation headquarters, a smiling receptionist greets him, but darkness swirls around him. The darkness spreads, filling the room as panic sets in. Screams echo while Taiga silently dominates the space. Elsewhere, a magician performs in a square, transforming a cane into a bouquet of flowers and releasing doves, delighting the crowd. He announces his next act to make the stick disappear. The magician finishes his trick with a smile, spreading his arms as the crowd cheers. Suddenly, a dark force destroys the entire association building behind him. He turns to the sound, and the onlookers gasp in horror as debris crashes down. Amid the chaos, Taiga rises from the wreckage, surrounded by darkness, with glass and stones falling around him. Though he has gained immense power, wisdom, and beauty, he feels an emptiness inside. He gazes downward, wondering about the purpose of life, and if his brother has found a reason to live. Meanwhile, a white limousine speeds down a road. Inside are the gold ranks who are headed at the scene. Udo sits with his arms crossed, frowning, while Hirasaki hangs his head in silence, glowing faintly. Shikishima, visibly tense, shouts orders over the phone, instructing his team to protect the celestial clock and avoid staying in one location for too long. Udo says that Taiga got him since he successfully distracted them with his parents' death and attacked the headquarters. He asks Shikishima about the casualties, and he tells him that at least 150 players were killed and countless others were injured in the attack. Shikishima curses under his breath, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. When his phone rings, he hesitates before answering. The unfamiliar voice introduces himself as Kiryu Issei, a member of the Dark Faction, and casually asks how they feel about the declaration of war. Flames flare around Hirasaki as anger fills the car. Shikishima demands to know their intentions, and Kiryu reveals that 6 more locations will face similar attacks. He also reveals that Taiga is in one of those locations and wishes them good luck in finding him. Infuriated, Hirasaka steps out of the limousine with his sword in hand. My man is ready to cut anything in sight. Udo protests, but ultimately lets him go since they can't afford any more casualties. Shikishima calls out to Kiryu and asks him if he is the same guy who was watching them at the school. As the guy confirms it, Shikishima threatens to fill his body with holes once he meets him. The man ends the call by saying that he will be looking forward to that. The call ends abruptly, leaving the gold players scrambling to uncover the 6 targets. Shikishima connects the dots, realizing the enemy's goal is to destroy the celestial clock. He remembers when Kokugaiji talked about breaking the sky clock. Taiga's ability is also time acceleration, so their plan is probably to accelerate the time of the door. This will reduce the sky clock to 0 as a penalty for failing to clear the gate. The most efficient door for them to pick at the moment would be a 5-star gate with a large amount of time remaining. Shikishima reveals that the celestial clock currently shows 870 days, 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 17 seconds left. Destroying just 3 of those doors would be enough to turn the tide in favor of the Dark Faction. Shikishima frowns as he decides to send people to defend all 5 doors. He orders them to inform the top ranks as soon as they discover an enemy. On the street, a group of players listens intently to his instructions over the phone. Only the strongest players are deemed fit to fight, with gold players specifically tasked with confronting Taiga. The war has officially begun. On the top floor of the Shibuya 106 building, a gray-haired man from the Dark Faction sips coffee while holding a phone. Himeno Yumeno from the same group balances her phone on her shoulder and questions why they don't just perform a surprise attack on all 6 locations. Araya Kuhei on the other end of the call dismisses the idea and tells her that it would be too boring. Yumeno asks about Yatsurugi's condition and if he got crushed along with the headquarters. The guy tells her that he seems to have escaped. He has also heard that he is aiming for Subaru in accordance with Kiryu's orders. Subaru sits on a rooftop with sushi as he gets approached by 3 men from the Black Faction. He frowns as Kuruki Taichi casually blows a bubblegum bubble, and Kaga Shingo glares in anger. The third guy takes out his blade and tells him that he has no grudge against him, but he still has to die. Subaru gets up and puts on his blood armor. He tells them that he has heard everything from Shikishima, so he can't let any of them run loose. He also holds no grudges towards them, but he also has to beat them. Subaru tells them that he will make them spit out the location of Taiga. The men taunt Subaru, one asking if they're allowed to attack together. Subaru remains calm, watching his opponents. The buzzcut guy acts a bit tough and says that he will embarrass him. Shingo, filled with quiet rage, yells that Subaru couldn't possibly defeat even one of them, let alone all three. A strange monster resembling a Halloween pumpkin appears in front of Subaru. It comments on Subaru's armor, suggesting their abilities are similar. The monster leaps toward the MC, shouting for him to prepare. Subaru stomps his foot, releasing a burst of red energy that strikes the monster. The impact shatters Shingo's purple armor, sending pieces flying. Blood spurts from Shingo's mouth as he screams in agony, confused about how he managed to overpower him. His move destroyed the armor from within by pouring blood into its cracks. As Shingo collapses, he can't help but wonder what just happened to him. Kei watches Subaru with wary eyes, realizing the terrifying precision of his attack. He knows that he has gotten stronger. He smiles ominously as he challenges him to a fight. He launches himself towards Subaru, who remains kneeling in a defensive stance. As Kei swings his twin swords, each strike releases waves of energy that leave deep cracks in the rooftop. Subaru watches intently, noticing the ground deteriorating unnaturally. He deduces that Kei has infused black smoke into his blades and recognizes the danger of taking a direct hit. Nearby, Taichi observes the battle from a distance with a smirk. He casually suggests staying out of the fight, and Kei encourages him to watch since he is confident in his own abilities. Subaru asks him why he is so fixated on a one-on-one match. He asks them what they really want. Ignoring the question, Kei leaps into the air and attacks. Subaru raises a shield to block the strike, deflecting the energy-filled blow that bursts into the surrounding air. Kei explains that they have been friends since they were kids. He is the gang's leader while Shingo is his underling. Taichi always watches them from a distance. In other words, this is just the norm for them. As Kei lands another strike, Subaru narrowly evades and presses for answers, asking him about his affiliation with the Black Faction and their mission to destroy the Celestial Clock. Kei, still smirking, denies any grand purpose, stating that his only goal is to become stronger. He declares that his ambition to defeat the strongest players drives his every action, even if it means opposing the heroes. My man joined a terrorist group just to defeat the strongest player. Subaru can't possibly understand, but Kei thinks that he is a Yankee from a manga. This is a bit too much for Subaru to process. He questions whether this dream was worth attacking innocent people like Miss Kusaka. Hearing this, Kei shows confusion, and it seems like he doesn't know who she is. Subaru explains that he is talking about the 3 people they met in front of the 5-star gate. Hearing this, the guy tells him that it was their own fault, since they stepped out of the front lines because they were weak. The dismissive remark fuels Subaru's anger, and he punches Kei squarely in the face, sending him flying. As he gets up, he is shocked to see that the MC has become even faster than when he defeated Shingo. Subaru glares at him and accuses him of harming those who risk their lives to protect others. He expresses disgust at Kei's selfish ambition, declaring that such a dream is not worth the cost of innocent lives. A status window materializes, displaying Subaru's conditional skill, which significantly enhances his abilities through his hatred. Kei is clearly shaken by all of this, but he still raises his sword in defiance. He shouts for Subaru to stop interfering with his dream. Subaru, however, clenches his fist and casts a curse, preparing for the next attack. Before either can act, Taichi intervenes. Wearing slippers, he casually steps forward and kicks Kei in the back, abruptly halting the fight. Kei stumbles and falls down to the ground. Taichi tells him to accept the loss, and says that the 3 of them can try their best next time. Subaru looks at him and asks if he is going to be his next opponent. Taichi shocks him by refusing to fight. He reveals that he has been their childhood friend, but he also has a different identity, which is Shikishima's subordinate. He is the spy who was sent to join the Black Faction. He says that he came here to tell him the location of the 6 gates. As he tells him about all the gates, he says that the battle has already begun. At the same time, Shikishima stumbles upon Taiga at one of the gates. He was hoping to find the guy in the glasses, but he accidentally stumbled upon something better. Taiga finally looks back and tells him that he will be the first one to die. After hearing Taiga's words, Shikishima asks him if he is talking about the prophecy of his door owner, who said that he would kill all of the top gold rankers. Shikishima tells him not to underestimate him. He uses his 5/8 skill and rains down Sulfur Rain on the opponent. Taiga doesn't look intimidated. He stares back coldly and tells him that the boss battle has just begun. As he continues to dodge his attack, he thinks back to the time 3 years ago when Shikishima was suspicious of him. He told him that he was leveling up too slowly. The owner of the door that he stole from Subaru was Galea the battering ram. He refused to cooperate with him, and even when he exceeded level 20 when the second door usually appears, nothing happened. During their meeting, the gold rankers thought that his door would appear at level 25 as it happened with some players. However, Shikishima still had the suspicion that he had stolen the door from someone else. Taiga could hear all of this while sitting outside the meeting room. The gold rankers still didn't have any proof against him, so he decided to keep quiet. Just as he was feeling safe, Shikishima said that he knew someone who had the skill to expose lies. This made Taiga panic, and he started cursing Shikishima for taking away his safety like this. He decided to kill him someday. Back in the current day, he was standing in front of him with a completely different form and strength. He knew his intent to kill him was foolish and childish, but he still wanted to fulfill it. He has already exploited Galea's power using the skill he obtained from Kokugaiji. Taiga covered himself in thick purple smoke and charged at him with a powerful punch. Shikishima knew that he was fast, but he could still see him. As he came closer, he told him not to underestimate him and activated his third skill. This surrounded him with a blue glow and caused an explosion around him. Taiga was quick to react, so he escaped after using his teleportation skill. Shikishima realized that he could only teleport within the smoke's range. He told him that his strength was comparable to a level 50 gold rank player. Shikishima himself was at level 82, so Taiga stood no chance against him. Taiga let out a huge sigh as the city began to shake with huge sounds of explosions. As Shikishima looked back with a confused expression, he explained that they already knew gold rank players would go after the 5-star gates. This is why he advanced the time of all 4-star gates to the very last minute. Now there were around 200 underworld creatures that were set loose in the city. They had already lost a huge number of their players because of this attack. With the creatures wreaking havoc in the background, Taiga asked him how he planned on stopping this. Shikishima couldn't believe that he would do such a thing, and asked if the person he was fighting was actually Taiga. He told him that his soul and consciousness coexists with Taiga, but the real him is dead. Everything he once desired is useless to him now, and only one wish of Taiga remains in his head. He wants to take revenge against the world that didn't love him. When looking at Taiga before, Shikishima could feel his pride, envy, and the desire for recognition, but he couldn't feel any of this from the Taiga in front of him. This made him wonder if he actually had a plan to get rid of the gold ranks. He thinks to himself whether Taiga really hated himself so much that he wanted to become a different person. No matter what the reason is, he can't let him continue on this path. He prepares to end it all and uses his 6th skill, Moth to a Flame. Bro has been listening to the weekend. Both of them charged at each other with Taiga covered in his purple smoke and Shikishima surrounded by a blue glow. Elsewhere, Kiryu notices the blue glow and figures out that Shikishima is probably fighting Taiga at the moment. He turns back towards Hirasaka and says that he will be his opponent. My man Hirasaka hits him with a death stare and asks him to surrender while he is still asking nicely. The guy fixes his glasses and tells him that he has his own reasons, so he is going to fight. The scene shifts back to an hour earlier, showing Kiryu talking to his child. He tells the boy that he's going out and advises him to be a good boy and listen to his mother. The boy's mother asks him to return soon, and he assures her he'll be back for dinner. After he leaves, a purple door appears, and both his wife and child begin to disintegrate. They were merely illusions created by the Kokugaji. He orders Kiryu to kill anyone who gets in their way, and we move back to the fight. Kiryu knows that 3 gold-ranked players, including Hirasaka, are currently active, while the rest are occupied elsewhere. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to challenge him. The top gold-ranked player wastes no time and charges at the man. The man, wearing glasses, stands calmly with his weapon in hand and remarks that Hirasaka is the most manageable prey for him. As Hirasaka approaches, the man uses a skill that can divide any space and pierce through physical defenses. Struck by the attack, Hirasaka realizes that this opponent is strong. Though he doesn't fully understand the skill, he notices it's similar to his own warp edge ability. This means he'll need to attack faster before the man can swing his weapon. However, Hirasaka isn't great at devising strategies. As he charges forward, he triggers a spell that causes him to freeze. Surprised, he realizes the man is using a marking skill, an invisible trap that activates upon contact. This is one of Kiryu's abilities. He has set similar traps throughout the area. Despite knowing this, Hirasaka recklessly charges again, only to be marked by the skill once more and brought down. Kiryu knows Hirasaka is overly confident in his abilities and will likely attempt a frontal assault. While Kiryu's attacks don't significantly reduce Hirasaka's health, his primary goal is to keep him pinned down until reinforcements arrive. That for now is good enough. He can even try cutting him up while he is frozen. Hirasaka immediately tries to use his cord edge attack, but the invisible marks are blocking his every move. Still, Kiryu can feel the overwhelming strength from his attacks even though they can't reach him. Hirasaka gets furious and asks him why he chose to use his abilities to hurt people when he could have used them to save the world. Kiryu shocks him by asking him the same question. He asks him why he is protecting the world, and what is making him so angry. He questions if his anger should really be directed towards him. The guy gets mad and says that he has lost something precious in his life, and so the value of this world is nothing in his mind. He screams at him and asks if he is the one who is crazy. Before Hirasaka can answer, he gets slashed by his hammer. He manages to block the attack with his sword, but he doesn't move. Kiryu asks him if he really thinks he can negotiate with him. Hirasaka feels bad for him since he lost his wife and kid. The guy who killed him was a player and a minor, which made it hard to convict him. In his desperate state, Kokugaiji appeared before him and suggested him a way out. He asked for his help, and in return promised to bring back his family. Kiryu accepted his offer and joined him. As he continues hitting Hirasaka, he asks him if he is just planning to get cut while standing like that. The guy screams at him saying that he will kill him and his comrades. The gold rank starts crying as he thinks of his friends and slashes him off using his warp edge skill. Hirasaka doesn't realize why he feels uneasy after slashing Kiryu. The man laughs at him, revealing that he has finally used his 6th skill, which consumes 80% of his mana. Kiryu smirks, satisfied that he has reduced both Hirasaka's health and mana. Bleeding heavily, Kiryu declares that he has fulfilled his mission. With a weak voice, he asks Hirasaka why he is crying. Hirasaka, unsure himself, admits that when fighting an opponent, he can feel their emotions gradually flow into him. He explains that he's crying because every time Kiryu struck him, he felt an overwhelming sorrow pouring out of him. Hirasaka tells Kiryu that, just as he said earlier, he isn't fighting for the sake of the world. Instead, he fights to protect his friends and to stay with them for as long as possible. He reassures Kiryu that he isn't crazy and acknowledges that everyone has their reasons for fighting. However, he emphasizes that this is precisely why he cannot give up. Hearing this, Kiryu laughs and finally accepts his defeat. In his final moments, he reflects on how he couldn't resist Kokugaiji's tempting offer. All he wanted was to bring his family back, no matter the cost. Hirasaka, furious, blames Kokugaiji for exploiting people's weaknesses and manipulating them. Kokugaiji receives news of Kiryu's death and laughs, unconcerned. He remarks that it doesn't matter since Hirasaka is already out of mana. He destroys the doll family he had created for Kiryu and praises them for serving their purpose. Meanwhile, the Black Faction targets gold-ranked players by scattering 19 of their members, including Tiger, across different locations. Elsewhere, Taichi stands with Subaru, explaining the situation. They face a girl who can transform into a powerful beast. Using her ability, she transforms into a massive cat and prepares to attack. Before she can strike, Sushi takes her down with precision. After the fight, Subaru contacts Saya and asks if she's okay. Saya reports that she has completely destroyed her opponent, and confirms that the southern area of Shibuya is nearly cleared. Her mission is to eliminate the underworld creatures in the city. Subaru tells her to meet him immediately, and they end the call. Moments later, Saya feels a strange sensation in her chest. At the same time, in another location, Sayaka's sisters battle a level 54 silver-ranked player from the Black Faction. The elder sister, Huzuki, uses her Strength of a Dragon skill, which allows her to unleash the power of a Dragon King. This ability temporarily boosts her attack power by 500%. However, her attacks seem to miss her even though she was standing directly in its path. At the same time, the younger sister Mizuho tries to hit Yumeno with her Grim Reaper skill, which reduces the health of the enemy by 50% if it is on target. Before the sickle can hit her, Yumeno uses her Blink skill, which allows her to disappear from the world for a few seconds. She can also use her other spells or attack during blinking if she uses it for mana. By using this spell, she easily dodges both of the sisters' attacks while hitting them at the same time. As Huzuki gets attacked, she realizes that not only Yumeno's disappearance time is random, but she can also attack as soon as she shows up. This allows her to evade and attack at the same time. Despite trying everything, she stands no chance in front of her and gets beaten to the ground. Yumeno laughs as she asks them if they are both the Sayaka siblings. She says that the bigger sister has a better style than her, and the little sister is much cuter. Both of the sisters are strong and have a lot of followers on social media. The girl can't contain her excitement since she managed to overwhelm the girls she was jealous of. She doesn't care what harm it does to others, as long as she can feel this happiness. Listening to her, the sisters realize that she is rotten to the core. Subaru had contacted them earlier, claiming that he found a way to bring Sayaka back to life. He told them that it may take some time, but he will bring her back to them. Both of the sisters furiously stared at Yumeno as they told her they wouldn't let them destroy the world where their sister was coming back to. Hearing her name, the girl says that she heard their third sister was a failure. While she is busy talking crap about their sister, Saya shows up behind her. With a cold gaze, she talks to Sayaka and allows her to switch souls for 3 minutes. As their souls switch, all of the experience gained by Saya is added to Sayaka's level. She turns back to normal and immediately hits Yumeno with a corpse fist attack. It doesn't take long for her to beat the crap out of that girl. The two sisters emotionally call out to her. She smiles and asks them to leave it all to her since she is trained. Sayaka is glad to be finally able to feel the ground below her feet and protect the people she loves. However, as she stares at their bruised faces, she gets furious at Yumeno once again. The girl has her teeth falling out after getting hit by a single punch. As she tries to scream, she gets hit again. Sayaka prepares for another attack and says that she is going to show her the results of her training. She is connected to Subaru through a chain of souls. Yumeno has no time to defend herself as she constantly gets punched by Sayaka. Moreover, the punches aren't ordinary. She can feel an electric shock and a sudden impact vibrating inside her body every time she is hit. She knows that she is going to die if she doesn't try to escape right now. As Yumeno tries to use Blink to get out, she sees a system notification telling her that there are too many impurities in the surrounding area, which means that her skill won't work. Sayaka used her blood to create a red smoke, disabling the girl's Blink ability. With nowhere left to go, the girl tries to fight back, but she immediately gets put down by another brutal punch. The two sisters stare at her with shocked expressions, since her martial arts skills are higher than theirs. It feels like they are watching their big sister. When Sayaka was at level 19, her sister told her that she wanted her to stop participating in quests for a while. They felt like she was holding them back in quests since her level was low. Sayaka got mad hearing this, and told them that she would just get stronger on her own and wouldn't come back to them even if they begged. After she left home, one of the sisters heard a rumor that her level had decreased to 8 because of a boss who drained her levels. Both the sisters felt bad for her, but they knew that she wasn't the one to give up. They were certain that she would come back once she was stronger. Hazuki turned to the younger sister and said that she was right. She asked her to support Sayaka together. Hearing both of her sisters cheer for her, Sayaka smiled as this gave her even more motivation to beat the girl. Yumeno didn't like this at all. She couldn't accept that their relationship was so different than her and her sister. She then starts yapping about her backstory, which is just her being jealous of her sister since she got more likes on her tweets. This is why she decided to enter the purple door and kill her sister. After that, she started killing everyone who she thought was above her. However, this time she had to face reality as Sayaka punched her back to oblivion. As she continues hitting her, she accidentally punches her out of the fog. Yumeno knows that this is her chance, so she activates the blink ability and goes after the younger sister. However, before she can hit her, Sayaka protects her using her blood shield. She starts to cry as she wonders why the world won't just bend to her will. After that, she tries to fight again with the final bit of rage she has left, but it's all over since she gets put down pretty quickly. Sayaka tells her that she didn't hear any word she said, but she won't let her touch her family. After that, she delivers the final blow, and Yumeno goes down with a blast. After the smoke clears from the blast, Sayaka stands there without a scratch on her body. She even saved her sisters by creating a blood shield around them. Hazuki remembers how she told her that she would get stronger on her own and prove that she could become useful. She starts crying as she realizes that her words have become true. Sayaka excitedly calls them out and tells them that she has won. However, she suddenly starts coughing out blood. Seiya tells her that she doesn't have much time left and that their souls need to switch back. Sayaka is a bit sad, but she knows that she has to go. She apologizes to her sisters and says that she has to sleep for a little while again. As the sisters say their goodbyes and the girl prepares to switch, we see Subaru flying towards her at full speed. He wants to meet her even if it's for a second since he wants to thank her and apologize for involving him in the quest. He also wants to get stronger with her. Sayaka starts crying as she feels that she should be the one thanking him and apologizing for dying in that quest. She promises to grow stronger with him no matter where they are. She then thanks Saya for taking care of her body and asks her for a favor. They finally switch souls and Saya wakes up in the girl's body. Subaru asks her about Sayaka and she tells her that she has switched again to not worsen the wound. She only came out for a short time to help her family. Moreover, she also entrusted her with a message. Sayaka told her that she would be waiting for him at the red table. She opens the red door to be greeted by the ghoul King Carrion, who tells her that he saw everything. She asks him how she did, and he gives her 13 points, which makes her mad. The Thunder and Storm bosses are also listening to this, and they mock Carrion for being strict. They both evaluate her on their own terms, but she is still not satisfied. Carrion then asks her to continue their training as they both walk towards the red table. Meanwhile, Saburo is confused about the red table and looks at Saya, who appears to be even more clueless. At the same time, he notices Hazuki walking towards him with a terrifying expression. He gets scared for a second, but as she gets close, she breaks down in tears and thanks him for letting them see their sister. This makes him emotional and he starts crying with the sisters. The younger sister tells him that they are going to wipe out the underworld creatures in the city and asks him to blow them all away. Subaru stands there as he remembers what Vanquish told him. He still didn't know what made him happy, and the world was becoming an awful place with every passing day. However, he knew that if he could truly become happy, he would want to stay with all of his friends. Seiya smiles as she hears this and promises to accompany him wherever he goes and as long as her soul remains in this body. She is leveled up and can now use Sayaka's mana to use her abilities. Subaru looks up at the sky and tells her that they should keep moving. Away from them, Shikishima and Taiga are still fighting. The gold player tries to hit him with a blast, but he teleports behind him and tries to attack. He knows that his skill allows him to teleport anywhere in the smoke, but against him, it won't be useful. As soon as Taiga appears behind him, he gets blasted by a moth. This is Shikishima's 6th spell, which summons a flame moth that can track the target. The moth explodes upon making contact with the target, which also disperses Taiga's smoke. He finally realizes why Shikishima is the 2nd gold rank player. With no other option left, he thinks about using his trump card. While he is still thinking, he hears Hirasaka using his Imperial Radiance. It has only been 15 minutes since the two of them started fighting and the top gold player has already arrived. Hirasaka met Shikishima 8 years ago when they were just starting as gold rank players. He came to ask him for help since his laptop kept lighting on fire whenever he touched it. That day, Shikishima realized that the top rank player was not the smartest. Back to the present, Hirasaka is standing in front of Taiga. His opponent is surprised how he was able to finish off Kiryu in such a short amount of time and reach him. However, even when faced by two of the top gold rankers, he is confident that he can take them both out. He chants Porta Nigra and activates a spell that summons a black door in front of Shikishima. He tries to get away from it, but several arms reach out from within the gate and try to pull him inside. As he is getting pulled, he realizes that he can't use any of his skills. Hirasaka sees this and realizes that things are bad. Taiga knows the weakness of the gold ranks. Each of them has such strong abilities that they risk involving each other if they go all out in a fight. Now the top gold rank has a difficult decision to make. He has to determine the fate of everyone around him in just a moment. He can either choose to kill Taiga and end the battle, or save his friend. Bro is not Gojo. Without wasting another second, Hirasaka uses his 7th skill and rushes to save his friend. He slashes through all the arms, pulling him inside the gate and setting him free. Before he can do anything else, he gets cut in half by one of Taiga's piercing attacks. With a smile on his face, he slowly falls down to the ground. He is glad that he could save his friend. My man took the Gojo cosplay too seriously. Shikishima screams for his fallen friend, but it's too late. He thinks back to the time when they just finished doing a 3-star quest. He was injured and tired, so Hirasaka came to help him stand up. He asked him if he was the one who finished the boss off. The top gold rank told him that he didn't really have any other talents besides his strength, and he couldn't have done it without his help. Their injuries fade as they level up, but Shikishima feels frustrated since the 3-star gate was much stronger than they expected. Hirasaka assures him that it will be alright since they will get stronger with time. However, it is still too risky for them to map out the entire gate before doing every quest. For this reason, Shikishima talks to 15-year-old Kinokawa and tells her that he is planning on making a dedicated team to map out the gates. This way they can reduce the number of players dying due to traps in the gates. He wanted to protect every single person who was working with him. Shikishima told her that when all of this is over someday, he would want everyone to laugh about it and finally disband. Unfortunately, for him, one of his friends laid lifeless in his own arms. As Taiga walks towards him, he tells him that humans can truly sacrifice themselves to protect the things they love. He congratulates him and says that Hirasaka really thought of him as a true friend. Shikishima is about to explode with rage. Everything inside of him is telling him to just kill Taiga in the place. He is still in the shock of his friend's death and can't believe that he gave his life away to protect him. During this time, Taiga approaches him and tries to finish him off, but he suddenly notices an attack aimed at him. He immediately teleports away to a rooftop. The guy who just attacked him is Subaru. Even after seeing Hirasaka in this state, he doesn't lose his composure. He simply tells Shikishima not to worry and assures him that he will bring Hirasaka back into this world using his Paravara skill. As soon as he uses that skill, Hirasaka's body starts to float while glowing green. Shikishima knows what is happening. He thinks back to the time when they were discussing the appearance of the rainbow door in their car. It was the first time such a door had ever appeared, and they also knew that Subaru had revived his friend after gaining an ability from that door. Shikishima wonders if this is also one of his skills. Paravara works by transforming the soul of the player. It converts the player into a kindred of the user. Since Subaru was at level 35, he could use this skill on 2 people at once. He apologizes to Shikishima saying that he can't bring Hirasaka back at the moment, but he promises that this will protect his body until he comes back. The gold player starts crying as he hears this and thanks Subaru. Hirasaka is now completely back in one piece and has gone completely feral. He starts laughing as he flies in the air, mentioning how good it feels to be back in the human world. Just by the way he laughs, Subaru knows that the soul inside Hirasaka's body belongs to Carrion. After being completely transformed, he looks like a different person. He introduces himself as the Ghoul King and announces that he will be Subaru's kindred from now on. After Carrion bullied Subaru through the door of trials the previous time, he managed to regain some of his original appearance due to the growth of Subaru. However, his current power isn't the same as it was during the trial. Taiga furiously looks at him and unleashes several doors around him. Carrion doesn't look the least bit worried seeing all of those hands. He knows they belong to the withered old woman. Carrion uses blood mold to conjure up a spiral of emerald blood around him and rains it down on the arms reaching out. He then uses a divine quake to reveal the location of the original door. Soon after noticing it, he takes out a huge scissor and slashes the creature from outside. The underworld creature gets cut in half by the sheer power of the attack. Subaru commends him for taking care of the creature, and he starts feeling a bit too confident. As the two of them stand, they notice Taiga approaching them. He looks at Carrion and tells him that he is his next target. Carrion gets annoyed and tells him that his real opponent has been standing in front of him all this time. Even though Subaru is in front of him, he hasn't confronted him once. Hearing his words, Taiga wonders if he is consciously avoiding a fight with him. He tries making up other excuses, but when he stares directly into his eyes, he can't avoid the truth. It's almost like their first meeting when they were kids. He still remembers the fear he felt that day. This makes him mad, and he challenges Subaru to a fight inside the door. Despite Shikishima's warning, Subaru accepts his challenge and starts following him. While entering the door, he remembers when Taichi asked him about what Taiga had done to him in the past. He wants to end it right here and now so he can move on from this. Kokugaiji commends Taiga for getting rid of Hirasaka and luring the possessor of Vanquish inside the door. He considers this a victory for the Black faction. However, when he looks at Subaru, he is shocked to see him this calm. Taiga calls out to Kokugaiji and asks him not to interfere in their fight. The creature agrees, since this is the agreement they made in their contract. He tells him that he can go ahead and settle his affairs with him. Kokugaji doesn't really care if Taiga can kill him or not, since he thinks that he can kill him afterward. Once he gets rid of the MC, all of his kindred would also vanish. Until now, everything is going according to his plan, and he is confident that he can take over the human world like this. Just as things were starting to look good, we saw a familiar face show up. Outside the gate, Carrion flies Shikishima away from the scene. The guy isn't really happy since he wants to help Subaru defeat Taiga. Carrion assures him that he is going to be fine since he has a strategy. This makes him a bit curious, but before he can ask him anything, he sees a red notification alerting them about a 5-star gate that has run out of time. While everyone was busy, Haji Miori from the Black Faction was targeting gates. Due to the penalty, 81 2 hours are deducted from the sky clock. This puts the timer to 2 days and 16 hours. Suddenly the sky begins to crack and the system starts glitching. Since the remaining time is below 100 hours, the system is having a problem maintaining itself. Something like this has never happened before. If even one more gate reaches 0, the entire world will come to an end. Shikishima starts to panic as he thinks about a way to solve this. Carrion Karate chops him in the head and asks him to take it easy. He tells him that he has to protect the things which Hirasaka cherishes. Shikishima gets even more annoyed and asks him to fly him to the hospital. When they reach the hospital, they find Kinakawa's bed empty. Shikishima starts to panic and wonders where she is. At the same time, Udu is fighting Araya Kohei, who is another member of the Black Faction. My man is getting cooked by the gold rank. He can't believe how a shield user can hit him so hard. Udu is simply using his shields to attack instead of defending. After taking down the player, he gets a call from Shikishima asking him where he is. He asks him if he knows about Kinakawa's location. Udu looks up and sees a girl fighting a massive dragon with golden arms and legs. He tells Shikishima that she is fighting in front of him. She couldn't calmly sit back while the entire sky was cracking. Shikishima asks Udu what their next move is. Udu states that they have only one choice now. If they want to save the world, they must speed run the gates and reclaim the time lost on the clock. With this in mind, they notify all the players and order them to attack doors at random. Shikishima then turns to Carrion and asks if Subaru will really be okay. The Ghoul King laughs and replies that if even he can't solve the problem, then he doesn't know who can. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji is dumbfounded upon seeing Vanquish inside the gate. Vanquish laughs and says that he got excited when he heard that there was a baby with a rotten nature inside this gate. Even my man Taiga is flustered. Subaru calls him out and asks him to look back at him. He explains that his blood skill and his smoke cancel each other out, so it's better for them to just fight without using any tricks. This is going to be their first and last sibling fight. Kokugaiji looks at Venkatesh in shock and demands to know how he appeared inside the door. Instead of answering, Vanquish turns to Subaru and commends him for doing a good job and providing the exact location. Kokugaiji, still confused, looks at Subaru and asks if he is the reason for the situation. Subaru remains silent, his cold expression unchanged. Kokugaiji's frustration boils over, and he orders Subaru to look at him. Vanquish steps in, telling Kokugaiji that he's the one who should be paying attention to him. Using Curse Blood, Vanquish restrains Kokugaiji and mocks him, calling him an irredeemable imbecile and a fool who overthinks everything. Kokugaiji's anger intensifies, and he defiantly asks Vanquish if he really believes he has already won. With wide eyes and a surge of determination, Kokugaiji declares that no immortal god, not even Vanquish, can defeat him in his own world. He chants a spell, causing smoke to envelop Vanquish. The smoke accelerates time for everything that it touches. Taiga watches silently from the sidelines, observing the scene unfold. He sees Kokugaiji trembling with fear and being impatient. It is hard for him to believe that Subaru is the one responsible for all this. His older brother used to be scared of him. As the two of them come face to face, he asks Subaru if he really plans on fighting without using any skills. He doesn't think that it is a fair conclusion for a battle of this size. Subaru starts tearing up and tells him that it doesn't matter how big or small the scale of their battle is, since he is his little brother. He tells him that he should have done this a long time ago. When he first met Taiga, he was reserved. Subaru now thinks that it was wrong of him. He should have scolded him for being wrong as the older brother. While looking down, Taiga reminds him that they are not related by blood, so he shouldn't act like his brother. Moreover, he doesn't want anything to do with him. As Taiga tries to attack him, Subaru dodges it and asks him if he really thinks he can run away from him. This shocks Taiga, as his weak big brother finally punches him in the face. He tries using the smoke, but Subaru disperses it using his blood mold skill. My man then starts styling on him and hits him with some freestyle dance moves. After getting kicked in the head, Taiga manages to land his first punch of the fight. The battle between them gets intense as both brothers throw punches at each other non-stop. Both of them are starting to get tired now. As the fight continues, Subaru lands a kick on his brother. Taiga grabs his leg and counterattacks but gets punched immediately after. It seems like none of them are holding back. At the same time, Kokugaiji and Vanquish are also fighting. Despite being completely enveloped in smoke, Vanquish laughs as he calls out to Kokugaiji. The underworld baby can't believe that his smoke didn't work. It should have advanced time by thousands of years by now. This makes him furious, and he unleashes his other ability, which also advances time for some reason. My man trying to age an immortal god, his ability allows him to advance time by millions of years. Unfortunately for him, it has no effect on Vanquish, who freezes him with the frostbite skill. He tells him that the time skill is useless to him since he is immortal. He looks at the baby with a disappointed expression and says that he could have come up with a better plan if he was smart enough. Vanquish mentions that he left his traces all over the place when he used those doors. He was able to narrow down his location using those doors. Moreover, Carrion used to be his kindred, so he was connected to him by soul. When Carrion transferred his soul into Hirasaka's body, he told Subaru about his plan and how he was going to crush him with a single blow. In the end, it was Subaru who helped him find the precise location of the underworld baby. Due to the conditions of the contract, he is able to survive in this place filled with amniotic fluid. After hearing the entire plan, Kokugaiji realizes that he has been played. Subaru knew that he couldn't kill him by himself, so he brought Vanquish with him. Using Taiga's hatred and his impatience, Subaru was able to turn the situation to his own advantage. Vanquish questions the Black Amniotic King about the person who put him on this task. He asks him if the entity offered to give him the human world in exchange for breaking the sky clock. Whatever the case, he won't go off easy after messing with his possessor. Vanquish uses the Rift Cleaver skill and lands some clean slashes on the baby. While in pain, Kokugaiji starts calling for Miss Safina and screams that Vanquish is going to kill him. As he begs her to save his life, a golden light appears inside the gate. A golden bell starts descending slowly. Vanquish already knows Safina and asks if she is the one behind it all. The underworld baby feels relieved after watching the golden bell, but instead of helping him, Safina crushes him between the bell's hands. She calls him a traitor and mentions that he attempted to outmaneuver them and monopolize the human world. She tells him that he will be put in the lowest gate. Kokugaiji starts crying and begs her to not put him in the lowest gate. However, it is all for nothing as she tosses him inside the gate with little regard for him. The evil baby finally vanishes in a one-star gate. After he is gone, Safina greets Vanquish and tells him that it's been a long time. Vanquish laughs and says that she seems to be in good condition. He slashes the bell in half and says that he will be fighting her in person after he shows up. Safina tells him that she will be looking forward to it. Vanquish then turns to his possessor and wonders how he is going to settle this fight. He knows that players can touch each other's souls depending on their sensing ability. It means that as Subaru and Taiga fight each other, they will experience what the other is feeling. This is going to be a trial for the protagonist, and once he gets past this obstacle, he will truly be qualified to become his possessor. It seems like both Subaru and Taiga are equally matched in hand-to-hand combat. Taiga looks at his eyes and it makes him go back to the past. He remembers his mother hitting him because he ate the pudding she put in the fridge. She smacks him because he ate it without her permission and tells him that he is the same as his father. The mom had left him alone at home for 3 days and he had to survive on a single pudding. Eventually, Child Guidance Center found out about her abuse, but she began dodging it. She didn't even let them go inside the house. After they left, she went back to Taiga and asked him why he was even born. She then married Subaru's dad, who was the same as her. Taiga came to know that the guy had a son, and he got furious when he realized that he was going to get a big brother like that. In his mind, he thought he was also going to be miserable like him, but when he met Subaru, he saw a sparking light in his eyes. He couldn't believe how he was not broken after getting treated like him. He spent all of his childhood thinking that his behavior was the fault of others around him, but now that he had seen someone who was living the same life without complaints or despair, he couldn't stand it. He realized that the only insect was him. The two brothers watched an interview with Hirasaka when he mentioned that the doors appear to those who have pure souls. Taiga mocked his brother and told him that he was never getting a door. Just moments later, he saw a gold rank door appearing right in front of him. He couldn't accept that at all, so he pushed his brother away. He was afraid of Subaru becoming happy, so he kept him close and made sure that he would never be satisfied with his life. He knew that if he allowed him to be happy, the gap between them would never be the same again. This is why he wants him to stay beneath him all of his life. After getting hit again, Subaru is surprised that Taiga still has this much strength left. With each punch, he can feel his emotions. He realizes why his brother became so twisted and afraid. Taiga tries to kick him and it breaks the entire bridge. As the two of them are falling down, Subaru flies toward him and kicks him as hard as he can. While hitting him, he thinks to himself why they couldn't prevent this sooner. Taiga can also feel Subaru's soul as he keeps getting attacked. He starts to see a bright light in front of him and wonders if this is his brother's heart. He was living the same life as him, but when he heard he was going to have a little brother, he showed a completely different reaction than Taiga. He even tried to stop the mom from hitting him. However, Taiga didn't see him as a brother and pushed him away from his life. He stands there as he watches the moment. He steals the door from his brother. He wonders what Subaru was thinking when that door appeared. As he reads his thoughts, he finds out that Subaru wanted to become a player so that he could protect his little brother. Even though he appears shocked, he had noticed it a long time ago. The only person who truly loved him in the entire world was his brother Taiga. He remembers another scene from his past when Subaru's dad was beating him over something that he was hiding. Taiga was a bit surprised to see him disobeying his dad. He called him an idiot and wondered what he was trying to hide. When his dad finally saw what he was hiding, he stopped hitting him and let him go. Subaru then walked over to Taiga that he got pudding for him since he liked it. This made him shocked, and he wondered what was wrong with him. No matter what he tried, he couldn't win with his brother. As his body gets enveloped by a golden light, Taiga feels regretful that he couldn't live his life the way he wanted. Vanquish knows that this is the end for him since his body has reached its limits like all other underworld creatures. It was time for his soul to endlessly wander in the void since the blessing he received from Kokugaiji was also gone. Taiga looked at Subaru's face and asked him not to look at him that way since he wasn't in the wrong. He feared and admired him at the same time. Now that it was time for him to disappear, his last memories were of the pudding they shared together. He told Subaru that he would like to eat those puddings again someday. He couldn't thank him back then, but it made him happy. Hearing this makes Subaru tear up, and he can see his younger brother in front of him. As he tries to grab onto him, Taiga disappears into the void. Subaru cries his heart out thinking that his younger brother remembered the moment they ate together. He couldn't save his brother from his fate, and now he was feeling regretful. Vanquish walks over to him and tells him that the biggest misfortune for Taiga is being aware of his sins and still not doing anything to stop them. He hated himself for all the bad things he did, and it kept piling on and on with time. This ending was inevitable, ever since he stole his door. Subaru asks him if there is no other way. Vanquish becomes a therapist and tells him that it is for him to figure out for the rest of his life. He should take these memories to his deathbed and never forget them. Vanquish asks him to take as much time as he likes and says that he will wait for him. Bro casually being the best dad for Subaru. After defeating Taiga, Subaru gains some levels and items including the golden arm. It has been 3 hours since the crack appeared on the sky clock. Due to the efforts of all the players, they managed to clear 195 gates in those 3 hours. This pushed the clock's time to 417 days and deactivated emergency mode. Shikishima thanked all the players for their efforts and said that the crisis was over for now. All that was left was for Subaru to win his fight. The 3 gold players and Subaru's kindred waited patiently for his return. Carrion assured them that he was alright since they were still there. Seiya could feel that Subaru was hurt and wanted to check on him as soon as possible. A moment later they started hearing Vanquish screaming inside the door since Subaru slept while crying. He comes outside on Sushi's back while still unconscious. Everyone is happy to watch him safely come back. Even while sleeping, he is still smiling since he is dreaming of eating that pudding with his brother. A system notification appears about the update of the program. In this update, 6-star gates have been officially implemented. We see 2 members of the Black Faction sitting on a rooftop discussing Kokugaiji's death. The girl mentions that she got disconnected and the kill Kokugaiji gave her also disappeared. The guy asks her if she thinks it's all because of the rumored rainbow possessor. She replies that she's not sure, but since Kokugaiji is still a king, it's likely he was killed by Vanquish. This implies that the 3 kings are going to make their move. The girl tells him not to panic and notes that the sky clock just got an update. She suggests they stay there for the time being and see how things unfold. Meanwhile, someone apologizes to Ishizaki for coming all the way to treat him. Ishizaki reassures him, saying it's nothing. If he collapses now, it would spell the end for all of them. Using his power as a healer, he cures him, though he admits he can't restore Kinokawa's limbs. Shikishima tells him not to worry and assures him they've got it under control. Instead, he's more concerned about Subaru's condition. Carrion explains that Subaru is just trying to heal his tired soul. He reminds them of how exhausted they felt after passing through the door for the first time. Shikishima adds that he couldn't sleep for about 5 days, while Hirasaka, although able to move afterward, spent the next 3 days in bed. Carrion explains that the more powerful the being you make a contract with, the longer it takes for your soul to adapt. If an ordinary person were to contract with Lord Vanquish, their soul would either die or remain in a coma for several decades. However, Subaru managed to keep going without rest for an entire month, proving the fundamental strength of his soul. Carrion is confident Subaru will eventually wake up and assures them there's no need to worry too much. Despite this, Saya looks out the window with a worried expression, thinking about Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru is floating in space, wondering if he's dreaming. Suddenly, someone behind him speaks, revealing that this is the galaxy of universal unconsciousness, a place where all souls are born and eventually return. The person tells Subaru he's currently in the midst of soul sleep, which allows them to meet for the first and last time. Subaru tries to identify the stranger but can't seem to figure it out. The stranger points upward and warns Subaru to prepare for battle. Confused, Subaru asks what kind of battle. The stranger explains that a king from another world has invaded, tearing a hole into the human world. Moreover, the possessor of Vanquish, Subaru himself, is now widely known. He warns that nations of copper, silver, and gold, among others, will soon invade their world. A storm is coming, a devastating one that will make the conflict with the Black Faction seem like a mere breeze. The stranger says no one will be able to stop it, not even a gold rank or Vanquish. The only one capable of saving everyone is Subaru. Shocked, Subaru asks how he could possibly stop a storm even Vanquish cannot. Instead of answering directly, the stranger mentions the Red Table, the Twilight Half, and the Apostle of Aurora. He adds that Subaru will ultimately become a king. Subaru finds this hard to believe. The stranger reveals that he has failed, and now exists only to return to the sea of unconsciousness. He says he's glad they could meet one last time. Subaru asks what he means by last and failed. The stranger reveals that he is Subaru's future self, the king of Aurora, the most powerful man in the world, who couldn't save it and was ultimately defeated. Though he can't share everything about the future, he offers Subaru some revelations and urges him not to lose his friends or the world. Subaru receives a new item called the Afterglow of the Midnight Sun, a bracelet that allows him to glimpse the memories of the deceased. The stranger tells Subaru it's time to wake up and warns that the first calamity is approaching. Wishing him good luck, the stranger says goodbye. Subaru wakes up in a hospital. Saya by his side asks him what happened. Before them stand 3 doors, copper, silver, and gold. Subaru, however, is still preoccupied with what his future self told him in the void. From the golden door emerges Safina, the king of gold, who introduces herself. The king of silver, Ruin, and the king of red copper, Vordan, follow suit. They explain that they've come to greet the king of the new generation. Subaru realizes this marks the arrival of one of the 8 calamities. Subaru realizes he wasn't dreaming when he spoke to his future self in his sleep. Upon waking, he finds himself wearing the bracelet his future self gave him, and holding detailed memories of what's to come. He knows the identities of the door owners and their purpose for appearing. If the memories starting from this point are accurate, he will lose all of his friends within the next 3 months. Visions of his friends' deaths flash before him, showing them entrusting their futures to him. One by one, he sees their fates, each separating from him in different ways. Subaru reflects on how all of his friends die, leaving the burden of the world's survival to him. In one vision, he fights a man who calls him the King of Aurora and mocks his efforts to win without Vanquish's power. The man strikes Subaru with a blood mold attack, finishing him off. As future Subaru collapses, he thinks despairingly that he has lost, the world has ended, and he failed to save anyone. Crying, future Subaru apologizes to his friends for entrusting him with their hopes and for his inability to protect them. He regrets a mistake he made in the past and wishes he could return to that day. Using the last of his power from the infinite galaxy of universal unconsciousness, he sends a warning to his past self. Back in the present, Subaru sits on his bed, thanking his future self for the warning. Although that world has ended, Subaru resolves not to let his own meet the same fate. He is determined to protect everyone from the 8 calamities that threaten them. The door owners reveal themselves as the kings of the underworld, the largest and most powerful faction in existence. They are Safina, the queen of twilight; Ruin, the divine beast of order, who rules over all beasts as the silver 9 tails; and the bronze king, the leader of nature spirits and demi-humans who dwell on Earth. Subaru is shocked that such powerful entities have come to greet him personally. The kings acknowledge Subaru as the rightful candidate to become the next king and invite him to the Golden Country. Safina extends her hand and asks if he will accept her offer. Subaru's friends are stunned at the prospect of him going to the underworld. After Safina speaks, Ruin, the Silver King, suggests Subaru cancel his contract with Vanquish and form a new one with any of them. Ruin explains that Subaru's soul vessel is unique, and a partnership with one of them would make him the strongest in the world. Each of the 3 kings is more powerful than Vanquish, and their goal is the same as Subaru's, to protect the world from the gates of calamity. Ruin claims that Subaru would save more lives by choosing a worthier partner. Carrion can't take the suggestion and threatens to kill Ruin. Without even looking at him, Ruin silences Carrion by exerting pressure directly on his soul. As a human, Carrion cannot resist it. Ruin then turns to Subaru, clarifying that they didn't come to force a decision, but to offer exceptional conditions to someone as exceptional as Subaru. Safina offers Subaru the spear that pierces all things, and command over the Golden Knights if he becomes her possessor. Ruin offers the Bow of Endless Light and 100 high-ranking dragons. The Bronze King offers the Axe of Absolute Destruction, along with the 20 forests inhabited by great spirits. They ask Subaru to choose a door, warning that the deals are extraordinary. Carrion warns Subaru not to make a decision, insisting that the kings fear Subaru's partnership with Vanquish will allow him to grow too strong. Subaru is impressed by Carrion's loyalty, but also senses Ruin's murderous intent. He silences Carrion, yelling at him to stop interfering. Subaru knows that once he makes a choice, there's no turning back, and he has already decided to stick with Vanquish. The memory of his future self's warning weighs on Subaru's mind. He knows these offers alone won't be enough to save everyone. Ruin asks if Carrion truly believes they are trying to deceive Subaru. With the tension eased momentarily, Subaru takes a moment to think. However, Carrion shouts at him again, prompting Ruin to consider silencing him permanently. Before they act, Subaru declares his decision. He says he is open to switching allegiances if the deal is fair and the conditions align with his goals. Carrion and Saya are shocked by his statement. Subaru challenges the kings to make him believe in them more if they're so confident. The kings ask if he wants them to prove their strength, but Subaru clarifies that he is more interested in their terms. He notes that if his soul is truly unique, other kings will surely covet it as well. Subaru demands they arrange a meeting with all the underworld kings so he can evaluate the best offer. Ruin questions how Subaru knows about such meetings, suspecting Carrion of revealing the information. Meanwhile, Carrion wonders if Vanquish told Subaru about it. Subaru, however, keeps his knowledge of the future a secret, intending to use it as a weapon to change their fate. When Subaru is visited by the three kings, Vanquish watches him from the underworld. They have taken action earlier than expected, but he is more concerned about Subaru's behavior. As he thinks about his meeting with the kings, he wonders how Subaru has obtained this information. Details about the underworld are highly confidential, so there is no way Subaru should know about the meeting. While observing him, Vanquish notices the afterglow of the midnight sun, leading him to suspect it is likely Aurora. Sayaka and Hirosaki run toward him, asking if Subaru has woken up. He tells them they should be training, but they casually reply that they are taking a break. Vanquish then explains that the kings of gold, silver, and copper are coming to Subaru, asking him to end his contract with Vanquish and switch allegiances to them. Surprisingly, instead of being worried, Sayaka and Hirosaki feel proud of Subaru. Vanquish clarifies that if Subaru chooses any of the other kings, his connection with Vanquish will be severed. This would also mean the death of his kindred spirits. Hearing this, the two cheer for Subaru, hoping he won't be tempted by their offers. Vanquish warns them that even if Subaru refuses, he will still face retaliation from the three kings. He has heard that the Gold Queen has taken a dangerous item from the treasure world called Victim. When used, it can obliterate everything within a 70-kilometer radius, potentially killing 10 million people. This makes Sayaka furious, and she questions how the owners of the doors, supposedly their allies, can justify such actions. Hirosaki remarks that Subaru shouldn't prioritize their survival over the lives of others. Vanquish is surprised by their selflessness, as they value the lives of strangers above their own. Sayaka then asks if Subaru will be alright. Vanquish admits he isn't sure but notes that Subaru seems to have gained some unexpected help. Subaru is now facing his first calamity, the Three Doors. If he refuses the king's proposal, he will face severe retaliation. On the other hand, accepting it will ensure a future with no hope. Once he overcomes this calamity, he can prepare for the second disaster. The system shows him the consequences of both choices, opposing the kings or going against Vanquish, putting the future of all people at risk. After hearing about the meeting, the Bronze King becomes serious. He questions how a mere human like Subaru dares to stand as an equal to them. Subaru responds that anyone who wants a claim on him can negotiate at the meeting. His strategy is to delay making a decision. He has no intention of responding immediately. Instead, he plans to buy time until the meeting. Subaru realizes he cannot defeat or neutralize the three kings, and the second calamity will follow immediately after he makes his choice. His only viable option is to avoid the first calamity as much as possible and face the second with fewer disadvantages. However, even delaying his decision might provoke the wrath of the three kings. The Silver King, losing his patience, orders Safina to use Victim. It is almost like a bomb that can cause a massive explosion proportional to the amount of soul poured into it by its owner. If the Queen of Gold, Safina, uses this item, Subaru realizes the future he saw in his memories will repeat. Safina, however, surprises him by addressing him directly, saying she would like to commend his courage. She explains that this item is akin to a nuclear bomb from his world and warns that if he refuses their proposal, they intend to use it immediately. Yet, she acknowledges his bravery in negotiating and suggests they might consider his option of holding the meeting. The other two kings exchange shocked looks as Safina smiles and asks Subaru if he truly believes he can overcome the second calamity without their power. Before he can respond, Subaru notices the update screen on the sky clock hit 100%. A massive red lightning strike pierces the ground, signaling the update's completion. The system imposes a penalty as a 6-star gate, Platinum Carnificus, manifests in the world. Safina smirks and asks Subaru what he plans to do since this event is unfolding far earlier than expected. Players across the world are stunned by the appearance of the gate. Although Subaru has seen it in his memories, he never imagined it would coincide with the meeting of the three kings. He knows this gate is 100 times more difficult than the 5-star gate he cleared with Hirosaki. The players have only 7 days to enter the gate, with a maximum of 3 attempts and a participant limit of 10. Safina declares it impossible for Subaru to clear the gate within the 1-week deadline, especially since the king's meeting is scheduled for 2 weeks later. She offers their power to help him clear the gate immediately if he accepts their proposal. Once again, she asks if he truly intends to face the meeting without signing any contract. Realizing Safina's strategy, the other two kings begin mocking Subaru, expecting him to cave under pressure. Instead, Subaru surprises them all by confidently smiling and stating that he will not need their powers this time. His bold claim shocks the three kings. Subaru asserts that his team will clear the gate without a single sacrifice and invites the kings to observe them. Safina bursts into laughter, intrigued by his confidence. She tells Subaru that she is curious to see how he plans to clear the gate and agrees to his terms, granting him permission to attend the meeting without signing a contract. Before leaving, she warns him that if he fails to uphold his promise, she will use the victim item without hesitation. The kings bid Subaru farewell and vanish inside their respective doors. Relieved, Subaru lets out a deep sigh, finally free of the immense pressure. Saya, however, remains skeptical, doubting they can clear a 6-star gate without sacrifices given their struggles with the 5-star gate. Subaru simply laughs and reassures her that everything will be fine. With a confident grin, he reveals he knows a player capable of clearing the gate. After 6 p.m., the largest gate in history appears at the Itabashi intersection in Tokyo. A large crowd gathers behind the fencing tape, watching the commotion near the gate. The director of the Japanese Players Federation, Hizaki, announces that this is the first gate in Japan with a difficulty level of 6. He declares his intention to gather the top-ranked players to clear the gate within 1 week. Subaru stands between Saya and Carrion, asking them to read his mind. Carrion confirms Subaru's request, noting that relatives and their master can communicate through a soul connection with permission. Saya apologizes before closing her eyes alongside Carrion. Instantly, both feel sick as they see fragments of Subaru's life. Opening his eyes, Carrion shouts at Subaru, overwhelmed by the thought of his master facing death, even in the future. In his frustration, Carrion realizes how Subaru found out about the meeting with the 3 kings. When Subaru asks him if he knows where his future self encountered him, Carrion immediately tells him that it happened in the Sea of Universal Unconsciousness, a realm where egos dissolve and souls return. Carrion explains it as the final destination for souls across all worlds. This means that Subaru dove in there when his soul was close to disintegration, and then came back to normal. When Subaru inquires about the Aurora King, Carrion tells him that he is the king of a really small country, but he is unable to share any more details due to the protections of the system. Subaru speculates that the Aurora King might be an ally since he was able to acquire his power in the future. He then shares 2 reasons for wanting to attend the king's meeting: to avoid the use of victim by the 3 kings, and to meet the Aurora King and try to make him an ally. Subaru smiles briefly but quickly grows somber, apologizing for exposing such an unpleasant future. Seiya and Carrion remain silent as Subaru reflects on his failure to save Taiga. He recalls how Taiga took the door from him, accepting that the outcome felt inevitable. Dropping to his knees, Subaru remembers the face of Lord Vanquish and questions whether his past choices were correct. He recalls Vanquish's words, asking him to dedicate his life to finding the answer. Determined not to repeat his mistakes, Subaru turns to his friends and asks for their support. Seiya immediately kneels before him, promising to stay by his side as long as her soul existed. She wants to help him save the world from this calamity so that everyone can be happy. Carrion claims that he also wanted to say the same thing. Subaru smiles and thanks them both. He makes a determined expression and announces that the time has come for them to clear the 6-star gate without suffering any casualties. Seiya and Carrion agree with his plan. As Subaru takes out his phone to explain everything to Shikishima, he notices a flood of missed calls. Carrion snatches the phone from his and advises against making contact. He makes the claim that the gold-ranked players aren't supporting them in this battle. Meanwhile, Shikishima wonders if Subaru is still asleep since he is not picking up his calls. The team flies over a dense, dark forest. Subaru stares into the distance, deep in thought. He recalls Carrion explaining how door owners can sense every move and word of their subordinates. This means that they must avoid discussing their plans openly, as the Golden Knights might leak their plans to Safina since she is their queen. Subaru imagines the catastrophic consequences if she discovers their intentions, picturing an explosion that would devastate the city. It is the same for players with copper and silver door owners. This is a bit sad that their plans and future memories are a secret between the 3 of them. Seiya tells him that Sayaka and the clumsy guy also know about their secrets, since they can hear them at all times from the underworld. Hearing this, Subaru thinks for a second and starts shouting to Vanquish. He tells him that he needs to have a talk when he visits the underworld again. However, his loud cries irritate Carrion, who scolds him for shouting since the people in the underworld can still hear him even if he doesn't scream. He tells him that he just burst Hirasaka's eardrums. Seiya asks him if they are really on their way to clear the 6-star gate, since she can only see mountains ahead. Subaru doesn't answer and simply laughs, and he notices that they have reached the Sea of Hitachi City. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Saya fights valiantly, defeating guards with powerful blows. Due to her training, she has no problem taking on multiple knights at the same time. The 2 bosses watch as she trains. They notice that she has grown much stronger. The Thunder Boss jokingly says that they are much better teachers than Carrion. He tells her that she needs to take a break, and after that, they will have a duel till the death. Sayaka is confident that she can beat him this time. She then asks him about Hirasaka. The boss tells him that he is with the prisoner. Elsewhere, Vanquish stands with Hirasaka, who faces the captured criminal Ludwig. The Knight Commander asks them to kill her. Hirasaka tells her that he won't do it since he wants her to be his swordmaster. He kneels down and reveals that he wants to be useful to his friends in the upcoming battle. He asks her again if she would train him. I didn't know the Knight Commander was a cute anime girl. Notifications flash from the system, displaying details about 6-star gates. The players must clear the gate within a week. Success will bring a new ally, reveal more truths about the world, and expand the red table. Failure will result in the death of all participants and unleash the creatures into the human world. Clearing the gate with casualties will still provoke the wrath of the three kings. As dawn breaks over Hitachi City, a guy wearing a mask on his face calmly stands on the water surface. His name is Ginga, and he is a level 67 silver rank player. It appears that he is doing a skill usage confirmation, and this is part of his daily routine. Out of nowhere, Subaru shows up and greets the man. This gives the poor man a jump scare since he isn't used to seeing other people around. Subaru introduces himself as a player and asks Ginga what he is doing. The guy tells him that this is his daily routine, and he was just checking if he still had his power. Even though it has been some years, it still feels like a dream. Hearing this makes Subaru think of the visions of the future he saw earlier. He says that it would be great if the world was actually a dream. Finally, Subaru explains his purpose for meeting him and says that he wants his help with the 6-star gates. Ginga asks him if he wants him as a backup or as a reconnaissance, but Subaru shocks him by telling him that he wants him to be the main attacker and defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star gate. This makes my man freak out. He questions what Subaru is trying to accomplish and says that it is impossible. Meanwhile, Saya and Carrion hover in the sky discussing the so-called main attacker. Carrion doubts this person can handle clearing the gate since he doesn't look that strong. Ginga goes on a rant and says that he will never be able to do this job. Subaru asks him to calm down and simply says that he can do it. He explains that it might seem impossible at the moment, but once he reaches level 70 and his door appears before him, he will get a new skill that is effective against the bosses in the 6-star gate. Ginga doesn't believe a word and accuses Subaru of hiding something. He is even skeptical of him being a player. Subaru tells him that he is standing on water with his skill, so it should be enough proof. Even so, Ginga remains doubtful, questioning how Subaru knows about skills and gates that haven't even appeared yet. Subaru simply smiles and invites him to join the mission to clear the 5-star gate, which will show up nearby. Once he reaches level 70, he will know if he is lying or not. Still suspicious, Ginga accuses Subaru of knowing too much, especially about the gate's location and timing. As they argue, he receives an alert about a gate appearing in Hitachi City, proving Subaru right. The MC grins, asking if he believes him now. Ginga wonders if Subaru has some kind of prediction ability, as he seems to know every detail from far away. Frustrated, he demands to see Subaru's player registration and ID to verify if he's part of the Federation. Subaru looks tired, but the guy tells him that once he shows him his ID, he will accompany him to the 5-star gate. This makes him immediately light up and start celebrating in a weird way. Even though he is skeptical about Subaru, he can sense that he is desperate. Before they head out, he tells him that he will be keeping an eye on him during their quest, since he is still skeptical. Subaru simply smiles and tells him that once he starts believing in him, he will be willing to go to hell with him. Ginga starts to feel uneasy hearing this. He points at Subaru, asking why he is behaving so familiarly when this is their first meeting. Subaru realizes his mistake since he over-familiarized himself with him without thinking. This is because, in the future, Ginga was the last comrade who stood with him. He is 19 years old at the moment and a player who is mainly active in the Ibaraki Prefecture. However, in the future, he will be known as the man who came too late. Meanwhile, Saya and Carrion hover above Subaru, watching with interest. The sky is clear and beautiful as they approach Hitachi City, with red flowers decorating the area. Saya is overjoyed by the beauty of the place. Ginga excitedly shares how this flower park is one of the most beautiful in the prefecture, especially when the roses bloom in autumn and the park lights up at night. As Ginga and Saya talk, the team reaches the gate. Subaru smiles, saying he made the reservation so they can enter right away. He asks if everything's okay, and Ginga agrees. He doesn't want those underworld creatures to ruin the beauty of this garden. The sky turns bright red as they enter the Tower of Thorns. The system announces the name of the gate. Ginga points out the roses growing inside, noting how one of them looks so ugly. The flower monster grows from the ground and attacks Ginga, but he remains calm, freezing everything around him with his ice spear. As the monster gets covered in ice, Ginga uses his second skill, Hoarfrost, to create a huge ice wall that separates him from the monster. With a confident grin, he prepares for the next move. He throws his bag off, revealing his face. Bro had to nerf his face with the mask. His eyes glow blue as he uses his third skill, turning his legs into ice skates and racing toward the monster. In seconds, all the nearby monsters turn into ice. After the monster is defeated, the system announces that his level has increased to 68. He looks at Subaru and asks him if his goal is to reach level 70. Subaru confirms it. His next door will also appear once he reaches level 50, so he decides to go all out. Bro has the divine chisel in his right hand and the black katana Ignis in his left hand. Both Saya and Carrion seem to be impressed by the silver rank's skills. They watch as Ginga stands proudly on the ice. Subaru notes that Ginga uses his skills efficiently, unlike the instant kill tactics of gold rank players. He realizes that this is the fighting skill of a silver rank veteran with 5 years of experience. It is now his turn to show off, so he calls out to Saya and Carrion and prepares to go in. As the flower monsters attack, Subaru leaps into action, jumping toward the plant and slicing it with both swords. The plant shrieks as it's cut in half. The system announces that the Flower Beast, level 53, has been defeated. Saya watches Subaru holding the black katana and realizes that it reflects the soul of Taiga. The black katana is a sword that embodies the power of Kukugaiji through the soul of Taiga. It is able to deteriorate time for whatever it slices, and allows the player to teleport in a short range. Saya decides that it's her time to be useful, so she steps forward and uses her Blood Brute skill. This skill summons a vampire-like creature under her control and makes them fight. She commands the vampire to consume everything that opposes Subaru. Carrion watches her with a smile as he notices how strong she has gotten. It is now his time to show off, so he prepares to face the plant monsters and obliterates them using his blood fist. Ginga wonders why Subaru even needs his help when his comrades seem so talented. Just as he is thinking, a knight appears in front of him and tries to slash him in half. He uses his ice shield at the last second and manages to evade it. He knows that this is the boss of this gate, and he is probably stronger than him. He hits the boss with his frost javelin, but the attack is easily blocked. The knight wastes no time and counterattacks him with his shield, throwing him to the ground. He looks up to see the knight approaching him to finish him off. He manages to make it out using his ice skill, but the knight is not done chasing him yet. Ginga knows that he is facing a tough opponent. The knight points his sword at him and challenges him to a one-on-one duel. Just as he accepts the duel, one of the knight's subordinates appears behind him for a surprise attack, but Ginga had already predicted it. Since he is so skeptical, he doesn't think that the knight would fight fair. He kills the subordinate and asks the knight to come at him without any tricks. As soon as the knight charges at him, he notices Subaru approaching him from the side. However, he is still able to respond quickly and blocks his attack. Despite having his shield up, Subaru uses the black katana to deteriorate it and goes in for the kill. The knight puts up a good fight, which makes him smile, and he asks him to fight him fair and square. As soon as he says this, Ginga freezes the knight using his skill. Subaru reveals that it is prohibited to fight fair and square in his school. The two of them then work together and destroy the knight using their skills while he is frozen. This pushes Subaru to level 51 and Ginga reaches level 70. Both of them can now access the doors. As the door of trial appears, Ginga looks back at Subaru and asks him how much he knows. The MC even knows about his death, but he chooses to stay quiet since he doesn't want the Silver King to find out anything. He simply says that he can't explain it to him at the moment. At the same time, Saya and Carrion show up after clearing the rest of the gate. Saya looks at the door in front of Ginga and realizes that the fate of the world depends on the skill he is about to acquire from that gate. Before entering the gate, Subaru calls him out and lets him know that he is counting on him. The guy tells him that he will only accompany him to the gate if he gets the skill that will allow him to take it on. Subaru confidently tells him that it's alright since he will definitely get that skill. As he is about to enter his rainbow door, Saya notices that he looks a bit nervous. He enters the door to see a blue sky. He hears the voice of Sayaka, who smiles and tells him that she has been waiting for him. All this time he wanted to meet her and apologize for what happened, but now that she is actually in front of him, the words won't come. She asks him why he is so quiet, and he immediately changes the conversation to Vanquish. Sayaka tells him that he went somewhere else after telling her that it was better to spend some private time with her friend. He also told her that she would be the one to give him the trial this time. Sayaka immediately goes into battle mode and asks him to come at her with the intent of killing her because she will do the same. Subaru accepts her challenge, but he is surprised to see just how fast she moves. He manages to dodge her attack using the katana. She turns back and hits him with the thunderbolt, but Subaru blocks it using his curse blood spell. Sayaka feels annoyed that he is blocking all of her attacks, but he gives her no time to think. As the two of them continue fighting, he takes out the divine chisel. Before he can attack, he notices her using the golden arm, and he finally realizes that she has become stronger. Vanquish and the Thunder Killim watch this battle from afar. The Thunder Boss mentions how Subaru talked about growing stronger with the girl when he pierced his heart. Now that he is training her, he realizes that she is great and has a lot of motivation. Meanwhile, the trail has finally concluded and Subaru manages to beat Sayaka. As they both lie on the ground, he tries asking her a question, but before he even starts, she tells him that she will help him prevent the calamity. She says that she has already made a promise to him, so she will never betray him. Subaru remembers the time when they first met and she joined him on his quests as his comrade. He starts crying and thanks her for sticking with him. Back at Ginga's door, he faces the arcane of Ice Wings, who is the owner of his door. Bro looks like a Pokemon. Ginga has finally cleared the trial and gained his new skill. He wonders if it will be enough to beat the 6-star gate. His skill is called the Ice 9. After the trial is over, Vanquish shows up and asks Subaru if he is done. Sayaka asks him about Kilim and he tells her that he has already left. He can feel his power synchronizing with Subaru and says that the day is not far when he will regain even more power. However, he still saw him dying in the future. Vanquish asks him to tell him everything so they can come up with a plan. After Subaru gets out of the door, he sees the entire gate covered in ice. He turns back to see Carrion and Saya still without any injuries. They point towards Ginga, who is standing behind Subaru with a serious expression. He asks him why he took so long even though time flows at a slower pace inside the door. He has already defeated the boss of the 5-star gate by himself. He tells Subaru that he was right, and his new skill may be effective against the 6-star boss if certain conditions are met. After clearing the gate in 19 minutes, his level goes up to 74. Meanwhile, Shikishima has already assembled a team of players outside the 6-star gate. Among them are 4 silver rank players, including a healer, and 4 gold rank players. Shikishima mentions 2 of the gold ranks and thanks them for coming all this way to help. One of them, named Akira, says that he doesn't really like the air in this city. His friend Mei tells him to stop talking. The guy says that he has no intention of protecting places when Hirasaka is no longer there. He asks Shikishima to hurry up and clear the gate since he wants to get out. Shikishima explains that they can't lock the door, which means that they can enter and exit as they like, but the enemies will be roaming inside the gate before they even enter, so they can't send a team beforehand. They have to go in with 0 information. The door is also 10 times more difficult than a 5-star gate with a 7-day time limit. Akira goes on a yapping session, which is fortunately stopped by Kinokawa, who has just arrived at the scene. Her limbs are now back to normal thanks to a healer that Mei brought from America. The healer is on standby outside the gate in case any player in the attacking team gets injured. The healer is named Mia Hart, and she is a gold rank player from the USA. She only wanted to come to Japan to buy some figurines, but she just got unlucky with the timing. The Americans also sent their team of gold players inside the 6-star gate, but it resulted in half of them dying. Just as the team is preparing to head inside, Subaru arrives with his team. Shikishima screams at him for not picking up his calls. He asks him if he can participate in the raid with them, but Subaru doesn't answer. He simply asks Shikishima if he can take care of the gate alone with his comrades. He explains that it will be impossible for them to deal with even with their strengths combined. This enrages some of the players who think that he is looking down on them. One such player is Akira, who walks over to him and asks him if he really thinks he is stronger than all of them. Subaru tries to explain, but suddenly Carrion jumps in and starts to trash talk the gold rank. This escalates the situation even more, and the guy goes feral. He prepares to use his skill on Subaru, but before he can act, he gets punched in the face and goes to sleep. Subaru has seen the future, and he knows that this guy is one of the first members who die in the raid. He doesn't want him to continue on, so he puts him to sleep. He turns around and tells everyone that he can't lose them, so they are better off going without them. Ginga looks at him in shock and wonders what he is trying to do. Now even Shikishima is mad, and all the players are turning against him. Seeing them all with their weapons out, Saya gets mad, but Subaru stops her. He tells them that Akira was about to use his skill in the middle of the city, so he stopped him. He wouldn't have listened to him even if he tried, so his only option was to knock him out. Shikishima is a bit suspicious, and asks him if he has prepared this answer in advance, since he seems to know so much about Akira. He then points at Ginga and says that since he has brought him here, it means that he has a plan in mind. He figures out that Subaru probably knows something about the gate. Hearing this, the protagonist agrees with him. Shikishima trusts him, so he knows that if he is not telling them about the gate, it probably means that he got involved with the underworld. He asks him once again if there is no way for them to help him. Subaru explains to him that they get 3 attempts to clear the gate, and this is the only attempt where his team would go in alone. After that, they can form a party. Hearing this, Shikishima orders everyone to put their weapons down. He believes in the MC, so he entrusts everything to him. All the players trust Shikishima, so none of them has any objections except Akira, who gets back up for some reason. He screams at everyone and asks them if they have gone crazy to believe everything the guy says. Shikishima tells him that the reason he trusts him is because he is always ready to risk his life for his friends. He asks him to stay down since he has already tried to use his skill in the middle of the city. Since everything is cleared, Subaru turns towards his team and they all prepare to go inside the door. As soon as the door opens, hot winds start blowing from inside. The MC looks back at Akira, who is still mad at him. He apologizes for hitting him and asks him to have a chat after he is back. The American girl loses her mind when she finds out that they are only sending 4 players inside. She screams at them and says that the gate is pure hell. The entire stage is divided into 3 areas. After entering the gate, the players will face the flame garden. After that, they have to face the open space, and thirdly, they will reach inside the chamber. Each area has its own boss. The first area is almost like a furnace and is constantly burning. The temperature around here is above 290 degrees Celsius. The boss who is responsible for all this fire is named the Fiery Lambda. The boss in the second area is the Hero Devourer, who can emit light waves. Since the bosses are so strong, no other underworld creatures can survive in this environment. In Subaru's future memories, the attacking team that was sent inside the gate had to face the insane temperatures. This made it hard for them to breathe and even stand in the area. Udo gave the responsibility to Shikishima and asked him to make the decision. Shikishima calls out to Subaru and he makes a blood sphere around the group. This allows them to breathe a little better and protects them from the heat. However, keeping the bubble up drains a lot of mana, so he only does it for an hour if he is not engaging directly with the boss. Shikishima orders the healer to focus on healing the players for now. Suddenly the heat gets even more intense and something starts approaching the players. Akira notices his entire body trembling. As the players look up, they witness the first boss. He is the Fiery Lambda and the brother of the Thunder Keelam and Storm Delta. Shikishima realizes that he is the source of the heat since the temperature went up when he approached them. The players feel like they are about to pass out with just the boss floating in front of them. Without Subaru's skill, it is impossible for them to even survive. Shikishima realizes that they can't attack or defend themselves from this boss, so he chooses the best option he can think of. He uses his Sulfur Rain skill on the boss and tells everyone to retreat. He knows that they can't do anything if Subaru is trapped inside the circle. Our boy decides to be the last one to leave since he has to keep the bubble up. As the first player starts to retreat, he is obliterated by the boss in a single blow. The boss mocks them for being weak and stands directly in front of Mei after cooking one of her teammates. Despite Shikishima's warnings, she tries to fight the boss, but it is not enough. He destroys her in a single blow as well. Udo and Kinokawa try to attack him, but none of it seems to have any effect on him. Shikishima screams at them to stop, but they don't listen. Udo tells him that someone has to stay behind since the boss is chasing them. Suddenly, Akira uses his golden arms and pulls everyone out of the gate one by one. He says that they can't afford to lose those seniors in the battles ahead. Before Subaru can even say anything, he forces him outside the gate too. He tells him that this is what Hirasaka would have done in this situation. This is why only he has to remain inside the gate. He combines his skill with his armory and brings out 8 golden arms. The fiery Lambda is impressed by his bravery and honors him with an introduction. He tells him that he will go all out to respect him. In his final moments, Akira calls out to Subaru and tells him to beat the boss for him. 3 players were killed trying to take down the fiery Lambda. They finally managed to defeat it in their second assault after losing 2 more players. Back to the present time, Subaru was inside the gate once again. This time he was wearing a special suit made out of his skill. As the fiery Lambda excitedly flies towards him, he is ready to finish him off in one go without losing any of his comrades. In addition to being strong in his offense, the fiery Lambda also has insane defensive abilities, which provide him resistance from all types of skills and attacks. He had grown bored after staying inside the door for so long, so his daily routine is to play with the Dragon of Light. As the two of them are fighting, the Dragon of Light senses some intruders inside the gate. They pause their fight and the fiery Lambda goes to take the intruders out. The Light Dragon hopes that they manage to kill the fiery boss since he also wants to have some fun. While leaving, the fiery Lambda tells him to fight the first boss if he is really that bored. This scares the Dragon of Light since he knows he will have no chance of going against that boss. The boss in the first area is the former commander of the Golden Knights, and his name is Iluk. Ginga notices that he doesn't really feel any heat even though they are in extreme temperatures. This is thanks to the heat-resistant armor made by Subaru. He used his previous memories of the raid to come up with this armor, which allows the players to constantly maintain their internal body temperature. However, since it consumes a lot of mana, they need to defeat the boss in less than 10 minutes, or the suits will explode, and they will die. Carrion mentions that they don't even need 10 minutes, since if they can't defeat the boss in more than 3 minutes, they will probably lose. Subaru knows that their opponent is a lot stronger than them, and they only have one chance to defeat him, so this battle should be won instantly. The temperatures inside their suits begin to rise as the boss approaches. 1 minute has already passed and Subaru realizes that it's time for him to make his appearance. He instructs Ginga to use his mana until he tells him to do it. Ginga can already feel the pressure from the boss as he floats in front of them. Carrion also knows that he can't defeat this boss with the body he has at the moment. This is why they came up with a plan. The fiery Lambda looks at them with surprise as they prepare to execute their plan. He gets a bit excited and asks them to showcase their power. Instead of attacking him, they start crying and beg him not to attack them. This confuses him and he watches them in silence. My man getting gaslighted. They tell him that they are originally from the underworld, and they have brought some useful information to him regarding his siblings. As soon as they mention his brothers, the fire boss becomes interested. He asks them where they are. Subaru met with Carrion and Saya the previous day, and talked about his memories of the future. When Carrion realizes that he didn't take any of his kindred inside the door, he gets mad. He knew that he was trying to protect the bodies of Hirasaka and Sayaka. Subaru apologizes to him and assures him that it won't happen again. Carrion reveals that he has fought against the fiery Lambda before in the underworld, and he will be the one to kill him. Back inside the gate, the boss gets closer to him and asks him if his brothers are actually alive. He knew that the boss would take the bait if he mentioned the brothers. He apologizes to him and tells him that his fire is too strong for them. Hearing this, the boss lowers the temperature, which makes it easier for them to breathe. He asks them for his brothers again. Now that the fire is gone, Ginga can get close to the boss. They tell the boss that he is carrying a message he received from his brothers, and he will convey that message by touching him, since it is one of his skills. The boss gets a bit suspicious when he asks him for permission to touch him. Their plan is to use the Ice 9 skill on the boss, since it can only be activated from a close distance. Moreover, it consumes all of the player's mana, so they only get one chance. Once the technique is in effect, it ensures the death of anyone who gets touched. Ginga is standing in front of the Silver Trial owner. He gets a new skill, and he wonders if it's effective against the 6-star boss. The boy inquires about this new skill. Arcane is the owner of the silver door called the Ice Wing. He thinks that it's a great opportunity to be able to speak without protection. He explains to Ginga that thousands of years ago, the underworld faced a problem. He also reveals that Vanquish killed the king of the Land of Steel. Ginga realizes that the story is going to be a long one. Arcane goes on to tell that Vanquish gathered the remnants of small countries that were destroyed by the great countries. He then became the king, who was a big threat to other great countries. He is known to be capable of overcoming life and even death. He, as a Rainbow King, was able to overcome all the threats. Vanquish, with the help of 6 other kings, was able to make the rulers of great countries fear them. Ginga interrupts Arcane and reminds him to reveal the skill. The owner reveals that the skill is called Ice 9. He had created the skill to kill Vanquish, as per the command of the Silver King. The skill is designed in a way that it can completely destroy Vanquish, even if he can overcome death with his powers. The scene shifts back to the time of the Second Calamity. Ginga remembers that Arcane has cautioned him not to use the skill outside of the gate, as it will destroy the whole world. Ginga stands in front of Fiery Lambda, planning on using the skill against the 6-star boss. He wants to test if this skill stands a chance against such a high-level boss. He raises his hand and is about to use the skill. Everyone else is watching him, holding their breaths. Just before he could use the skill, the Lambda lights up and shouts, "Wait!" He demands that Ginga tell him about his brothers using his mouth. He also questions the need to use the skill. Ginga gets irritated. Carrion tries to manipulate the monster, saying that Ginga has a map in his mind, so it's better to convey it through the skill. The Lambda points his finger towards Carrion, saying he is bothered by the lack of hesitation in his speech. Once he touches Carrion, he remembers that Carrion resembles someone who killed him in the underworld. He recalls that the killers were weaker than they were at first, but they grew stronger by using powerful techniques. He now remembers everything and thinks that he had underestimated his enemies. He also recalls that he was killed by Vanquish along with his kindreds. This memory ignites his anger, and so does his body. Carrion now understands that the Lambda has managed to recall everything through the anger he felt when he died. He thinks that this is as far as they can go with their strategy. He addresses Ginga, calling him a paper bag. He instructs him to never fail them, as this is their only chance to win against that monster by performing a bluff. Subaru marches towards the monster with his sword. They all start coming closer. Subaru uses the Fulgor skill. The Lambda is surprised at his speed and wonders if he uses a teleportation skill. The monster now realizes that they are not retreating but are trying to get closer to him. He thinks they are foolish for getting engaged in a closed combat with a fiery monster like him. He lifts his finger out of his instinct as a warrior to kill the enemy as fast as possible. That led him to make a mistake. The monster falls 2 steps behind in an attempt to kill both Carrion and Subaru with a single move. He realizes that as a result of his mistake, Subaru's attacks will be 10 milliseconds earlier than the monster's attacks. On top of that, he has miscalculated Carrion's presence, who has already killed him in the underworld. Carrion and Subaru use different skills back to back, including Blood Mold, Curse Blood, Corpse Fist, Desecration, and Burial Void. Their Curse and Impact skill make the monster realize that this is the skill of superior killers. It is now confirmed to him that they are from the Rainbow Country. Their skills halt the monster's movement just for an instant. However, they are not as powerful as the Lambda. Even if they attack multiple times, they will not be able to defeat the monster with these skills. The monster gets furious and now it's his turn to attack. His body lights up with fire, and he is about to burn his opponents. Just then, Ginga puts his hand on Lambda's chest. He is about to avail a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He uses Ice 9. As soon as Ginga uses his skill, Lambda's fiery eyes turn ice cold. A cold blue cross appears on Lambda's chest, and he starts to freeze. As a result of touching the monster's chest, Ginga's fingers begin to burn. All other players are now at ease as the skill worked. The Lambda, on the other hand, thinks that the freezing skill is a real deal. He, however, is ashamed of himself as he possesses immunity to the freezing effects. He is still in denial and believes that they cannot defeat him with a freezing skill. Turns out that Ice 9 is not a freezing skill at all, but it still freezes the Lambda despite the fact that the monster is immune to freezing skills. The ice is crawling towards the Lambda's face, who is still trying to understand what has just happened. Saya rushes towards Ginga, who is exhausted and hurt. He reveals that the Ice 9 skill does not freeze. It simply turns the opponent into ice. There is a skill called Petrification that can be activated through different methods, including eye contact and physical touch. The skill has the ability to turn the target into stone. Turns out, Ice 9 is an application of Petrification. It is a transformational skill that can turn its target into ice, even if it has freezing resistance. Once the ice melts, the body will also melt with it. The skill is so powerful that the Lambda has no way to stop it. Even the flames that are emitted from the monster's body are turning into ice. Ice 9 skill has the ability to turn every single element of the opponent's body into ice, and it never lets the target escape. The situation is really bad for the Lambda, as he cannot break through the ice. They all watch the Lambda trapped in ice from afar. Ginga recalls what Arcane has told him. He was sealed inside the door for the sin of creating a destructive skill like Ice 9. He reveals that he does not have any attachment to the secular world, but he regrets that his skill has wiped out his children. He instructs Ginga to show the ultimate power of Ice 9 on his behalf. Ginga comes back to the present and is glad that the skill worked. He assumes that Arcane will also be happy. He bids farewell to the Lambda, but as soon as he does that, he starts spitting blood. Subaru shouts his name. The Lambda gets his fire back in an instant and breaks the ice. He calls them foolish and finally figures out the nature of that skill. He thinks that as long as a part of his body remains, he will not be destroyed. He completely breaks out of the ice and is now covered in flames. He cautions them not to underestimate him and jumps up to burn them into ashes. But to his surprise, as soon as he jumps in the air, his fire goes away and his body starts to turn into ice again. He falls down to the ground, covered in ice. Saya lifts Ginga up in the air. He mocks the monster for underestimating the skill. He reveals that the masterpiece skill is developed by someone as stubborn and skeptical as Ginga. There is no way one can escape this masterpiece. He is still bleeding, and Saya asks him to stop talking. She calls Subaru and Carrion and tells them that she is leaving the monster to them. They realize that the Lambda is now weaker as it has suffered from collapsing and regeneration multiple times. Subaru plans on killing the monster before Ginga dies. Both Subaru and Carrion attack the Lambda from opposite sides. The Lambda is defending itself from both sides using powerful fire attacks. Carrion uses Corpse Fist and Skyfall. Subaru uses Divine Chisel and Curse Blood. As a result of back-to-back powerful blows, the monster keeps on shouting, "How dare you!" Meanwhile, he constantly keeps turning into ice and regenerating. His opponents use Blood Mold and Corpse Fist simultaneously. They also use Dead Man's Springer. The Lambda, who is all ice now, starts to crack and crumble. He fears that this is his end. He will regret getting killed by those who tricked him using his brother's names. Subaru apologizes to him for using Killiam and Delta's names. The monster's icy body breaks down. Subaru faces his broken head and tells him that he knows where his brothers are. He instructs him to go to the Sea of Brilliance once he is released from the gate. The head starts to disappear, and before getting completely destroyed, the monster wonders if he can believe what Subaru has told him. His head melts down in the air, and a notification appears stating that they have defeated the boss. Subaru stands undefeated amidst several ice crystals. Carrion warns him not to put his guard down, as such monsters have a resurrection skill called Storm Perusia. Using this skill, the monster can revive its life with 5% of its maximum HP upon death. Subaru does not seem to worry about that. A notification appears that surprises Carrion. It says that Storm Perusia has been cancelled due to the additional effect of Ice 9. Carrion is impressed by the amazing murderous features of Ice 9. The notification surprises Saya as well, who is still carrying Ginga in the air. The skill is completely lethal once it is activated, and it would not let anyone escape. They finally receive a notification that says they have defeated the boss. Lambda's demise is unexpected for the second area's boss. The second area is Obelisk of the Fallen Hero, and the boss is a radiant dragon Carcinus. The second boss believes that a giant can fall from a single sting of a venomous insect. He does not want to underestimate his enemies for fear of facing the same fate as Fiery Lambda. He also regrets not being able to cross the area and is waiting for his enemies to come quickly. The dragon is ready to kill them all with the largest light wave once they enter his area. Shikishima and his team are waiting for Subaru's team outside the gate. Shikishima asks his teammates what they are doing. Turns out they are waiting for Subaru and the others to return. They are really worried about them. Mia is even preparing herself for injured people. Shikishima brushes away their doubts, saying it's only been 5 minutes since they entered. Fuchigami taunts Shikishima about not moving away from the door since Subaru has entered. Shikishima tells him to shut up. He also tells his team to go take a rest, as they do not know how much time Subaru will take to clear the gate. He thinks that they should rest and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. His team agrees. Before they go back, they see Subaru and his team coming out of the gate, announcing that they are back. Shikishima shouts Subaru's name in surprise. They have cleared the first area of the gate in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru's level has increased from 51 to 63, while Ginga's level has increased from 74 to 79. Subaru wonders why everyone is still here. Shikishima asks why they are back so soon. He wonders if they have experienced an unexpected situation. Ginga is hiding his face with his hands. He asks Mia for a paper bag, but she says that she has a hat and she can lend it to him. Ginga takes her hat and thanks her. After seeing his face, Mia thinks that he should not hide his face. Ginga, on the other hand, thinks that only in Tokyo would no one care if he revealed his face. His statement is confusing for Mia. Shikishima is still worried if everyone is okay. Carrion gets irritated by Shikishima's questions. He is not leveled up as kindreds are unable to level up until they switch with their main body. While Subaru is talking to Shikishima, he hears Naruse call his name. He is angry as he thinks that they have retreated in just 5 minutes. He hates how, despite all the bragging, they have lost one attempt. Subaru holds his hand. He gets flashbacks of the time when Naruse told him to defeat the Lambda. He excitedly tells Naruse that he did it and starts crying. Naruse does not understand why Subaru is suddenly crying. Subaru bends down on his knees and tells him that he did not let his sacrifice go to waste. Naruse is still confused and tells him that he is not dead yet. Before Subaru can say anything else, Carrion slaps him and reminds him that he should not talk about it with someone who does not have the memories. Subaru stops, and Carrion tells him that he has scared the guy. Naruse, on the other hand, thinks that Subaru is weird. Ginga agrees that he is a disgusting man. Naruse suddenly notices that Subaru just said that he did it. The main character confirms that they did it. Meanwhile, Carrion requests that Mia heal him. Subaru tells them that they have killed one of the 6-star bosses. Naruse does not believe him. According to him, the boss is 10 times stronger than a 5-star boss, so there is no way they did it this early. Meanwhile, a notification appears that says that one of the bosses has been defeated, and 2 more are remaining. All the players now believe that they really did it. Mia is also impressed, and she asks Carrion who they actually are. Carrion looks at her and tells her that they are a team of future kings. Rokuro still does not get how they can kill a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Subaru gives Ginga all the credit for its success. Ginga tells Rokuro that his skill can give an instant kill upon contact. Rokuro suggests that they should kill the second area boss by forming a team. Ginga does not think that they can do it so easily. His skill can only activate upon contact. But the second area's boss can emit light waves in all directions, which can kill them before they get closer. That means they will have to engage in a direct, long-range battle. Uduo is counting on Shikishima, but he denies it. Subaru tells them the real problem is the third boss. They have to devise a strategy to deal with Illick, the third boss. Shikishima doubts if they have a chance to win against such powerful bosses. Subaru tells him that they have a very slim chance. To Subaru's surprise, Shikishima hands over the command to him. He tells the main character that they will obey him, and he should tell them if he needs anything. All the other players are shocked at Shikishima's decision to give command to a newcomer this early. Subaru looks confident and takes over the command from Shikishima. Kinokawa looks at Subaru and thinks that she has always sensed his extraordinary aura, but did not ever think he would receive the command this fast. Shikishima also looks happy. All other players envy the new player in command a little, as they have been working hard for many years and wanted to shine like him. Subaru issues his first command. He starts by explaining that the gate appeared yesterday. 15 hours have passed since its appearance. The deadline for clearing ends in 6 days. He orders other players to disband till next Tuesday. Not everyone does not get what he means by disband. Later, while they are going back, Carrion laughs his heart out as he thinks that when Subaru said disband, the look on the faces of other players was hilarious. He recalls that Subaru corrected himself, saying he did not mean them to go home. He rather meant that they should all level up till Tuesday and come back. The new commander now thinks that he lacks communication skills. Both Carrion and Ginga agree. Sai comforts him, saying everyone has their own pros and cons. This makes Subaru think he is actually really bad at communicating. Ginga asks him why they are going to prison if he ordered others to level up. They are going towards the Panopticon prison, built by players using their skills. This prison acts as a detention center and has almost 300 inmates. At the prison, the warden calls out Kiryu, who is the ex-Black Faction sub-leader. The warden tells him that he has a visitor, who is the Rainbow player. Subaru and his team arrive at the Panopticon main entrance. The warden welcomes them by introducing himself as Warden Q. He explains that his name might sound weird, but he needs to conceal his identity due to his profession. People can resent him for what he does. He escorts them inside. He tells them that the facility was designed to monitor a large number of prisoners by a small number of personnel. This method was adopted as the number of personnel was less. Q himself is using his skill that enables him to use a fiddle stamp to seal Kiryu's powers, whom they have come to see. Kiryu has a crimson seal on his neck that can seal his powers and reduce them to those of an average person. Subaru thinks the warden has a very strong skill. The warden agrees. The owner of his door is an old man. Therefore, his stats are not increasing, and he is not leveling up. The owner of his door, Great Alchemist Zola, is an old man who cannot even remember small things like eating. Because of that, Q cannot clear the gates, but he is of great use in the prison. He takes them to room 203. The time limit for their meeting is 30 minutes, and they are not allowed to exchange any items. Subaru does not have any objection to it. The main character and his friends enter the room, and they see the prisoner sitting behind a glass wall. The prisoner recognizes the main character as Taiga's stepbrother. He knows that the players are supposed to be focused on dealing with the 6-star door. He wonders if Subaru has come here to ask about his brother Taiga. Kiryu was defeated by Hirasaka and was later treated using a recovery skill. Subaru recalls that he met Kiryu after the earthquake happened during the 6th calamity. It was raining, and Kiryu was in a really bad condition. At that time, Subaru felt really bad for him. Meanwhile, Shikishima and his team are leveling up by killing 5-star bosses. Shikishima is having a really hard time fighting 5-star bosses. One of his opponents is a level 78 monster named Captain Nemo. While fighting, he recalls that Subaru has asked him to level up to 90 and come back, but he does not have any idea how difficult it is to level up after level 80. He uses his third skill, Ephemeral Flare, to kill Captain Nemo. He understands that killing these monsters will not benefit him much. Udo, who is fighting beside him, thinks it's hard to level up among the 5 stars unless they aim for the stronger ones. He uses his second skill, Golden Wall, against his opponent. The difficulty level for 5 stars is divided into 3 different tiers and an extreme stage. The lower tier is 2 to 3 times more difficult than the upper tier of 4 stars. The final tier is 10 times more difficult than the upper tier of 4 stars. The extreme stage is 10 to 15 times more difficult than the final tier of 5 stars. Shikishima asks what they should do now while using his third skill, Night Fence, to finish a monster. Kinokawa reminds him that he was the one who gave Subaru the command. She also uses her third skill, Killer Vessel. Shikishima admits and uses derivation along with depth charges to kill several sea monsters. Udu warns them about the arrival of the boss. The boss is a level 90 Giganto Mermaid. Shikishima floats in the air and uses his fourth skill, Penetrator. Kinokawa uses her Dominate Anchor. Both of them attack the monster simultaneously and kill it in an instant. They receive a notification saying that they have defeated the boss. The lady celebrates her win. While Shikishima thinks his damage was more, Kinokawa argues that her damage was more severe. While arguing, they receive a notification that they have leveled up. They stop arguing and celebrate the fact that they leveled up. Udo envies them, thinking that if they keep on going like this, there won't be anything left for them. The Yamada Club members ask him if it was an all-out victory. Fujigami suggests either acting separately or separating Shikishima and Kinokawa. However, there is someone who has been going alone since the beginning, and that is Naruse. He is at a 5-star cabbage field. He receives a notification that says he has leveled up from 72 to 73. The boy also receives a notification that the boss has appeared. The boss has the body of a human in a suit while it has the head of a stork. The level 90 boss falls in the middle or higher tier of 5-star difficulty. Naruse feels grateful and uses his 5th skill, Hecaton Cheer. He fights his enemy with a resolve that he will not lose to Subaru. He looks at Renji's photo and asks for his power. This makes Renji sneeze on the other side of the world. Sayaka asks if he has a cold. She tells him to stay fine, as Vanquish will get mad at him for getting sick. Their next strategy is an all-out war. They also wonder if Subaru will be able to persuade Kiryu. Kenji thinks it will be a bit difficult for him, as he has always been against saving the world. Meanwhile, Kiryu actually refuses to help Subaru in clearing the gate. The visitation hours are over. Subaru wants to persuade him, but he tells him that when his wife and child were killed, the world did not bother. He now has no interest in this world, and he does not want to do anything for it. Subaru does not believe it. He tries to make Kiryu understand that he still has hope in this world. Other players in the facility talk about Kiryu. Among them are ex-Black faction players named Kei and Yumeno. Kei assumes that they are inviting Kiryu to join them in clearing the 6-star gate. Yumeno sees this as an opportunity for him to go outside. Both of them are in separate cells, but they hear each other through the wall. Kei wishes to fight with them, but the girl thinks he is weak. He asks the girl if she also wants to go outside. She recalls her dark self and tells him that she's not interested. Subaru and his team are on their way back in a white car. Kiryu is sitting in the car with them. They silently spend their 4-hour journey. Ginga regrets not sleeping through these 4 hours. Kiryu finally speaks up and asks Subaru where they are taking him. He wonders if they are taking him to the murderer of his wife and kid. Subaru denies and asks him if he wants to take his revenge. He replies that he wanted to take his revenge, but he realizes that it would not bring his wife and kid back. He asks the main character if he really thinks that he will be able to help them clear the 6-star gate. Subaru says yes. Kiryu's family has been murdered, but he has not been given proper justice because the murderer is a minor. Therefore, he feels despair towards the company, humanity, and this world. Ginga wonders about the kind of negotiation Subaru will be able to do with this man. The main character goes on to say that he also does not have a family. However, he still has a lot of people that he loves. He wants to protect them at any cost. Ginga thinks that these words are not affecting Kiryu at all. He still wonders how Subaru will make his heart move. However, Subaru has a plan. He takes Kiryu to Tokyo. He stops the car at the place where Akasaka FC, his son's soccer team, is playing. He steps his foot on the ground and immediately recalls his son. His son calls him Papa and tells him that he will score a goal today. He recalls telling his son not to get hurt. Kiryu also remembers his late wife. He thanks her for always being with him. Remembering all these happy memories, he starts crying. Ginga tells Subaru that he is a cruel man for bringing Kiryu here. Just then, his son's friends call him. He looks at them while they call him Seichi's dad. He greets everyone as it has been a while since he has met them after his son's funeral. One of his teammates has Seichi's photo in his hands. He tells the dad that his son is always with them. They have always been running on the pitch together. One of the boys tells him that they are going to play a match next month and he has to come. They promise to win it with Seichi. After hearing all this, Kiryu breaks down in tears. He recalls the day when his son told him that soccer is fun, and he is happy to have good friends. All these memories make Kiryu cry like a child. Subaru is watching him from afar and thinks to himself that the future has changed a little bit. He recalls the day of the 6th calamity, when he was standing in front of Kiryu after the great earthquake. He met him after the prison collapsed. Kiryu has his son's soccer shoes in his hands. He tells the main character that he went to the place where his kid used to play. All his teammates were dead. He finds his son's photo there. His friends have not forgotten him at all. Kiryu breaks down in tears, saying, "What on earth was he doing all this time?" Subaru tells Ginga that the tears today are not the same as that of the ones he saw in the future. Ginga now understands Subaru's point of view. The boys start practicing, and they invite Kiryu to watch them play. Meanwhile, Subaru requests that he lend them his power and help them save the world for the sake of these kids. He wants to create a world where they can freely play soccer. Kiryu understands that Subaru has cleverly manipulated him into helping them. He agrees to help them on one condition. Subaru promises that Kiryu will be able to come and see the match next month. With Kiryu on board, the team for clearing the 6-star gate is now complete. They are going to level up before they enter the gate. The experience points earned by Karien and Saya will be passed on to Hirasaka and Sayaka, so they won't be wasted. Kiryu and Ginga are also leveling up before entering the gate and gaining new skills. They all line up their efforts and are ready to defeat the 6-star boss. It's October 31st, Tuesday. Shikishima is standing near the 6-star gate, thinking they have to enter after 6 hours. He has done everything he could. Now he only has to believe in Subaru. He gets a call from Hizaki and has a really bad feeling about this call. Karien receives a call from Shikishima while he is eating outside with the team. He is surprised at what Shikishima is asking him for. Shikishima tells Karien that he is going to pick him up now. The news about Hirasaka's death is not out yet, so he has to hurry. In an instant, Shikishima appears from behind and grabs Karien by his collar. He drags him towards the car, telling him to get in. Karien is still shocked at the urgency. He shouts, calling Shikishima an abductor and demanding human rights for the kindreds. Ginga inquires about Subaru and gets to know from Saya that he is still in the gate. She also informs him that they will have to handle the meeting with the gold ranks without him. Kiryu comments that after spending a few days with the guy, he thinks Subaru's mental strength is abnormal. He is saying this with reference to Subaru's fight with 5-star bosses like Mugen Ikuhana, level 92. Other players can recover from physical injuries after leveling up. However, there is no way to avoid mental exhaustion after a fight. No matter how experienced the player is, during the fight their energy will eventually drain. Therefore, they are unable to escape death. Subaru, however, is different from the others. According to Kiryu's 6-day experience with Subaru, the guy can clear multiple gates even without taking a break. He has figured out why Subaru has been able to compete against the top player in such a short time. He declares Subaru a monster for having such stamina. Subaru, on the other hand, defeats Mugen Ikuhana and levels up to level 90. He also holds the fastest record in human history. Subaru thinks he has made it in time. All that is left now is clearing the rainbow door that appears in front of him. He enters the door and hears Vanquish saying Subaru is late, and he has been waiting for him. He also mentions that it is now time to finish Subaru off. Ginga, Saya, and Kiryu meet Karien in his new look. Kiryu asks if he is Karien or Hirasaka. Karien warns him not to make fun of him. They see that Kinokawa is sitting on someone who has been tied with her golden chain. Shikishima explains that it's Naruse. He tried to kill Karien as soon as he saw him as Hirasaka. Therefore, they had to tie him up. Naruse is still angry and is threatening to kill them all. Kinokawa asks if she should close his mouth too. Shikishima explains that the media are recording all this for the TV on the day of operation. They cannot avoid it, as there is something called accountability. The public is uneasy because suddenly a 6-star gate has appeared just after the Black faction. The reporter tells Hirasaka and Shikishima that they will go on air after the commercial break. She also mentions that they will delve into the secrets of the new leader of Japan's player community, the savior Araiki Subaru. Ginga wonders why they are calling Subaru a savior. Shikishima explains that Subaru has gained a lot of popularity after clearing the 6-star gate. Ginga agrees that without Subaru's strategy, they would not have been able to clear the gate. Naruse reminds them that it's meeting time and Subaru is still not here. Meanwhile, an underworld creature escapes after a player fails to clear a 4-star gate. The players are shocked at the odd timing of this incident. All of them rush towards the monster, but Karien stops them, saying Subaru will take care of it. Udo confirms if he is sure. Saya tells them they are sure, as Subaru is already on his way. Subaru reaches the giant monster, wondering if he is late. He also questions the presence of the underwater creature at this time. The monster is running after the general public. Subaru stops him. After seeing Subaru, the public now hopes that he will save them. Subaru confidently goes for a test drive on this 4-star ex-boss. Subaru uses the divine chisel and kills the monster. The public is amazed at this instant kill. They cheer for their savior, Araiki Subaru. Subaru immediately leaves the place and joins his team. Shikishima welcomes him, saying that Mr. Savior is very popular now. Subaru feels a little embarrassed. Naruse kicks him for coming late. Subaru apologizes. Shikishima asks him if he's all set. Subaru confirms. The players take off to the 6-star door, and Subaru asks them to come back alive this time. While they are going towards the door, they are being captured by the media on TV. The reporter is in a helicopter and requests the public to pray for their safe return. The team finally enters the 6-star gate. They are standing in a vast area filled with crystals. They see the Radiant Dragon. Subaru tells them that they are in a safe area because bosses cannot cross their area's boundaries. He instructs them to keep moving until they reach the boundary between the first and second area. Just then, they hear the Radiant Dragon's voice. Subaru thinks that the dragon is faster than his memories. The dragon is soaring high in the air. He sees a knight and asks what he is doing in his area. The knight is wearing shiny armor and has a sword in his hands. He lifts his sword. The sword emits blue energy. It hits the dragon. The energy called Albion also hits the door and turns the ground into a field of huge dice. The knight then sets his foot on the dice floor. The dragon is also confused. He is injured and falling down. The knight starts walking forward. The dragon curses him, saying that he is not actually in existence from the start, but rather, he is the one who governs the entire stage. The knight keeps on moving. The dragon is sure that if he uses the same skill on intruders, it will totally wipe them out. He falls down to the ground and asks the knight where he is going. The knight does not say anything and keeps moving forward. The dragon eventually dies, being confused about the knight's presence in his area. A notification appears that says he is the 3rd area boss called Demon Beast Slayer Ilak. He is walking towards the red door. Subaru thanks Kiryu for helping them as he takes on the lead. Kiryu is holding his weapon in his hand and is ready to take on the boss. The knight is walking towards them. Kiryu tells the team that a swordsman is an easy prey for him, so they should not worry. Several blue circles with patterns appear in front of him. A notification appears saying a skill called Crest of Interruption is activated. Several circles appear in front of Kiryu. These are able to stop anything that touches them for 1 second. The crest is invisible to others until they touch it. Only the caster can see them. Shikishima did not expect the 6-star boss to be this powerful. He is amazed at the fact that the boss has turned the ground into pieces of dice with just a single skill. They would have been totally wiped out if Kiryu had not been there. Kiryu asks Shikishima if Subaru already knew about the knight. He tells Shikishima that the Crest of Interruption cannot defend against light or gaseous attacks, which means Subaru already knew that the opponent was not the Radiant Dragon, otherwise there would be no point in bringing Kiryu along. He doubts that Subaru already knew this as a foresight. Kiryu wonders what else Subaru knows and is planning to do. The main character informs Shikishima that they will move forward while Shikishima and his team will leave behind for support. The close attack team that would move forward includes Subaru, Carrion, Saya, Ginga, and Fuchigami. They all move forward in a jelly-like bubble that turns out to be Sushi's belly. Sushi runs towards the knight, and she uses anti-vision to confuse him. Shikishima asks Kiryu to stop thinking about Subaru's intentions and believe in him for now. All the players left behind with him are included in the final assault long-range attack team. Kinokawa, Naruse, and Shikishima attack together. Shikishima uses a 7th skill called Imperial Control. The skill simultaneously activates the 1st, 5th, and 6th skills. A huge wave of golden light appears. Naruse wonders about this unique skill while Kinokawa worries about Subaru and others. The skill consumes the MP while it increases the power and accuracy of the skill by 10%. It also allows the player to use multiple skills at the same time. The golden lightning hits the knight, and he also wonders about this powerful skill. The knight uses the Raging Slash. Shikishima takes defense behind the huge red door and is shocked to see that the knight can even cut through stages. All other players stand on golden platforms. Udo asks if everyone is fine. They are all fine, but Naruse thought they were about to die. Kiryu thinks they cannot lose sight of the boss, otherwise they would not know where the slash is coming from. Shikishima confirms that he can see him. However, he warns them that the knight is running towards them. He has filled the entire space using the slash by activating Albion. Udo motivates Kiryu and tells him to lead on together. Kiryu gets the signal and uses Crest of Interruption, while Udo uses his 4th skill, Golden Rampart, to form a golden wall in front of them. As soon as the slash touches the wall, the whole platform turns around. The whole stage is now vertical, making it difficult for Sushi to move. Sai motivates Sushi to keep moving on. Subaru thinks the knight is faster than his memories. The slashes are now more than the first time, and Shikishima is defending against them. He shouts and tells his team to watch out as more slashes are coming. Kiryu hardly manages to defend against the knight's attacks. There is a huge splash, and the platform returns to its normal position. The knight, however, is still making a mess. But players are covered with Kiryu's crests and Udo's golden walls. Shikishima asks them if they are okay. Kiryu tells him to keep providing support for Subaru. They have to make sure they reach the boss safely without fail. The guy believes in Subaru, and he is curious to know who he actually is. Subaru has given him the perfect reason to keep on living. Shikishima tells him not to worry, as he can see that Subaru and his team have already reached the boss. He tells Kiryu that he has done his job. Carrion sighs with his bruised face, thinking it is just the beginning. Subaru is standing in front of the knight, and he thanks Kiryu for that. He signals Saya and Carrion to go on and leaves the rest to them. Saya and Carrion close their eyes and open them as Sayaka and Hirasaka. They use the skill Prana Varpas. Ginga and Fuchigami are shocked to see Hirasaka and the girl back. Hirasaka runs towards the knight. The knight attacks with a flying dragon slash, but he is shocked to see Hirasaka as his opponent. Hirasaka greets the boss, calling him a senior. Hirasaka introduces himself as the possessor of the Golden Knight Commander Ludwig. The knight is shocked to hear Ludwig's name. Sayaka uses the Thunderbolt, which creates a huge explosion. Both Hirasaka and Sayaka have gained the experience points of Saya and Carrion by using Prana Varpas. Amid the great explosion, Hirasaka coughs, and Sayaka asks him if he is alright. He says he thought he was going to die. Sayaka apologizes to him, saying she forgot that her earrings would boost her lightning skill. However, as per their information, the long-range attacks can only slow the knight down. The knight uses Belsharak, which enables him to block 95% of damage from shooting attacks. Therefore, Sayaka shifts to the supporting role this time. Hirasaka is still counting on her. Subaru asks Ginga and Fuchigami to go with him and join the fight. The fight is so intense that both of them are hesitant to join at the moment. Hirasaka and the knight are engaged in a close battle. Hirasaka is fighting heroically while thinking about the use of the majestic sword, as is expected from a former knight commander. If he were alone, he would not have been able to defeat the knight even by using both Étoile and Imperial Radiance. Both Hirasaka and Sayaka are attacking the knight with their skills. Hirasaka addresses Ilak, telling him that it's not a contest. He looks the boss in the eyes and tells him that he will defeat him. The story goes back to the Sea of Brilliance when a week ago Subaru visited that place. Subaru is standing in front of Hirasaka and Sayaka. Killam and Delta are also present at the scene. Subaru tells them that they failed to clear the 6-star gate in the world of Aurora King. Storm Delta comments that it's as they expected. Subaru carries on and tells them that the loss they faced in the battle against the Lambda was great. Therefore, they took too much time to recover and level up. As a result, Ilek was released outside after killing Circanus. He splashed his sword across Tokyo and killed a lot of people. Subaru also tells them about what happened to Kinokawa and Udoi while they were protecting the city. These relations are disturbing for Hirasaka. He turns away, saying he is going to get guidance from Ludwig on this. He is adamant that she has to train him, no matter what. Before he could reach Ludwig, he watched her coming towards him instead. She promises to help him if his next opponent is the demon beast slayer. She does not care if she has to defy his own country for this. She is motivated to train Hirasaka and will not care even if he breaks down. Hirasaka tells her that it's actually what he wants. The scene shifts back to the present day, where Hirasaka is fighting with the knight. He cannot fight the boss alone and needs his comrades to make up for his shortcomings. Fuchigami attacks the knight using his third skill. He jumps up and activates Stonebreaker. Ginga uses his fifth skill, Iceberg Squeeze, and creates a huge iceberg in front of him. The knight creates an explosion by activating Albion. Hirasaka attacks the knight by using a double-headed slash. The knight is taken a bit aback by this attack. Meanwhile, Subaru attacks the knight first with the Corpse Fist and then with the Divine Chisel. He also uses Fulgor. After activating his skill, he signals Hirasaka to go on. The knight looks puzzled. Hirasaka looks at him and uses the Fall of the Phoenix, Demon Bane, and the Dragon's Impale. These back-to-back attacks are so fast that the knight is unable to attack Hirasaka back. Hirasaka finally uses the Kill and Breaker and hits the knight. Lightning appears and then turns into smoke. While watching the smoke, Ginga wonders how the strongest players fight. Once the smoke vanishes, they see the knight lying down on the ground and wonder if that's the end of their battle. Sayaka reveals that the knight is not actually dead. He is luring them to think he is dead and make a mistake. She sees this as an opportunity to attack. She tells Subaru that she is going to the front. Subaru agrees and gets ready to support her. Sayaka tells everyone that it's now time to shine. She activates her summoning skill and summons the 8 thunder gods. In an instant, she gets 8 colored thunder gods. These gods are tiny creatures. The knight stands in front of her with a blue light in his eyes. Naruse is watching the golden light from his end. He wonders if it's Hirasaka. They are standing on a golden platform. Shikishima tells them that it's time to meet their leader. Naruse feels emotional. The scene shifts back to the day Ludwig trains Hirasaka. She reveals that in order to defeat the knight, he first has to destroy the armor. She explains that the armor they wear not only reduces the attack by half, but it also restores the HP simply by wearing it. Sayaka thinks it's so unfair to them. Ludwig adds that the Demon Beast Slayer is the strongest among them all, as he has the highest HP. That means he is stronger when it comes to long-term battles. He mostly uses short-term fierce and intense attacks. Therefore, they first have to destroy the armor. After breaking his armor, Hirasaka has to use Warp Edge with Imperial Radiance and strike powerfully. Hirasaka has received these skills from Ludwig. She cautions him to look for his remaining MP while using these skills. A maximum of 80% MP is required to use Warp Edge. Sayaka understands that they either have to powerfully hit the knight once, or they have to get into an intense short-term battle. She plans on providing the basic support, but also aims to destroy the armor if she gets any chance. She is confident that she is good at fierce attacks. Ludwig agrees, saying she is the fastest as she is the disciple of the Thunder God. Coming back to the day of battle, Sayaka is ready to take on the knight with her Thunder Gods. The knight gets confused. Hirasaka is also amazed at Sayaka's skill. The girl's skill enables her to control the Thunder Gods. As long as the skill is activated, her speed will increase by 100%. It will also reduce the physical and heat damage by 60%. However, the skill has one disadvantage. It continuously consumes the MP and cannot be deactivated until the MP is depleted. The little Thunder Gods turn into multicolored light waves and cover Sayaka. She closes her eyes, and when she opens them, she turns into a Thunder God. The duration of her current state is almost 10 seconds. She is now ready to engage in close combat with this 6-star boss. Without wasting any more time, she starts attacking the knight. She first punches him hard. After that, she continuously attacks the knight, giving him powerful strikes for 1 second. Sayaka is able to strike him multiple times in a single second, and the knight is exhausted. Fuchigami can't believe what he has just seen. He can closely see their battle as he has activated a skill called Hawkeye. The skill enables him to zoom in his vision up to 100 times. He thinks Sayaka is incredibly powerful for fighting this way with a 6-star boss. He asks Subaru who she really is. The main character introduces her as his first comrade. A few days back, Sayaka was standing in front of the Storm Delta. She touches his finger, and a spark is seen. Storm Delta senses that she has a great compatibility with it. Vanquish appears with Carrion and Thunder kill him. They call Storm Delta an idiot, and he gets angry. Sayaka inquires about him, and he introduces himself as Thunder Kill him. He tells her that he had made a pact with Vanquish, and he will train Sayaka. The scene again shifts to the day of the battle, and the place is the Sea of Brilliance. Storm Delta is watching Sayaka's fight on a blue screen in front of him. Thunder Kill him asks him about it and senses that he looks really happy about it. Sayaka's growth has even impressed Kilim, but right now her opponent is from the Golden Company and is one of the strongest. That means he will not give up easily. 7 seconds have passed, and the battle is still going on. The knight attacks Sayaka, but she survives the attack thanks to her skill. Even with a 60% attack deduction, his attacks are still powerful. She understands that the knight is extremely strong. She can't even rely on Subaru, as they have to spare Subaru's trump card for the next calamity, as per Vanquish's instructions. Hirasaka's Imperial Radiance is still active, and he is counting on Sayaka for victory in the next battle. 8 seconds have passed. Sayaka is resolved to defeat the enemy. She keeps on attacking the boss and is able to strike him countless times in 10 seconds. At 9 seconds, she is able to strike the knight with the most powerful blows. As soon as 10 seconds are over and her MP reaches 0, the skill deactivates. She comes back to her normal state and notices that the knight's armor has cracked. She can see the knight's eye through it. She signals Hirasaka to take on. He thanks her and confirms that they have made it in time. He then activates Wrap Edge. The skill is able to wrap the slash along with the blade. The slash hits the knight and the armor breaks down. They can now see the knight's face. The knight's armor is broken and his face is revealed. The credit for this broken armor goes to Sayaka and Hirasaka's strongest blow. At that moment, everyone, including the one observing from the underworld, believes that they are going to win. However, when we go to the past, we see a huge ball of fire in the sky. Ilak is pinned down on the ground by 2 golden knights, and a few others are also standing there. Ilak shouts that he was just fulfilling his duty. Ludwig is standing in front of him, and she tells him that this is the royal command. We see flashbacks where Ilak is killing many people. Ludwig tells him that his aggression is abnormal. If this goes on, he will eventually destroy the whole Silver Country. The Silver King desires peace. Ilak shouts and tells her that he will kill both civilians and the soldiers until they are extinct. Ludwig now understands that it is pointless to tell him anything else, so she issues a command to execute the punishment. Ilak shouts at her again for suggesting his execution. Turns out, Ilak is her brother. She tells her brother that he has taken so many lives, not just of enemies, but even of some allies who oppose the massacre. Ilak still does not get the point and tells them that he will not accept execution for killing those who disobey. She reveals that her best friend was also one of his victims. She no longer accepts him as her brother. She raises her sword and tells him to die. He shouts Ludwig's name in fury. The scene changes back to the day of the actual battle. Ilak's eyes are bleeding. He tries to stand up. Sayaka alarms Hirasaka that the plan is working and wants him to finish the night. Hirasaka activates Imperial Radiance, and the surroundings turn blood red. Subaru and his team wonder what on earth this skill is as they see everything turn red. Imperial Radiance enhances all abilities and skills by 160%. Ilak stands amidst the red-colored storm. He is angry at the fact that he was betrayed by his own country and sent down to the gate. Hirasaka wonders if he has regained his consciousness. He now gets that the plan was carried out by Ludwig. He never expected her to send her possessors. He starts laughing hysterically, thinking his sister's plan has been revealed. He asks them if they know how those sealed in the gate are able to return to the underworld. He attacks Sayaka and reveals the first way he can enter the underworld. He can enter if he is killed at the hands of a possessor. But this will not be good, as his soul will be damaged and the rank will decrease. Hirasaka rushes towards him to save Sayaka. He disappears and in an instant appears again, but this time he throws Hirasaka to the ground. The knight puts his foot on Hirasaka's face and reveals the second way of entering the underworld. The second way is to kill a possessor who possesses a certain level of strength. This way, he will be allowed to enter the underworld after absorbing the soul of the possessor. He chooses Hirasaka for that because his principles and level are the same. He kicks Hirasaka and he flies away. Ilak activates the Crimson Cloak. Crimson Cloak increases one's attack power by 100% while reducing the defense power by 50%. Ilak combines Imperial Radiance and Crimson Cloak, which increases his attack power by 360%. Sayaka and Hirasaka are exhausted. The knight activates the 12th skill, Slayer of All Beasts. That means he will be able to reach 1800% of base attack power on his next strike. He lifts up his sword, and dark red light waves cover him. Ginga shouts, telling Subaru to run as the skill can blow them away with the stage. Subaru did not expect him to regain consciousness. The operation has failed, and they now have to retreat. Ginga asks Ilak about his plans. He reveals that he is about to enter the underworld and kill his sister, all thanks to them, as he is now even stronger. The atmosphere is still blood red. The knight lifts his sword again and is about to kill them all using his ultimate technique. He activates his last skill, True Dragon Slayer Sword. However, at the same time, a conversation is happening between Subaru, Sayaka, and Hirasaka. Subaru requests them to abort the operation as they have no choice left. He offers himself for the operation and is confident that he can defeat Ilak. Sayaka does not want him to use the trump card. If he uses it now, they will not be able to defeat the Silver King in the third calamity. Subaru has no answer for that, but he does not want to let his friends die right now. The main character is prioritizing his friends right now, and Sayaka wants to do something for him. Sayaka sees a bright light and tells Subaru there is something they can use besides the trump card. Just before the knight can unleash his power, his hands get paralyzed. Nobody understands what is happening. The red light disappears and the atmosphere clears out. They are able to stop him just in time. Turns out Ilak has been stopped by Kiryu's crest of interruption. Kiryu reaches there in time with Sushi's help. Kiryu is seeing Hirasaka after a long time. Hirasaka excitedly walks towards Kiryu and Sushi. Kiryu, on the other hand, stops him from moving as there are crests of interruption all around. Kiryu tells Ilak that he has been surrounded by his skill. He is confident that he will completely shut the night out. Ilek now knows that Kiryu was the one who stopped Albion. Kiryu's MP is draining, and he wants Subaru to do his part quickly. Shikishima tells Subaru that the enemy has been stopped for now. He asks him about their next move. Subaru wonders what he can do besides using the trump card. Turns out there is only one way they can defeat Ilak without using the trump card. Subaru asks Shikishima and Naruse to become his kindreds. Both of them agree without a second thought. Subaru activates Blood Usurper and Rakta Sunana. Subaru has gained this skill after reaching level 50. The skill has the ability to transform a living human into one's kindred. Unlike the other skill, Parivara, this skill does not require a soul connection, but only requires the individual's consent. Subaru confirms if Naruse is truly okay with this. Naruse asks if he is asking about being okay with becoming his subordinate. Subaru replies that he will become his subordinate only in form. Naruse remembers his wish to never submit to Subaru. But right now, for the sake of this battle, he has to submit. He tells Subaru to do it quickly. He calls his past when he was lying in a hospital bed. He asks his mother to turn on the TV so that he can see Hirasaka. He remembers meeting Hirasaka in the hospital, and the way he helped him secure a position at the Player Federation. Subaru might be a savior for the world, but to him, Hirasaka is his only hero. He is willing to give up everything that can save Hirasaka. 1 second has passed, and the Crest of Interruption deactivates. Ilak now understands that it is an invisible immobilization skill. He assumes that his opponents do not have any other option left, as they did not attack him during the 1 second opening. He stamps his feet on the ground, and several stones hit the circles. He activates the circles using stones. Ilak now knows that the skill does not just immobilize specific targets. It only stops the things that touch it. Kiryu is angry at the fact that Ilak has understood his skill so fast. Ilak activates his 15th skill, Slide Edge. Kiryu is standing on top of Sushi. Ilak activates a 16th skill, Scrape Edge. A wave of blue light rushes towards Kiryu. He defends it with the Crest of Interruption. Ilak is not worried as the Crest of Interruption only stays for 1 second, while his skill will stay activated for 20 seconds. Sushi screams while Kiryu defends Ilak's attack. Watching him struggle, Ilak assumes that he has wiped out Kiryu. Just then, Hirasaka tries to attack him. He mocks him, saying all of them are low on MP, and they will die. He activates Slide Edge again. Before he could use it, he got hit in his hand. He does not understand where this attack came from. He looks around and finds Shikishima. Shikishima is aiming at him. His shooting skills are working just fine, just as Subaru said. He uses his second skill Golden Weapon, combined with Curse Blood, and opens fire. The bullet hits Ilak's head. He doesn't get why this curse is eroding his soul instead of piercing through him. Hirasaka is shocked to see Shikishima and hears Naruse in his head. Naruse apologizes for intruding on his mind and warns him about his low MP. He requests that Hirasaka use his weapons. He activates Golden Armory, Mount, and Curse Attribute. A kindred can add Curse Blood to their skills. That means Naruse's Golden Armory weapons can now directly erode the opponent's soul. Hirasaka uses Cursed Blood Balmung, while Sayaka uses Cursed Blood Curvez. Sayaka now realizes that Subaru has turned them into his kindred. However, Subaru has made a difficult decision to turn living beings into kindreds. It's bitter because Shikishima and Naruse will not be able to resurrect even if they die in the future. Shikishima tells Subaru not to worry, as he has done the right thing. By turning them into his kindreds, he has shared the memories about his future with them. He apologizes to Subaru as he has been taking the burden all alone. Now it's all up to kindreds. They all rush to attack Ilak. Shikishima shoots another bullet, but this time into Ilak's chest. Hirasaka attacks him with his sword while Sayaka is supporting him. Ilak wonders how they can attack in coordination without having any discussions. It seems to him as if they are all a single living being. Both master and follower get diverse benefits after establishing a kindred relationship. However, one of the main benefits is that they can have soul-to-soul discussions. Kindreds are continuously attacking Ilak in coordination. He warns them that they are underestimating him. He looks at Shikishima, who has been preventing him from using his attack. Shikishima tells him that crushing the enemy's attack is better than the defenses. He also tells him not to expect the finishing attack just yet. Meanwhile, Kiryu's Crest of Interruption appears. Ilak cannot believe how he can survive a direct hit from Scrape Edge. Turns out Sushi kept expanding its volume and has completely blocked the attack. Kiryu does not want to die now. He wants to go to the match and watch Seiichi's friend play. All the kindreds attack at once, paralyzing Ilak's attack with Kiryu's crest. This powerful attack takes him down. He starts bleeding and asks who they really are. They proudly introduce themselves as Subaru's kindreds. A notification appears that says they have defeated the boss. When Hirasaka and Sayaka attack Ilak, he starts bleeding. Since the possessors have killed him, Ilak needs to retrain his soul in the underworld. But Hirasaka tells him that he cannot come back to the underworld. He takes out a dagger and strikes Ilak. The dagger lights up and cracks Ilak's body. Turns out Ludwig gave this dagger to Hirasaka a few days back. She tells him to use the dagger after delivering his final blow. Hirasaka inquires about the dagger. The name of the dagger is Amnesia. Ludwig tells him that a soul that dies in the gate is able to return to the underworld. However, the dagger can break this cycle and bury them in the universal unconsciousness. Universal unconsciousness is the final destination for souls. This is the same place where Subaru met the King of Aurora. Hirasaka hesitates. But Ludwig wants to do this for her comrades and for those whom he slaughtered. She requests him to kill the demon beast slayer for her. If we come back to the day of battle, we see Ilak dying. His soul has lost all connections and is starting to crumble. He feels cold. He does not believe that he is going to die. Before he can do something about it, his body explodes and disappears. With this, Ludwig gets rid of all the regrets she had when her brother killed innocents. She closes her eyes and recalls their childhood. She used to adore her brother for his heroic acts. She wanted to become like him, but now she pays farewell to her brother, hoping she will also join him one day. Sayaka celebrates their win. She has used all her power. Naruse asks Hirasaka if everything is really over. Hirasaka confirms and appreciates him. He tells Naruse that he has become a reliable man. Naruse recalls the words of the owner of his door, called the Golden Knight. Naruse wanted to help Hirasaka in using Etoile. The knight commended his mindset. He advises him to never tread the path of righteousness if he wants to become a star in human form. The knight trained himself to become the strongest swordsman, but he then switched to becoming a magic swordsman. He felt ashamed of himself at times, but he managed to become one of the 7 strongest knights. The Golden Knight again advised him to reach for the star no matter what and never ever give up. Coming back to the present, Naruse finally feels that he has come a little closer to the star again. Shikishima asks if everyone is okay. He comes closer to Hirasaka and gives him a fist bump. They then decide to go back home. Naruse thinks their reunion is a bit casual, given the fact that they have met after such an intense battle. Fuchigami sees them coming back. They have managed successfully to deal with the second calamity. Subaru receives a notification from the administration. The message is only visible to him. He is not allowed to share it with anyone else. They have acknowledged the intervention of his kindreds in the system. Another notification appears that says that the soul of the boss has disappeared. Therefore, it will not be converted into experience points. The message says that intervening in this matter is not recommended. Every such occurrence disturbs them deeply. The message asks Subaru if he will make sure to play in the correct manner. Subaru selects yes. Subaru has already expected such a warning from the admin. They all receive a notification of quest completion. They have 30 minutes to evacuate the gate. The media is broadcasting their victory as breaking news outside the gate. The news says that the team led by Subaru has successfully cleared the 6 targets. A large crowd has gathered to witness the collapse of the gate. Subaru comes out with his team and the media surrounds him. Subaru tells them that he only focused on commanding, so the credit for their victory goes to his team members. The players vow to protect everyone from the underworld creatures, even at the cost of their lives. The media starts taking their pictures. Hirasaka, Shikishima, and Subaru are under flashlights. The world can see them holding hands. Shikishima notices that Hirasaka and Subaru did not feel nervous at all. Hirasaka addresses Shikishima and tells him that he is going back to the Sea of Brilliance. In order to protect lives, he has to get stronger. Shikishima casually tells him to go back. Carrion comes back and wonders why Hirasaka left just now. Shikishima now realizes that Hirasaka has left. He did not get a chance to say goodbye, and he decided to punch him the next time he saw him. Sayaka also plans on going back after paying a visit to her parents' house. Sayaka feels as if someone is missing. Mia asks Ginga if he is going back home. He thinks his role in clearing the 6-star gate is over, so he has to go back. He thinks that he did his best as a silver rank player, even if he did not contribute much towards the end. Kiryu motivates him by saying both of them are the same. Ginga thanks Kiryu for his hard work. He assures him that Subaru will fulfill his promise. Kiryu comments that it feels like he trusts Subaru so much. Ginga tells him otherwise. He goes back to his home in Hitachi City. He comes out after taking a shower and switches on the TV. Subaru is on the screen. He thinks that this week has been too long and interesting. Just then, a 5-star door appears in front of him. Before opening the door, he hears his name. He opens the door and calls Arcane. He sees Silver Ninetail's Silver King. The king has been waiting for him and cannot even move. He wants to have a little chat with Ginga. The king asks Ginga for his help. It's November 1st, and the place is the former Player Federation headquarters. All the players are having their victory meal. Shikishima congratulates them on clearing the 6-star gate. Ginga did not attend the party as he was away. Kiryu has also been sent back to jail. He has received permission to watch the match. Shikishima is having juice and Sayaka could not believe that. He explains that even if he has alcohol, the drink will decompose quickly, so there's no point in having it. Subaru asks Sayaka if she has visited her parents' house. She tells him that she has stayed there, and meeting everyone was so overwhelming. They were happy that she had cleared the 6-star gate. Shikishima asks Subaru if he still has time. Subaru tells him that he is meeting Ginga in the evening. Shikishima asks the main character to buy a house. He explains that Subaru has now become famous. He is currently staying in the lobby, which is really crowded. The accommodation fee has also increased. Therefore, he wants him to move into an apartment or a house. He assures Subaru that buying a house is not just for a show. It's actually necessary for his own peace and safety. Subaru asks if he can buy a house so quickly and easily. Shikishima promises to lend him a hand. Meanwhile, he offers Subaru to stay at Hirasaka's house. Our guy is amazed to see Hirasaka's spacious house. He asks Shikishima about the number of prefabs in the house. Turns out it's around 70 mem2. As per Subaru's calculations, it has 20 prefabs. Other players appreciate the way he has calculated it so fast. Shikishima tells him that he can stay here until he finds another house. Carrion informs Subaru that Hirasaka has approved his stay when asked through his soul. Subaru is sad as he did not expect things to go this way. Naruse is also angry at him for staying at Hirasaka's house. He has asked him, at least take a photo of the house for him. Subaru does not understand where to draw the line. Regardless, he takes the photo. Shikishima asks Subaru to go outside, and he will give him the key. The main character asks if he still has time. Carrion is surprised at the fact that all the home appliances are dead in this house. Sayaka has heard that if Hirasaka touches them with his bare hands, he will die. That is why he always wears gloves. Shikishima suggests that Subaru should take a look around the city he has just saved. Therefore, he goes out. He has his drink and watches the general public. He is happy to see the civilians at peace, as this is the peace he wanted to protect. He has managed to avoid the tragedy that happened in the world of Order King. He takes a train to Hitachi. The Hitachi station is really pretty. He meets Ginga at the station. Ginga tells Subaru that he thought he was finally free after clearing the gate. However, Subaru has called him again. He did not want to meet Subaru this early and get tired again. He asks Subaru about the thing he wanted to discuss. Subaru offers Ginga to go with him next week until they reach the underworld. Ginga asks if by underworld he means the enemy of humanity. Subaru confirms saying a lot of things have happened, and he is going to participate in the king's meeting. Ginga has heard about the kings for the first time and asks them what they really are. Ginga warns Subaru that he is making a shocking statement. No one has any information about the underworld until now, as no one has been there. Subaru again requests that they go together. Ginga feels like Subaru is inviting him on a domestic trip. He cannot keep up with this and asks Subaru how they will even go there. Subaru tells him that he is waiting for the other side to contact him. Ginga asks him the reason for inviting a silver rank to the meeting, as Subaru has other stronger comrades too. The main character assures that he will eventually call others too. He is sure that he will need Ginga's power in the future. Therefore, he offers Ginga to officially become his comrade. He plans on making a team once he is back from the underworld. He wants Ginga to become a member of that team. The team does not have an official name yet. However, the motto is to never betray or abandon friends. Subaru asks Ginga what he thinks about the idea. Ginga tells him that he did not believe him when Subaru chose him for a 6-star gate. But his decision turned out to be right. Subaru's strategy has helped them clear the gate. He is now sure about Subaru's mysterious powers. However, Ginga still does not believe in his powers. He offers a handshake and tells Subaru that he is ready to trust him. Subaru thanks him and shakes his hand. Once they hold hands, Ginga activates Ice 9. Subaru's eyes expand in shock. The king is sipping his tea far away from them and says goodbye to Subaru. Subaru has become a threat to the Silver King as he becomes significantly dangerous in a few days. He has defeated the Fiery Lambda and the Demon Beast Slayer. The Silver King considers himself different from Gold and Red Copper. He fears Vanquish's return if he leaves Subaru alone. He wants to eliminate the threat once and for all. He admits that Subaru is a precious soul, but he will have to die. Turns out Ginga is under the influence of Silver King's Ruin skill. The skill conceals a subdivided soul called Bunray of Ruin within the target's body. The skill can manipulate the target's mind if there is no mental resistance. Subaru immediately understands that Ginga is under the influence of the skill. He considers Ginga as the king's target right now. The skill Ruin has exploited Ginga. Subaru addresses the Silver King. The king cannot believe that Subaru has noticed his presence. Subaru states that he has made 3 mistakes. The first mistake is that when Ginga goes out, he always wears a paper bag. Secondly, Ginga calls him Araike, not Subaru. Lastly, Ginga never says he believes Subaru. As per Ginga, if he ever said these words, Subaru would fight till the end and die. He also thinks it's okay for Subaru to not save the world and save himself by running away once. Subaru reveals that Ginga will never say he believes in him until the very end. Turns out Subaru is already prepared for this. He takes out his frozen dummy arm. The Silver King is shocked to know that Subaru has cut off his real arm and installed a fake one instead. He has been on guard against the skill Ice 9 beforehand. He also recognizes Subaru's conviction and determination. Subaru uses his other hand and touches Ginga on the chest. He activates Curse Blood. The Silver King does not understand how he has eliminated the Bunray. It seems like Subaru is dealing with a known situation. Subaru holds Ginga in his arms. He tells him to wait for a moment. He promises to carry on the conversation once he returns. The Silver King now gets that Subaru can see the future. Subaru has brought his cut-off arm in a bag. The bag tears apart. Subaru takes his arm and puts it back on his body. The arm attaches back. The Silver King now fears Subaru more as he is not only a possessor of Vanquish, but he also possesses Foresight. He is adamant about killing Subaru right now, even if other kings see him. Subaru walks towards the sea. He is happy that the present is far different than the future he saw. The only thing he is certain about right now is that he is going to defeat the Silver King. The Silver King is actually part of the third calamity. He is plotting to kill Subaru. Therefore, he has to stop him by defeating him in direct combat. If he successfully avoids the third calamity, he will be able to acquire a new kindred. He will get closer to the truth of the world. He will also get to expand the red table. If he fails, he will lose his life. He will lose his kindreds, and the underworld will start to destroy. Meanwhile, Shikishima, Sayaka, and Carrion are watching over Subaru through their soul connection. They are waiting for him to use the trump card he has been saving up till now. Carrion is ready to see the Silver King blow away. Subaru, on the other hand, is ready to fight the Silver King. The king reminds the main character that he should not think he can defeat the Silver King just like he defeated the knight. The king starts flying towards Subaru. Before he can reach Subaru, he sees a hand in front of his eyes. The hand hit him hard. Waves start to form in the sea and the king falls far away. He does not get what has really happened to him. Subaru activates blood mold. Huge red hands appear from the water. Subaru's strength is now on a whole different level. The king activates the nine-tailed silver star. Before his skill can touch Subaru, the main character hits him. His body falls deep into the water. Subaru takes him out by capturing him in a red sticky bubble. The king's soul feels eroded just by the touch of this bubble. He wonders about his opponent's unbeatable strength. Subaru raises his hand. He explains that this is one of the 3 skills he has received from Vanquish. The skill can block sunlight, which is a vampire's weakness. It also lowers all the stats to their limit. Subaru reveals that he has released his true power. He has been concealing his true power since then. Turns out his trump card is the power of vampire. The king now understands that he has been purposefully concealing his true powers ever since he became a possessor. The Silver King does not give up yet. He breaks the bubble and is ready to show his authority. He gets furious and activates divine threads of silver petals. He is ready to blow away the entire area. However, Subaru does not want anyone else to die in their fight. He activates Lift Cleaver. The Silver King creates a huge light sphere. While they are fighting, Subaru's kindred are watching the fight from the real world. On the other hand, Thunder Kilum, Storm Delta, Fiery Lambda, Ludwig, and Hirasaka are watching the fight from the Sea of Brilliance. Storm Delta thinks that Subaru's skill is more powerful than Ilak's last skill. Thunder Kilum comments that he has come up with his strongest skill right from the start. Ludwig fears that if Subaru fails, the whole place will be destroyed. Hirasaka needs assurance that Subaru will be alright. Vanquish is sitting on his throne, enjoying the encounter. Hirasaka looks back and sees a girl wearing a black and red gown. She also has a crown on her head. She is the Queen of Martyrdom, and a former 6th king, Judith, named Saya. To her, Subaru is meeting the expectations. Meanwhile, Subaru activates Lift Cleaver. The skill creates multicolored laser rays. These rays fill up the entire area. They collide with the spheres created by the Silver King. Those spheres break down into pieces and collide with one another. Their collision creates explosions mid-air. These explosions cause huge water splashes. Seawater starts to rain down on Hitachi City. The Silver King stops thinking until the rain stops. He is furious because the divine threads of silver petals have been torn into pieces. This is because Subaru has inherited Vanquish's vampire skill. He confirms whether Subaru was hiding his vampire skills on purpose until now. The main character confirms but reveals that Vanquish was the one who was hiding it. He instructed Subaru not to tell anyone about the skill yet. The Silver King now gets the whole plot. Subaru wanted to conceal his trump card. Therefore, he left the Battle of Ilak to his kindred. Subaru tells him that if the Silver King knew about his power, he would not have come to the human world. The Silver King is now furious and wants to wipe out Vanquish. He uses 9 stars of the Sacred Flame. A huge light ray appears. Subaru already anticipates the attack and ditches it. The light ray evaporates the seawater. Our guy flies away, thinking it would have killed him. He assumes it would be difficult for the king to fire such powerful skills continuously, as it would take up a lot. Nonetheless, the current ruin does not have more than 1/9 of its soul. The spectators at the Sea of Brilliance are still watching this battle. They are startled at the phrase, split soul. Vanquish explains that the sky clock prohibits the main bodies of the soul from entering the human world. However, ruin can split one's soul into 9. The Silver King is able to defeat the system by his split soul. He is making the excuse that they should let him pass, as he is being treated like a skill right now. Neither Lambda nor Delta can understand what Vanquish is trying to say. Turns out Ludwig and Hirasaka also have no idea about it. Saya asks for Carrion's help. Kilum finally explains that the Silver King has illegally entered the human world. Saya also confirms it. Vanquish explains that even if it's just one part of the king, he is still stronger. Those who come this way into the real world bring great power. It's because there is no limit from the gate. However, if they are able to kill that part, the main soul will lose 1/9 of its power. That means the ruin's main body will weaken in the underworld. Therefore, he needs to be completely overpowered for the sake of negotiations after this. The Silver King asks Subaru why he is running away now when he had promised to defeat him earlier. Subaru asks him to wait for a while as he has been preparing to defeat him. The main character uses Pregiton. The skill creates a blood barrier around the king. The Silver King now understands why Subaru was moving around. Pregiton has the ability to trap the enemy in a tornado of cursed blood. It decreases all the abilities by 10%. The Silver King again gets furious and attacks Subaru using the light rays. The main character dodges his attacks by flying swiftly. He reaches the king's face and gives him a powerful punch right in the middle of his face. The king's face starts bleeding. Subaru does not stop here. He continuously starts punching him in the face. He plans on hitting him until he completely destroys him and secures his victory. Subaru punches him with his entire strength and says that he will thrash him till he wins. The Silver King takes serious damage and blood spills out of his mouth. Subaru doesn't stop and continues hitting him in his vampire form. The Silver King can't believe the difference in their powers. He knows that his current soul cannot fight any longer and decides to retreat through the gate. Subaru sees this and says that he is still conscious after all this. He mentions that if it were Lambda or Ilak in his position, they would have died 5 times already. He calls him strong and uses his curse blood technique. The Silver King literally starts to warp around a sphere. Subaru coldly stares at his distorted body without saying a single word. Meanwhile, the others watch this from the underworld. The knight looks at this and wonders if the Silver King has truly been defeated. The Fire Lambda asks his brothers if it is really the same person. Everyone is impressed by Subaru, especially Vanquish. He sits in his chair with a smile and says that it is now time for him to use negotiations and make the Silver King one of them. Hearing this, all of the others scream in shock. They wonder if it is even possible to negotiate with someone as strong as him. During his meeting with Vanquish before Subaru went to fight Ilak, he looked at Vanquish with a surprised expression and asked him if he was talking about making the Silver King their ally. Vanquish tells him that he needs to lay the groundwork to his advantage before his meeting with the kings. He suggests offering him a negotiation and bringing him to their side. As Subaru looks at him in confusion, he clarifies that he might need to bash him thoroughly. Vanquish explains that he needs to show him power, since that is the only way to make someone with power listen to him. The Silver King Ruin is one of those places that is easier to negotiate when they surrender. He says that the Silver King is cautious and a coward. We go into a flashback where we see Fade, the ancestor of Ruin and the previous Silver King. Vanquish walks over to her and asks if she is really going to ruin the next Silver King. She gets mad and asks him if he is trying to pick a fight. Ruin looks at Vanquish with a worried expression. Vanquish looks at him and says that he saw him run away earlier during the battle. He asks him if he really wants to know why he ran away. Ruin clenches his fist and asks him for the reason. Vanquish laughs and says that he is more scared of mourning after a loss than the happiness he will get after winning. He tells him that it wouldn't have been too bad if he were just a normal person, but since he is a king, his duty is not to mourn. He calls him a coward and asks him to mend his ways. He mentions that if he can do that, he will become a good king. Vanquish then leaves with his other kings from the Rainbow Kingdom. Fade comments that he has gotten full of himself after rising up in the ranks. Still, he needs to become a king like him. Ruin finally wakes up on a small piece of rock floating on water. He sees Subaru sitting in front of him and immediately fires it up. Before he can do anything, Subaru uses his blood mold to restrain him. He asks him not to try anything and says that the battle is already over. Since he is part of a soul, he is struggling to get back in shape. Ruin asks him why he didn't just destroy his soul, and Subaru mentions that he wanted to negotiate with him. He asked him to be his ally and to convey his request at the meeting of the kings. In order for that to happen, he must become his kindred spirit. The Silver King stares at him in confusion for a moment, and then immediately bursts into rage along with the other kindreds. The knight looks at Vanquish and asks him what he told Subaru. Vanquish laughs and says that it wasn't he who came up with the plan of making him a kindred. He asks them to simply watch as it is about to get even more interesting. Subaru tells the Silver King that he has a limit of 6 kindreds, and he only has 1 slot, which he can fill. The Silver King bursts out in anger once again and says that he will never accept his offer. Subaru calmly tells him that he will let him live and return. Even though he is a split soul, he is still part of the main body. If this soul were destroyed, the power and status of his main body would drop greatly. The balance between gold and copper will crumble, and it would not be good for him. The Silver King knows it's the truth, but he is still hesitant to accept the offer. He says that all the kings are worried about Vanquish getting back his powers, and any actions that would be advantageous for him are out of the question. Subaru looks at him and says that he knew his initial offer wasn't enough to convince him. He gives him another offer and says that he will be able to see the future if he becomes his kindred. Ruin starts to yell at him and says that he is all talk. However, he soon realizes that he is right. Subaru explains that if he becomes his kindred, he can show him the future through soul connection. It's not possible for him to lie using words from the soul. The Silver King starts to think it through. Subaru sighs and says that his response today was exactly as he expected. However, some of the future has changed. Ruin asks him what he means, since if the future has already been altered, it would be useless to become his kindred. Subaru smiles and shows him the band on his hand, saying that it contains the memory of the 8 calamities that will befall the human world. The 8th and final calamity is called the Gaze, and the one who causes it is the administrator from the Sky Clock. This sends the Silver King into a panic as he realizes who Subaru is going against. Suddenly, 2 giant eyes appear behind him along with a timer. As Ruin slowly turns around, Subaru reveals that the administrator has appeared. He looks at him with a blank expression and says that the real negotiation has just started. Meanwhile, our boy Ginga wakes up from a long sleep and immediately sees the administrator. Subaru calmly mentions that he is the admin. Ruin starts to panic as he realizes that this is the superior being that created the Sky Clock in this world. They had heard of his existence, but they never got a hold of his real identity. He was the mystery of the world itself. Before Ruin can ask him anything, Subaru turns to the administrator and asks him why he is here. He tells him that they haven't breached anything and simply said his name. Subaru tells him to stand down, and the eyes disappear. Bro casually made the admin leave his own server. He tells him that the admins are monitoring everything in all worlds. Ruin asks him if they were the ones he fought in the future. Our boy tells him that he lost, but he doesn't plan on repeating the past this time. For that to happen, he needs his help. Ruin realizes that he was serious about making him his kindred. He knows everything that will happen, and the only way for them to join forces is by being his kindred. He knows that it would probably make him an enemy to the admins, but if he lets this chance go, he might never be able to get his hands on their information. He remembers Vanquish calling him a coward and thinks that he would not be a king if he didn't make a decision right now. He thinks about his people and decides not to worry about losing something. Ruin tells Subaru that he showed him his power and how beneficial it will be if he becomes his ally. He praises his negotiation tactic. Subaru reveals that it was all Vanquish's guidance. Ruin then asks him if he is really okay with this, since he tried to use his comrade to kill him earlier. Subaru says that he only did it to protect his country. He manifested his split souls and wouldn't appear until he was about to lose. He only did this so the people of his country wouldn't mourn. Subaru reveals that Vanquish was also praising him for that and said that he has become a good king. This makes Ruin a bit emotional. Subaru tells him not to worry about it since he and his comrades will use all of their power to protect him anytime the need arises. This is enough to make him crack, and he finally agrees to become his kindred. The two of them shake hands and finally go back to the shore. They see Ginga, who asks Subaru why he is walking alongside the Silver King, like they are on friendly terms. Subaru tells him that they have become friends. He says that he doesn't look that surprised, and Ginga tells him that if he were to be surprised by everything he does, he wouldn't be able to stay healthy. The Silver King apologizes to him and offers to be friends. Ginga says that he doesn't really have any problem with him and asks if Arcane is safe. Ruin confirms it, and the guy mentions that he has something to ask him. He questions them about the gigantic eyes that appeared in the sky. Subaru realizes that he needs to explain everything to him in detail. He tells him that it was the crisis of all worlds. Ginga guesses that this was the reason Subaru was holding on to the secrets. He asks him when it will occur, and Subaru reveals that it will happen in the next 2.5 months. He thinks about the message he saw and says that it might even occur earlier than that. Ginga slowly starts to close his eyes as he thinks to himself, how things always happen earlier than expected. In this memory, he is on a call with his older sister Hajiro, who tells him that his uncle has been waiting for him at their house. 16-year-old Ginga informs her that he was subjugating with his 4-star team. They all believe in him, so he didn't want to betray their trust. He says that he might also be able to move to Tokyo around next year. His sister tells him that he might need to help her convince their parents. She asks him to come back for now since they are going to finish Mom's deep-fried horse mackerel. Ginga immediately tells her that he will be back in 30 minutes, since he would never let that happen. When his mom hears this, she puts some food aside for him. While on his way back on the train, a red gate suddenly breaks without anyone noticing. The door was hidden in such a place that even the Players' Federation wasn't able to detect it. Therefore, when the door broke, there was no alarm. A massive monster started rampaging through the city and destroyed Ginga's house. When he finally reaches back, all he sees is rubble from the aftermath of the attack. He starts crashing out as he thinks to himself that it's all his fault for being late. He drops down on his knees and apologizes to his sister. However, it is too late now. The monster suddenly returns and stands behind him. He looks up with tears in his eyes and asks the monster what's wrong with it. Later, an official asks him if he wants his house to be reconstructed. Ginga requests him to try and make it as close to the original as possible. After the reconstruction of his house, he hung pictures of all his family members on the wall. As the memories flood his mind, he once again thinks that he didn't make it in time. He became a player so that he could protect them. However, he wasn't there for them when they needed him most. He starts crying and apologizing to them again. Everyone talks about him when he walks out of the house. They mention how he wasn't there for them when the monster attacked. This causes him to wear the bag over his head in order to hide his face. One of his fellow hunters asks him if he is coming to Tokyo, and he rejects. The guy tells him that he believed in him. Ginga apologizes and tells him that he won't go anywhere far from his hometown again. Every day, he goes to the sea and activates his skill to look for any doors hovering above. For him, he didn't believe in anything, including himself. All he wants to do is to prevent the same thing from happening again. He calls out to Subaru and asks him to turn him into his kindred. He says that he wants to fight, and even if he refuses, he will continue to fight. He wants to show him that he can protect everything in the end. With Subaru's memories of the future, he saw the 7th calamity, which caused the destruction of the entire human realm. All of the humans, except the players, were exterminated. Subaru saw himself sitting alone by the beach. Ginga walked over to him and asked him what he was doing. He hadn't met him till now, so he asked him who he was. Subaru told him that he had fought the enemy and defeated it, but he couldn't stop it from using that skill. Hearing this, Ginga asks him if he couldn't make it and says that they are both the same. Back in the present, he gets ready to be transformed into a kindred. Subaru uses his Raktasnana skill and activates the process. Ginga can already feel his power increasing thanks to the boost of being a kindred. The ability boosts the stats of the kindred by 45% and allows any undead kindred to use the Blood Mold skill. For the living, it applies Curse Blood to their skills, which is effective against regenerative skills. On the other hand, Subaru also receives some bonus stats for each kindred spirit. Ginga turns to Subaru, and before he can say anything, he starts hearing the voices of all the other kindred. This makes his mind almost explode. Shikishima tells everyone to shut up and explains to him that this is a soul conversation, which is kind of like a voice chat for the kindred. They can only send their true thoughts here, so nothing they say can be a lie. Ginga asks him if he can mute people, and Shikishima confirms it. Meanwhile, Subaru asks Ruin if he is also ready to become a kindred. The Silver King smiles and mentions how Ginga isn't acting obedient after becoming a kindred, so he says he is ready. As Subaru starts the process, he feels an immense amount of energy surging through his body. He felt an energy every time he turned someone into a kindred, but this was at a different level. After the process is complete, Ruin looks back and tells him that his real body in the underworld has gained quite a lot of power. He has also gained 10% of his stats. Subaru realizes that this power isn't from Ruin's split soul, but his real body, which makes him realize just how powerful this guy is. Ruin smiles and says that he is the apex of all beasts, so it is understandable. Turning people to his kindred was Vanquish's ultimate skill, and it was for this reason the Rainbow Country rose to power in the first place. Ruin mentions that it was truly untouchable at that time. However, with his new power, he believes he can easily overpower both Safina and Vordan. Hearing this, Subaru calls him out, and Ruin assures him that he won't do anything like this. He knows that he joined him for an even greater purpose. He then asks Subaru to hop on the Silver Star as they are going to see Vanquish. Ginga also jumps on, and the three of them fly to Tokyo. All the kindred meet at Hirasaka's apartment. Subaru tries saying something to Naruse, but he cuts him off and tells him that he doesn't need to say anything. He mentions that he hasn't forgotten him for secretly acting on his own, and Subaru thinks to himself that it must be rough for him being a hardcore Hirasaka fan. He takes out the blood drop key, which opens a gate to the Sea of Brilliance where Vanquish and the other dead kindred are. Ruin wonders if there was a place like that in the underworld. He finally steps in and is surprised to recognize the place. It is the Seat of Souls. Subaru asks him what he means, which makes Ruin mad since it is a really high-level skill and he used it without even knowing. Their location is currently hidden, which is the reason Ruin couldn't find Vanquish. The man finally steps out and says that the admins can't find them here either. He explains that he created this seat with the last of his power after he was defeated by the admins. Even though he lost all of his power and status, he was still alive. After all that time, he has managed to regain 30% of his power. Ruin and Vanquish finally meet again after millennia. Carrion mentions how Ruin kept saying he was stronger than him, and Vanquish laughs. Shikishima also introduces himself to the man. Vanquish shakes his hand and says that he remembers him since he helped Subaru before. As they both look to the side, they see the other kindred chatting like they are on a picnic. They yell at them to stop chatting and sit down for the meeting. Subaru makes some blood cushions, and the meeting starts. Vanquish asks if the ones attending the meeting of the kings are Subaru and his kindred. When Subaru confirms it, he laughs and says that the Rainbow Country will also participate. Ruin is shocked to hear this. Vanquish tells him that he is lucky to witness another gathering for the 6 kings from his country. The Silver King asks him if they will be coming too. Vanquish turns to Subaru and asks him to explain the entire operation. Subaru stands up, and everyone starts asking him what it's about. He tells them that after talking to Vanquish, there is more to the agenda. With a stern expression, he announces that he will be demanding the complete abolition of all gates leading to the underworld. Sayaka asks him if he is really going to propose the abolition of all gates from the underworld. Ginga immediately stands up and asks him if it is truly possible. Subaru tells him that the ones being invaded are attending this assembly, so his demand seems reasonable. He says that they will discuss the negotiation terms with Ruin and the others shortly. However, before that, he needs to explain how they are going to deal with the next calamity. They have repelled 3 calamities so far. Subaru claims that out of the remaining 5 calamities, they can most likely avoid the 5th and 6th ones. They have to face the 4th calamity next week, but Subaru knows where it is taking place, so he is confident that they can defeat it. He says that he will be talking about the 5th calamity, which comes after that. It is about the level 99 achiever. Sayaka suddenly gets charged up and says that she will prevent it at all costs. Naruse asks him about the calamity since he couldn't understand it when he shared the information earlier. Subaru explains that there is a player whose body will be possessed by an automatic skill upon reaching level 99. This can create a loophole by manipulating a skill and allows the door owner to manifest directly into the human realm. It is a complete manifestation unrestrained by the limits of the gate. The owner will likely be several times stronger than the 6-star boss they previously faced. Subaru looks down and reveals that the player who will be possessed is Amamiya, who is Sayaka's sister. Everyone is shocked upon hearing this. After losing her little sister in the future, Amamiya didn't even wait to recover and started her onslaught against the gates, almost like she was possessed. It wasn't long before she finally reached level 99. Immediately after, a skill called Regal Birth was activated, which consumed her soul and allowed the owner of the gate to appear in the human realm. Seeing Sakaya so fired up, Carrion asks her to calm down. He then turns to Subaru and asks him if he has a plan. Subaru looks at Ruin and says that the owner of Amamiya's door is the ruler of the Silver Nation. The Silver King recognizes him as Guel and says that he will try talking to him, but he doubts that it will be effective. Subaru then continues with his explanation about the calamities. He tells them that the 6th calamity cannot happen because it was supposed to be caused by his brother Taiga. In King of Aurora's timeline, they weren't able to defeat him in the battle with Kokugaiji. After that, Taiga continued to expand his powers and accelerated the movement of the continental plates underneath Japan. This caused a massive earthquake which destroyed everything. However, in this timeline, his brother is dead, so the calamity is prevented. Naruse asks him why he even mentioned it if the calamity won't happen. Subaru tells him that the problem lies in their being able to defeat Taiga and Kokugaiji. Sayaka excitedly tells him that it's because they did a good job. Shikishima starts drawing on the ground and explains that the paths connecting to the future are split into 3 timelines. The first one is their current timeline, the second is the timeline of the King of Aurora, but there is also a third timeline. He says that the timeline should have diverged into 2 when Subaru obtained the memories of the King of Aurora. However, before that even happened, Taiga was dead. This means that a divergence from the King of Aurora's timeline had already occurred, which created the third timeline called X. Sayaka sits with Hirasaka and asks him if he can explain it in simpler terms, so even a monkey team like them can understand it. This makes Naruse mad, and he warns her not to disrespect Hirasaka by including him in her stupid team. Shikishima tells her that there was an X factor that changed the timeline before Subaru even knew about it. They don't know if that person is a friend or an enemy, so they need to be on high alert. Subaru tells them that the X person is probably close to them. The meeting is finally over, and all the kindred prepare to go back. Sayaka and Saya exchange souls, and she goes back to her kindred form. Sayaka bids her farewell and says that she will be leaving the rest to her again. Saya assures her that she can count on her. Before Subaru can step out of the gate, Vanquish stops him and asks him to stay a bit longer. He tells him that they didn't really have much time to catch up lately. Hearing this, Subaru asks him if he is acting like his parent. Vanquish refers to the new kings and the kindreds and says that they are a lively crew. When he first met him, he didn't expect they would find such a large family. They were both pretty gloomy back then. Subaru smiles and tells him that he is right. They have both come a long way in such a short time. At first he became a player to regain the honor, money, and status that his brother stole from him. But after Vanquish told him to love himself and to truly become happy, he started to rethink a lot of stuff. Subaru tells him that he loves all of his friends, and the version of himself when he is around them. He wants them both to continue on this path together just a bit longer. Seeing him getting emotional, Vanquish laughs and tells him not to worry. He says that he still has a long road ahead, and knowing him, someday he might even be able to surpass him. Hearing this, Subaru tells him that something feels off. Vanquish starts walking back and says that they will meet again in the underworld. Meanwhile, Safina, the queen of the Golden Country, hears the news about Subaru clearing the 6-star gate. She finds it interesting and says that she wants to know more. She orders one of her knights to invite him to the meeting of kings as their guest. Subaru wakes up in his bed in the middle of the night to a bright golden light. A letter of invitation appears in his room. His reaction tells that he was already expecting this. 3 days later, the entire group gathers at the park behind Hirasaka's apartment. Subaru checks his phone and says that it's almost the time that the Golden King mentioned. Naruse and Shikishima stand in their winter coats. He told them to dress for the cold, so Naruse asked him if this was enough. Subaru tells him that he has no idea. He reveals that there was nothing about the meeting of the kings in his memories. Aside from the gate and the seat, he doesn't know anything about the underworld. He then asks Carrion and Saya if they have any information. They both tell him that they have no idea. Ginga asks him why they are here in a park since they could have done this in the room like usual. However, he is suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a massive gate. He realizes that the gate probably wouldn't fit in the room. They all see the Golden Knight walking out of the gate. Just looking at her, Subaru knows that she is strong. She smiles and says that she is here to pick him up. She introduces herself as Ixis, the captain of the Golden Custodia under the direct command of Queen Safina. Naruse is a bit confused, so Shikishima explains to him that she is the personal bodyguard of the queen. Subaru talks to Carrion using Soul Link and asks him about the knight, but he doesn't know her either. He says that she is probably younger than Safina or Ludwig, and calls her a part of the new generation. Subaru greets her and introduces himself. She asks them to step inside the gate and mentions that just a single step will land them straight in the underworld. They all finally enter the underworld and see giant floating islands and countries in the sky. Subaru is mesmerized by the view. Ixis explains that, unlike their world, in the underworld, the land is centered around the core. This land is divided into all the countries. The farther you are from the core, the colder it gets. When a country closer to the sun overlaps the land beneath it, it blocks the sunlight and turns to night in the other country. Shikishima guesses that they are probably much farther from the sun since it's pretty cold. Ixis praises his thinking skills and says that she didn't expect less from the possessor of Sir Barrage. She explains that they are currently in the outer rims, and it goes far beyond the outer territory. Naruse asks her if this isn't the Golden Country. She laughs and points to the largest continent above them, saying that this is the Golden Country. He asks her if the meeting is taking place here. She ignores him and starts explaining the geography to Subaru. The underworld contains around 200 countries of varying scale, and with the exception of the third king, all the other kings disapprove of his presence at the meeting. To the majority of the kings, the processors are nothing more than sacrifices needed to resurrect their souls within the gate. Many of them even consider their existence as lower than slaves. This almost gives my man Ginga a heart attack. Ixis claims that if she took them to the Golden Country directly, they would likely be surrounded and killed. Carrion asks her what she is trying to say. She smiles and says that she can't stand the thought of pathetic possessors being at the meeting. She suddenly uses a skill called the Golden Wall and hits all of them. While they are all in the air, she uses her Golden Repulsor skill. Ixis tells them that they are the honored guests of her master, so she won't kill them. but they must prove to her that they are worthy of being in the meeting. The Golden Repulsor skill teleports them all to a random location at least 1,000 kilometers away from the caster. Ixis tells them that the meeting will take place in the Golden Country's Grand Palace, so they should be there within 72 hours of their time. Before being teleported, Subaru smiles and says that she will be seeing him real soon. Moments later, he finds himself in a strange place with giant gaps in the ground. He didn't expect to be separated from everyone else so suddenly. He takes a look around and realizes that the place looks familiar. Before he can think, a giant claw attacks him, but he defends with his sword. The ground beneath him starts to shatter, so he moves away, noticing that his enemy is pretty strong. However, something seems off about this. The monster attacks him again, but he doesn't really feel any anger or bloodlust in the attacks. As he kicks the monster away, it starts laughing and says his name. Subaru is surprised and asks him who he is. The monster seems disappointed and asks him if he really forgot about him. He reveals that he was the one who killed him in such a horrible way. Subaru is confused upon hearing this and asks him if he really was the one who did it. Subaru is stunned to realize that he is the one who defeated the monster before him. The monster tells him there's no way he could have recognized him, as his appearance has completely changed. He then explains that he was only able to return to this form because of Subaru. When the monster shares his name, Blue Wind, Guax-sama, Subaru suddenly remembers that this is the same being he fought alongside Sayaka during his first encounter with the gate. Subaru's shock is clear. He quickly pieces together that he's now in the Copper Country. Guax begins to carry him somewhere, explaining along the way. He says that being in the gate is like being frozen in time. Anyone who commits a sin in the underworld is cast into a gate, where they lose their original power and form. These can only be restored once they return to the underworld. The lower the star level of a gate, the harder it is to come back. As they travel, Subaru finds himself enjoying the ride on Guax's back. He realizes he remembers nothing about the underworld, and hadn't understood how much sorrow it holds. When Subaru inquires about their destination, Guax tells him they are going to meet someone. The one who sent him to retrieve Subaru. Someone who also knows Subaru seeks the Golden Country. That person, Guax adds, will tell him how to get there. Subaru asks him why he is going this far for him. The kobold monster asks him if he knows the condition to get out of the gate. Subaru says that it's to kill or be killed by the strongest possessor. Guax mentions that he managed to kill Subaru in another world, so he was able to return to his original self. He is just trying to return the favor. Hearing this, Subaru smiles and asks him about the goblin leader. Guax says that he died again, so he was plunged back into the gate. Subaru then wonders why souls are punished and sent into the gates with such elaborate effort. At that moment, a girl's voice answers him, explaining that energy in the underworld can be exchanged for souls. That's how cultivation works. Skills are grown through energy, and energy is harvested from souls. She goes on to say that high-level souls never return, as they're used for massive benefits. When Guax finally reaches the person they were seeking, the girl extends her hand, triggering the bracelet on Subaru's wrist to release energy. It is then that Subaru realizes who she is, the King of Aurora. Guax, clearly pleased, announces that he has brought Subaru. The King of Aurora thanks him and tells Subaru that this is their first meeting in this timeline. She reveals that she was the one who granted him power in a past timeline. Her name is Sybil, the King of Aurora. Meanwhile, Subaru's teammate Saya finds herself in a place filled with lava. She complains about her terrible luck as she stands before a massive lava pit, out of which rises a colossal dragon, the same one connected to Amamiya's gate. As soon as the dragon notices her, it emerges, towering like a cluster of skyscrapers. It is the Dragon King, Guel, the one prophesied to appear in the fifth calamity. Saya tells the dragon to lift the spell placed on his subordinate. Guel, however, questions Saya's identity and how she knows about the subordinate. She starts to speak but pauses, then laughs as her memories return. Now able to use her true name, she reveals it to the dragon, along with her powers. She is the sixth king from Rainbow Country, the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith. Elsewhere, Shikishima finds himself in an unknown, enormous place. He has no idea where he is. Two of Vanquish's subordinates appear. One is a young girl who claims the place is her home and tells Shikishima that if he has any complaints, he can leave. Having never encountered underworld creatures before, Shikishima greets her politely. She notices that they share similar eyebrows and comments to the large man beside her that she doesn't think Shikishima is a bad person. She asks what they should do with him. When Shikishima asks for her identity, she seems surprised he doesn't know. She then introduces herself as Easter, the Ghost King, one of the 6 kings. The large man, who speaks slowly, also turns out to be one of the 6 kings named Tobit. Shikishima is taken aback. He asks if that means she is like Carrion. Easter confirms it, saying they haven't met in a long time. 2 more kings then arrive, Barnabas and Maria. When Maria sees Shikishima, she teasingly asks if he's today's side dish. Shikishima chuckles inwardly, amused that he has encountered so many powerful beings right after arriving in the underworld. He explains his situation, including the fact that he's a kindred of one of Vanquish's possessors. Maria laughs and tells him that makes him her junior. She praises him, and instructs him to behave properly in her presence. Meanwhile, Shikishima begins to feel tipsy from the drink he's been offered, which surprises him, since poison and alcohol usually don't affect players. Easter comments that he must be a living kindred. though she notes she can't detect the reverse in him. Curious and confused, Shikishima asks what she means by reverse, prompting Easter to begin her explanation. Judith and the ghouls possess a strange and terrifying ability. They can switch souls into other bodies and use them as vessels to fight. When they do this deliberately to someone, it's known as a reverse, and it's a rare occurrence, something that happens only once in a lifetime. She asks Tobit for validation, and he says that she is probably right. This makes her a bit mad, and she yells at him, complaining that he should have said definitely. As the two of them look back at Shikishima, they are shocked to see that he is sleeping. The drink, crafted by Maria, is meant to boost power, but the fact that he collapses afterward shows how drained he already is, both physically and mentally. Maria, understanding his condition, urges him to rest while Tobit silently stands guard. Outside, danger is brewing. Some wyverns circle above their home, searching. Without hesitation, Maria releases her powers and prepares for a confrontation. As she powers up, she says that she will turn half of them into booze and the other half into zombies. Elsewhere, Saya is already locked in battle. Her opponent is none other than Gwel, the Dragon King, a massive lava dragon whose fire attacks are searing and deadly. His flames, akin to molten rock, pose a major threat to Saya, especially given her undead nature. Fire, after all, is her greatest vulnerability. But as she remembers the future of Sayaka, noticing the silent tears meant for a sister lost in chaos, something shifts within her. That sorrow steals her resolve. She's no longer holding back. She's ready to kill. Calling upon a forbidden skill known as King's Authority, she summons a monstrous skeletal dragon, Poison Vasuki, the Dragon of Ruinous. Under her complete command, Vasuki is formed from bones and venom, resurrected through her power to animate the dead. Though not as strong as when it was alive, Vasuki still commands fear. The beast launches a devastating poison attack, Hala Hala, drenching Gwel in toxic clouds, but the venom barely affects him. Gwel recognizes the skeletal dragon as the king of venom dragons and asks her how such a creature is under her command. Saya confirms it with a smirk and asks him if he is an old friend of his. She mocks him by saying that if they are friends, he has nothing to worry about, as she will also turn him into her specimen. The clash escalates. Vasuki coils around Gwel, venom seeping into every crack of the dragon's hide, but Gwel withstands it. The poison doesn't bring him down. Their battle rages on, and Saya stands at a distance, silently observing. Something stirs inside her. Long-lost memories start flickering back to life. She begins to understand why she once followed Subaru with such loyalty. Her mind travels back to the aftermath of the two-star gate battlefield. Back then, she had been the boss sealed within that gate, defeated by Subaru. That's when her true identity, Judith, was temporarily restored. Her memories, however, had been stripped from her, and she had been confined to a small gate where suffering and humiliation ate away at her. Just as she was descending deeper into that void, she saw Sayaka wounded, collapsed on the ground. She wondered where Subaru was since he had accompanied her a moment ago. At that moment, a glowing gate opened nearby, and she immediately recognized the aura coming out of that gate. She knew that the person coming out is the possessor of Vanquish, so he should be able to make kindred. She thought about becoming a kindred. She now understands it perfectly. She developed a deep admiration for Sayaka during that battle. She was impressed by her honesty, innocence, and bravery. When Subaru called out to him, she answered, and her loyalty came from the fact that he saved her from that door. However, now that she had all these people, her loyalty didn't exist for him alone. Saya, reflecting on her arrogance in the past, finds herself almost grateful for the loss of memory. Without it, she never would have fought beside them. The experience changed her, gave her something to cherish. Her bonds became real, her purpose clearer. With renewed strength, she gives Vasuki the order to finish Gwel. Vasuki tightens around the lava dragon, injecting every inch of his skeletal form with deadly venom. Gwel's body trembles under the pressure. Just as Vasuki prepares the killing blow, Gwel unleashes a final fire burst. Lava erupts from within, searing everything it touches. The skeleton shatters under the heat. Gwel, still burning with rage, sneers at his opponent. He accuses her of losing the edge she once had. Her spirit, he claims, has rusted from years of captivity. This time, he intends to end it. Saya, calm despite her battered body, doesn't deny it. She tells him that he is right, and since she is using a borrowed body, this would be the end for her. However, there is something she had been planning all along. Then, without warning, the skies above Gwel rumble. Thunder cracks the air. A blinding bolt crashes down. Thunderblade, a divine skill summoned by none other than Thunder Killam. The strike cleaves through Gwel's body, tearing him apart. As the lava dragon breathes his last, he gazes at the god of thunder in disbelief, silently questioning his presence on this battlefield. Why he came to aid Saya. Thunder Killam looks at him with a disgusted expression and asks him if it's not obvious. He points out that his precious student is moved to tears because of his actions. Just a few minutes earlier in the Sea of Brilliance, he had asked Vanquish to open the seat door. There are two types of doors for the seat. One is the door of trial, which only opens for Subaru when he levels up, and the other is a red door for this particular place. He asks Vanquish to open the red door of the gate, but Vanquish reminds him that opening the seat door repeatedly is dangerous because the admin might find this place. Killam then confidently assures everyone that he will go out at the speed of light and return, so there's no need to worry. Vanquish asks him if he is doing this so he can save Sayaka's sister. Killam says that he is correct and mentions that it is still too early for her to face the Dragon King. Vanquish asks him why he is going so far for her. The guy starts yapping and compares his own request to Subaru's, saying that they both have the same expectation. Vanquish, though slightly annoyed by Kalim's incessant chatter, eventually opens the seat gate and urges him to return quickly. As a result, Kalim goes off and defeats Guel, ensuring that the fifth calamity, which was imminent, is now averted. Later, Kalim calls out to Vanquish. At that moment, Sayaka comes forward, kneels down, and thanks him, even shedding some tears. This sight makes Kalim scold her in frustration and order her to stand up, reminding her that if she wants to stay under the protective care of the crew, she must follow the discipline. Watching all of this, Sayaka feels very happy and also expresses her gratitude through a soul conversation with Saya. Saya, however, brushes off the thanks, saying that she's also going to benefit from it, her benefit being that she has managed to bring Guel under her control. Soon after, Silver King arrives and Saya comments that he is already too late. Silver King mentions that Guel was defeated before he even had the time to persuade him. Saya then asks if Silver King doesn't feel angry that a great dragon of his country has been slain. Ruin replies by saying that the dragon was an overbearing person, so angry that everyone despised him, and that his defeat was partly due to his own fault, so it isn't such a terrible loss. Saya also reminds him that according to Subaru's memories, the event is still about to happen. Meanwhile, Carrion reaches the Golden Country, having defeated many Golden Knights and established his dominance there. Then, the owner of the Door of Trial for Shikishima appears before him and apologizes for everything. He promises to show him a place where the dragon can finally rest. However, a knight then informs him that Safina is not in the Golden Country. This surprises Carrion, and he refers to Safina as Old Hag, asking if she isn't here. His words shocked Barrage as he just called the king of their country an old hag. Carrion seems to be a bit worried and excited at the same time, as a significant event is about to take place soon. Before Barrage can ask him anything, cracks start appearing in the sky. During this time, there's a conversation between the King of Aurora and Subaru. Subaru asks how much she knows about the future. The King of Aurora, Sybil, admits she doesn't know a lot but believes that when it comes to humans, it's only things related to him. She explains that the royal Turna light in her eyes was a gift from her mother, and that only a few people possess it. This unique skill allows them to glimpse the future, but only those connected to it can do so. When Subaru asks if he is related to her in that way, Sybil clarifies that she isn't related to him but rather to Vanquish, the owner of his gate, the King of Rainbow Vanquish, who is her father. This revelation shocks Subaru, as he had never known that the hopes of breaking through the gate rested not on herself or his sister, but on a human like him. She refers to the soul machine and says that she wanted to confirm it with her own eyes at the last moment of her life. At that moment, as Sybil finishes her explanation, cracks begin to appear in space, a phenomenon affecting all countries, including Copper Country, which Warden observes. Sybil then asks Subaru if he is aware of this event. Subaru confirms that he is, recalling an earlier incident before the underworld meeting, known as the First Invasion. Suddenly, a soldier from the admin's army breaks through the sky barrier and enters the underworld. During that event, many underworld creatures were taken down by the admin's vanguard, with the guards visible all around in the sky. That incident is also the reason why Subaru was aware of the upcoming King's meeting, which, as things turned out, never actually happened. Due to the guards and the admin's third invasion, the meeting was cancelled and the underworld was completely shut down. This entire occurrence later came to be known as the beginning of the end. Subaru then tells Sybil that this is not her last moment, assuring her that the King's meeting will happen again. He reminds her that this is the reason they are here. In response, Subaru unleashes his vampire skill, Those Who Walk Under the Sun, which boosts his entire power. This first invasion is orchestrated by the admin to eliminate the people of Silver, Gold, and Copper Country, thereby causing the Door of Trial owners to perish, and in turn, the number of players. He explains that when a player's Door of Trial owner dies, their power dissipates, just as is happening now. Sayaka's sister has already lost her powers, and now there's a looming fear that the same fate might spread on a much larger scale. If that happens, countless players will be left powerless, unable to stand against the gates, a scenario that could lead to Earth's complete destruction. It becomes clear. The admin's move is striking two targets at once. Sybil explains that they sent a vanguard of roughly 30,000 soldiers each to the Silver, Copper, and Gold countries. The King of Red Copper, Vordan, will take care of the place they are standing right now since he has excelled in defensive skills. She wishes him good luck and mentions that her combat abilities are non-existent. Subaru tells her that he knows and, while preparing for a fight, assures her that he will protect her. He asks Guax to stay behind too, but Guax, overwhelmed with fury, charges ahead regardless. He knows the outcome isn't in his favor, but still unleashes one of his skills in a desperate strike. To his shock, his blow leaves no mark on the armored knight. The knight retaliates immediately, plunging his spear through Guax's body. As Guax begins to collapse, Subaru steps in, using his blood powers to pull him back and lower him gently to safety. He entrusts Guax to Sybil, then turns to face the advancing soldiers. He apologizes to them, saying that he will be destroying every last one of them. With a single motion, Subaru conjures a massive river of blood, trapping the enemies within. At the same time, over in the Golden Country, chaos spreads as mysterious soldiers wreak havoc. The owner of Shikishima's door, Barrage, tells one of the soldiers that it's strong and asks about the source of its power. Carrion stands there watching all of this. He suddenly turns on his Ghoul King mode and prepares to fight. He knows that it's not good to use this for long in the human body. But since Safina, the old hag, isn't here to fight, this is his responsibility. Barrage is irritated by Carrion's disrespectful nickname for their queen. Carrion's transformation, his mode Ghoul King, pushes his power up by 480%. Just as Subaru used the River of Blood, Carrion rains down relentless strikes, chaining his attacks with Corpse Fist, devastating the invading forces. Barrage cries out in disbelief, horrified at the destruction of the Golden Country. But Carrion, uncaring, continues his assault, making it clear he only sees enemies, not nations. He challenges Carrion, suggesting he take the fight closer. Carrion counters that melee attacks are ineffective against these opponents. When asked if he knows anything about them, Carrion promises to explain later. He then asks Barrage if he is the owner of Shikishima's door. Bro literally pulls his tongue out in excitement as he tells him that he should blow them to pieces with his range attacks. Barrage is a bit hesitant, but he knows that this is the only way to defend against these invaders. He uses his Imperial Control skill and stats, blasting them. Carrion laughs and joins in using his Realm Quaker skill. At the same time, Ixis shows up. She stares at the leader of the invaders with a furious expression and asks who he is. The Silver Country is under siege too. Saya uses Guel to incinerate her enemies without hesitation. She senses just how dangerous they are. Each one is comparable to a 5-star boss. But thanks to Guel's intervention, the fight becomes manageable. Ruin also joins the battle, using his immense power to annihilate over half the invading force in a single strike. His presence now is vastly different from the one in the human world. This is his true form as the Silver King. As the tide shifts, the Imperial Dragon Army arrives, charging into the fight. Under Ruin's command, a full-scale attack erupts. The explosions are massive, shaking the battlefield. Not long ago, Ruin wouldn't have been able to face such a threat, but being Subaru's kindred had boosted his power. Ruin makes a note to thank him later. In the Red Copper Country, all efforts are focused on attacking the Vordan. A girl perched on the Vordan's shoulder reports that close combat is proving ineffective. Vordan quickly commands his army to adapt, switching to long-range strategies and launching his own powers. He didn't expect them to launch a surprise attack so deep into his territory. He wonders what happened to the regions that lie far beyond his own. This makes him prepare himself for considerable losses. Just then, Subaru's tornado makes a sudden appearance, catching even Vordan off guard. The whirlwind lifts everyone into the air, and with a single command from Subaru, the knights are drawn into the vortex, incinerated as if swallowed by molten lava. Subaru burns them alive with his blood. Vordan recognizes him immediately. Subaru is glad that he is safe. Meanwhile, in the Caracal Canyon of the Red Copper Country, Sybil watches this fight and mentions that Subaru looks terrifying after obtaining 10% of the Silver King. It almost looks like she is seeing a scene straight from hell. Vordan, however, is less impressed and demands to know what Subaru is doing here. Subaru answers simply, he's come to deal with enemies beyond his capabilities. A powerful boss is on the way, and Subaru suggests they join forces. As if summoned by his words, a rift opens in space. A man emerges from the hole and tells Vordan that he is already looking pretty beat up. He is a Crimson rank player named Hyudo Kotetsu, and he is the boss Subaru was talking about. Subaru greets him with recognition. Hyudo, confused, asks if they've met. In that instant, memories flood back. Subaru remembers the guy telling him that he couldn't win against him without Vanquish's power. The guy claims that Subaru wasn't a formidable boss and announces that the destruction of this world has been completed. Hyudo is the man who killed him in the future of King of Aurora. Hyudo tells him that he doesn't know much about him, but from looking at him, it seems like he's extremely powerful. He says that they can deal with the others later and looks back to see Vordan in immense anger asking Hyudo if he's behind the attack. He uproots a huge tree, turns it into a bow, and aims it straight at Hyudo. Subaru tells Vordan to stop, but Vordan says he doesn't need Subaru's help. He is extremely angry because many of his people have been killed and wants to kill Hyudo. Vordan pulls out another tree, turns it into an arrow, and shoots it at Hyudo, knowing it will always follow its target. Hyudo, already prepared, pulls out a small paper doll and throws it to the side, causing the arrow to hit the doll instead. Hyudo then charges toward Vordan, but Vordan is shocked that his arrow has missed its target. Hyudo explains that it's a low-rank item that takes his misfortunes. He then uses his skill Pantheon to summon a huge avatar called the God of War, which attacks Vordan with its sword, cutting his shoulder. Vordan is confused about how Hyudo knows his arrow will always follow its target, and he's surprised that Hyudo avoids it. Vordan asks if Hyudo is human. Hyudo replies that he doesn't know what Vordan is talking about. He's just here to attack the event. He also knows he can't defeat Vordan head-on, so he uses another item to create so much pressure that Vordan has to kneel. Since the King of Red Copper has a huge amount of HP, he specifically used this item as it reduces his strength by a quarter. Hearing this, Vordan's companion, the girl named Ikuhana, gets very angry. Hyudo uses another avatar, the God of Fire Vulcan, to try and burn her. Hyudo knows this will cause her even more damage as she is a plant type. Vordan tries to shield her and tanks the attack. His whole body catches fire as a result, and Hyudo knows this because his system is giving him attack information. After seeing all this, Hyudo believes in his system even more since it is giving him accurate information about everything. At that moment, Subaru uses his blood-tide skill, bathing Vordan in blood and putting out the fire. Now standing before Vordan, Subaru says that he must have realized by now that this person is from another world, and he has enough power to destroy him. He once again suggests working together. Just as Subaru is talking, Hyudo tries attacking him, using his skill, the giant Ephialtes. Suddenly, Subaru slashes at Hyudo with his black katana, avoiding one of Hyudo's attacks and cutting the next one. The explosion that follows makes the attack fizzle out. Hyudo says it's the first time anyone has destroyed his punch. He remembers it, and then tries to avoid Subaru's next attack by ducking. Hyudo also notices Subaru's swordsmanship, which he has memorized. Hyudo kicks the black katana out of Subaru's hands, and they start attacking each other with punches. They both back off for a moment. Hyudo realizes that his attack information isn't inside the system, so he asks him about his name. After Subaru gives him his name, he starts looking for him in the system. The system tells him that Subaru is a bonus character, the savior of the divine blood. He says that it's rare for the enemy settings to be Japanese, but he doesn't really have any interest in them. The thing that's more important is defeating him. Now Hyudo is preparing to find Subaru's weakness, but he has limited time to complete his attack and wants to defeat Subaru before then. Subaru uses his skill again, spreading his blood around him and appearing right in front of Hyudo. He lands a powerful punch, making Hyudo stagger back. The curse of blood in Subaru's attack makes Hyudo feel heavy, and he starts calling Subaru boss, like he would address a gate boss. He thinks that this attack will be rewarding. Subaru tells Hyudo that since he has only a few minutes left, it might have been possible back then, but it would be impossible to defeat him in this timeline. In Subaru's memories, the first and second calamities had wiped out most of the players, leaving only a few. In the third calamity, Saya and Sayaka were both eliminated, and in the fourth calamity, Shikishima and Carrion were defeated. By the time the fifth calamity arrived, no one could defeat Guel, and in the sixth, Taiga attacked all of Japan. In the seventh calamity, all the humans were wiped out, leaving only a few players. And finally, in the eighth calamity, the admin found Vanquish and entered his Seat of Souls to kill him. Once Vanquish was killed, Subaru's power stopped working. He told Ginga that he couldn't feel his powers anymore, and he wasn't a player anymore. He didn't understand what had happened. Suddenly, the King of Aurora appeared next to Subaru and introduced himself as Sybil. The King of Aurora told Subaru that the situation had gotten worse. The owner of the Door of Trials, Vanquish, was dead. When Subaru heard this, he got angry. He was sure there must have been some mistake because Vanquish would never let anyone kill him. Then, Sybil told Subaru about the admin, who created the Sky Clock and harvested souls from thousands of worlds. The admin is a high being, beyond any dimension. He will soon attack Underworld, and Sybil wants Subaru to take a final stand. Subaru had no choice, so he accepted the King of Aurora's power. This summoned the executioners called the Gladius. Hyudo gave orders to them to cause chaos and kill the remaining players. They attacked and wiped out every corner of the world. The remaining players tried putting up a fight, but it was futile. Even Taiga couldn't stand up against them. As Ginga and Subaru were fighting, a knight attacked them with a spear. Ginga pushed Subaru to save him, and the spear went right through Ginga, killing him. The whole world was now destroyed, and Subaru was the only one left. He didn't know what to do or who to fight for. Then Hyudo appeared before Subaru and called him the boss of this world. Hyudo told him that there was no need to run. He'd just waste his time. Subaru shouted at him, asking who he was, where he came from, and why he wanted to destroy this world. Hyudo replied that he was from Earth, and Subaru was shocked. Hyudo didn't want to waste time talking, so he told Subaru that he would die without resistance. Subaru said he would fight until his last breath. Hyudo found Subaru boring, so he killed him. But now Subaru is about to fight him again. Subaru tells him that he will have him go along with him this time until he kills him. He spoke as if he had already met Hyudo before, which confused Hyudo. He says that isekai characters like him always say the most incomprehensible lines. Bro is not wrong. He says he isn't interested in Subaru's nonsense and attacks Subaru with his God of Fire avatar, but Subaru uses Blood Mold to counter it. He then summons another avatar, the God of Thieves, to increase his speed and starts moving rapidly around our boy. Hyudo throws a punch, but Subaru dodges it. Hyudo keeps punching, but Subaru blocks it with his Blood Mold shield. Hyudo has never seen a skill like this before. Likewise, Subaru has never encountered Hyudo's Pantheon skill. This is his core skill that allows him to materialize the concepts of gods from Greek and Roman mythology. In other words, he can use almost any type of attack one can think of. But his scariest abilities are his sub-skills, which become the main reason Subaru loses in the future. Hyudo realizes that Subaru can use his blood to extinguish his flames, so he increases his speed to catch his weak spot. He then uses his sub-skill, Oxysia, which records any skill his opponent uses and grants him the power to counter it. After a skill is used on him once, he immediately gains the solution for it, rendering it ineffective the next time. Subaru knows that with this sub-skill, he will be able to counter any attack if he is not able to kill him in a single strike. He then unleashes his Divine Chisel, and terrifying energy pours out. Hyudo has never seen this before. To defeat Hyudo, Subaru must attack in a way he has never done before. He uses the second form of his divine chisel, and Hyudo responds with his god avatar. But Subaru cuts through the avatar using Dragon Slash. He is now using Kindred's power, and this Dragon Slash is Hirasaka's skill. Hyudo realizes that the quality of his skills has changed. He says that he is surprised that he is still entertaining him and mentions that he is truly strong. Meanwhile, Maria tells Shikishima that there are many worlds in this universe. One world discovers a human world, and then others follow. Maria believes there are more than just 3 worlds and still many things to learn. She thinks that it's likely that the admins and the rest are in a world where they control the inhabitants, following the rules of a game. She also believes there is a company that creates these games and sells them. Shikishima remarks that Maria seems to know a lot about the human world, and Maria replies that she is one of them. Shikishima is shocked to learn that the person in front of her is also human. Maria says it's not that important. What matters is that this person, like them, belongs to a world with similar rules. One day, a gate appeared in every dimension, and at the same time, the sky clock also appeared. The game starts with an announcement, and Hyudo is told that Hyperion Online has chosen him as a player who will save the world. He's also become a member of the Crimson Team. He, along with his teammates, has to enter the gate and conquer another world. If he succeeds, he'll get rare items, but if he fails, he'll face penalties. Many people are chosen as players and have to hunt bosses inside the gate. After fighting, their levels rise. There are even times when they are the ones being invaded. At one point, they couldn't defeat a boss, and a dragon appeared, causing chaos in their world, killing many players. But in the end, Hyudo defeats the dragon. He keeps playing the game, risking his life for 8 years. Then, one day, he's invited to a special event where he has to conquer the underworld. He was chosen because he's the most powerful player left, and the last one still standing. The game's creators ask him why he wants to fight, considering his world has already been destroyed, and he is the only survivor. Hyudo asks if they are making the game without playing it. He says that he just wants to see how far he can go with his remaining life. He also wants to get good items, but his conquering is something he is good at, and he likes doing it. Now, in the Red Copper Country, Hyudo faces Subaru, who's using Hirasaka's power. Subaru plans to attack Hyudo unexpectedly and with a move he's never seen before. Hyudo looks at the data in the system and realizes that Subaru is a vampire. He decides to go with a frontal attack on an attribute in which he is weak. He uses an item called Adamant Halpern. When Subaru attacks, Hyudo quickly disappears and reappears in front of Subaru, striking his face. Subaru tries to attack again, but Hyudo vanishes again. Hyudo knows that even if they are both on equal power level-wise, he will win in the end because he can adapt to skills better than he can. He activates his Oxysia skill, and as he tries to attack Subaru again, Subaru blocks with his sword and attacks Hyudo several times. Hyudo blocks most of them, and Subaru uses Dragon Slash along with other skills, but Hyudo knows how to counter them, so none of them work. Hyudo stands firm, as if nothing happened. He tells Subaru that his swordsmanship with the black katana is different from before, but it's useless against his counterattacks. Hyudo starts attacking Subaru, whose blocks are getting weaker. Hyudo lands a final blow, knocking Subaru down, but he pulls out the black katana, making Hyudo pause. He sees 2 swords and realizes that he could have always summoned his swords at hand. Since the black katana produces corrosion and decay, he believes that he can't exchange blows with him before adapting to it. Using the Divine Chisel skill, Subaru attacks with multiple slashes, filling the space and moving fast. Hyudo avoids them quickly and believes that this might be Subaru's last move. Trying to counter it, he remembers all his skills, but the solutions get rejected by the system. Subaru is the most resourceful enemy he has ever seen, and he will definitely take advantage of even the greatest attacks and make his next move. Hyudo knows Subaru will try to attack him suddenly, so he prepares. As soon as Subaru attacks, Hyudo cuts him with his weapon and also damages Subaru's Divine Chisel. However, the slashes surrounding them cause Hyudo to lose one arm. He knew this would happen, but he still chose to attack Subaru. Hyudo thinks to himself that Subaru is the first boss he's enjoyed fighting, and now it looks like he's about to lose. He tells Subaru that no attack will work on him anymore, then stabs Subaru, causing him to bleed. Subaru had promised his future self that, although his world was destroyed, he wouldn't let this one fall. He swears to change his bad fate. Using his blood, Subaru grabs Hyudo's hand and places his hand on his chest, preparing to use a skill only possible in his vampire form. When using this skill, 1/5 of mana is consumed, so it can only be used once. To use it, Subaru has to expose himself and get close to the enemy. As soon as he uses the skill, countless slashes start hitting Hyudo. The skill is called Rift Cleaver, and Hyudo has no idea what's happening. Rift Cleaver is a skill Vanquish taught him to use against Hyudo. It is the most powerful skill Subaru has. Vordan watches, surprised by Subaru's power. These slashes can even cut through space, and Hyudo gets hit by them too. As he's dying, Hyudo praises Subaru, realizing Subaru planned this attack from the start. When he dies, the sky changes from red to blue. Vordan understands that when Subaru says they could fight together, Subaru doesn't even need him. He could have beaten Hyudo alone. Subaru then asks Vordan to call a healer, but Vordan turns his back on Subaru. However, Ikohana goes to help and heal Subaru. She tells him they've met before, but Subaru doesn't understand what she means. Then Ikohana reveals that Subaru once cut off her head inside the gate. Subaru is shocked and thanks her. Ikohana says she didn't know humans could be so strong. Subaru replies that in terms of pure stats, Vordan is even stronger. He has been preparing for this fight for a long time, which is why he wins. Subaru also mentions that the player they fought against might be from another world. Hearing this, Vordan says that he may be one of the conquerors who sometimes come from other worlds. He says it's very difficult to challenge him with his unknown items and skills. He says he wouldn't have been able to defeat him if Subaru weren't there. Meanwhile, Subaru thinks to himself that he was actually defeated by him in the future that he saw. He simply tells him that he is glad that he is safe. While they are talking, Hyudo suddenly appears behind them. Everyone is surprised to see him alive again. Hyudo says he's going back to Earth. Subaru is surprised, wondering how he came back to life. Maybe he has an item to revive himself. Hyudo confirms it and says that he plays solo, so he needed some kind of insurance. Vordan, furious, attacks Hyudo with a strong blow, creating a big explosion and a hole in the ground. But Hyudo is unharmed. He says he's leaving because there's nothing left for him to do here. His time is up, and the admin is calling him back. If he doesn't return, he will get a penalty. Subaru asks if Hyudo knows anything about the admin, but Hyudo denies it, saying that he is not interested in knowing the lore in the first place. He says he hopes they will meet again, adding that he has memorized all the attacks Subaru used on him and won't lose next time. Slowly, Hyudo disappears, smiling as he returns to his world. The system welcomes him back and asks if he enjoyed the event. Hyudo says he liked the challenge but adds that he shouldn't waste time. He wants the penalty to be given quickly. Before the system can respond, there's a glitch, and the system warns him to run. It tries telling him that a gate from another world is about to appear, but it suddenly cracks and a giant eye appears in Hyudo's world, making him feel like it's very powerful. It appears that the admin is here. Hyudo says he doesn't care who his opponent is. His job is just to challenge them. Now he's ready to fight the giant eye. Meanwhile, Vordan is healing the injured. Ikohana asks Vordan for permission to take Subaru to the Golden Country, but Vordan turns his face away. Subaru is shocked because he just saved Vordan's life. He tells Ikohana it isn't necessary. She asks him if this isn't his first time in the underworld. Subaru says that it's his first time. He had just received new information from the King of Aurora through the bracelet, so he mentioned that someone was coming to pick him up. Suddenly, Safina arrives on her golden eagle, surprising Vordan. She tells him that Subaru is now under her protection, and if anything happens to Subaru, Vordan will have to fight her. Subaru already knows about this, as Sybil warned him, and she was smiling when giving him the information. When Subaru asked why she was smiling, Sybil simply told him that it was because Safina wanted to marry him. Safina arrives with the intention of taking Subaru, as she wants to marry him. She reaches out to him, asking him to come along. Vordan is curious about why she's here, so he asks what she's doing. Safina explains that because of her aide's mistake, she's been searching for him and his people for a while. She came here to personally apologize to him. Subaru doubts her sincerity, saying he doesn't believe she feels sorry. Safina, undeterred, tells him he's being foolish and that she really is apologizing. Subaru is frustrated with her attitude, but Safina adds that she's realized it would be a waste of time trying to kill someone like him. With that, she begins to unleash her powers and calls Subaru to follow her so they can continue their conversation. Subaru attempts to refuse, but Safina laughs, saying he doesn't have a choice. She then takes him, and they head toward the Golden Country. She tells him there are two things she wants to apologize for. First, she says that 4 days ago, she had instructed Ixis to treat Subaru and his people well. But when they arrived, Ixis took matters into her own hands, becoming careless despite being good at what she does. Safina asks Subaru to forgive Ixis, explaining that she cares too much about her. Subaru asks if Safina has forgiven her, to which she replies that she has, and says that Ixis deserves thanks. Because of Ixis's actions, Subaru was able to protect Vordan and force the enemy to retreat. Subaru points out that she is praising Ixis for not following orders, but Safina responds that everything in this world is like entertainment. When you become a king, if you live by your own discretion, you can't get out of your way of thinking. She says it's destiny, and no one truly knows what's good or bad until they understand the future. Subaru is a bit taken aback by this talk of the future. Safina continues, telling him to save people and be happy. As for the first calamity, she only left Subaru because he seemed interesting. He realizes that this is the type of king she is, and it reminds him of Vanquish. She informs him that she has located the rest of his friends and will bring them back soon. Subaru thanks her for this. He then asks what else she wants to apologize for. Safina explains that it's about Kokugaiji. One of the gold, silver, and copper kings can control the gates and doors to the human world. Due to some contracts, Kokugaiji was sent to gather information, but someone interfered, though she doesn't know who. Subaru recalls that it might be the ex-person who was messing with his future. Safina says she can see someone with a lot of information and suggests they exchange it. She uses some kind of skill and says that she is certain he is holding some sort of information. Moreover, there are lifelines on all of them. She asks him if this is the premonition of the King of Aurora's future. Subaru wonders if Safina knows everything already, and if she's doing something to his eyes. Safina laughs, revealing that it was just a guess. She laughs even harder, adding that she doesn't have any special skill. The only special skills she has apart from combat are the leap of thoughts. In other words, she has good intuition. Then, out of nowhere, she proposes to Subaru, saying that if they marry, the world will become even more interesting. She asks him to be her husband. Subaru respectfully declines, and Safina, now a little angry, laughs and says she's upset with him. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Brilliance, Vanquish watches this whole exchange silently. Sayaka notices and asks if something's wrong with him. Vanquish asks her what she thinks about her childhood friend marrying her possessor. Sayaka, not quite understanding, comments that maybe they love each other a lot. Vanquish, frustrated, holds his head and sits down before releasing his powers. Bro knows she's just trying to steal his homie. Back in the Golden Country, Safina arrives with Subaru and slaps Ixis for her mistake. As Subaru's team arrives, they're all prepared for the king's meeting. This meeting, which involves representatives from 200 countries, covers a wide range of topics: politics, economy, society, culture, education, and more. The meeting lasts for 10 days. Sayaka complains that it's a bit too long, but Shikishima reminds her that the United Nations Assembly meeting in their world lasts for 2 months or longer. Subaru is only attending this one to discuss the gates that appear in the human world. He is given a tower to stay in, which looks similar to Ilak's tower. Ixis mentions that it's likely to be the same place. She has been appointed to act as a chaperone for the duration of the assembly as punishment by Safina. She explains that the scenery within a gate is based on the place where its boss spent their life. Subaru remembers Guax telling him something similar. Only kings are allowed in the meeting, and as always, Subaru's conversations are monitored through his soul communication, where his team listens in and observes from a distance. After some time, Subaru's team starts using all of their soul communication abilities. Ginga doubts Subaru will be able to speak up in the meeting, and Naruse agrees with him. Subaru is surprised to hear this and asks them why they say this. Sei mentions that he is not cut out for dealing with people. Shikishima starts explaining their plan for the meeting. Sybil has already given them an update on the future. Based on Sybil's predictions, Subaru will be allowed to speak on the 10th and final day. He suggests that he should directly state his point on the 10th day and approve the ruin proposal. Vorden will oppose it, and Safina will abstain. As a result, the gates will be suspended until a decision is made. But there are 2 issues with this plan. First, the admin might notice changes in the rules, and second, they have an uncertain variable that even the updated future can't predict. Subaru asks him if he is talking about a conflict, and Shikishima confirms it, saying that they don't yet know if and when it will happen. Subaru asks Shikishima if he can do whatever he wants for the next 9 days, and Shikishima agrees, but asks him to keep praying that the gates from the human realm stay closed. Naruse asks him if he only told him to pray to keep him distracted, and Shikishima replies that he couldn't just ask him to sleep. Subaru enters the tower where the meeting will take place. The tower is divided into upper, middle, and lower sections, and because of Safina, Subaru gets a spot in the upper section. Then, the 19th King Verde arrives and tells Subaru to move, calling him a mere human. Ixis is surprised by his rude behavior and tells him that it's inappropriate to speak like that to guests at the meeting. Everyone is shocked to see Ixis respond this way because she's known for sending humans to different places in the past. Verde retorts that Ixis should control her tongue and reminds her that his rank is higher. Ixis gets angry but can't do anything, so she steps aside and lets Verde sit in his seat. Shortly after, 3 more kings arrive. The girl in the middle, named Lute, looks at Subaru and says that he's the one everyone's been talking about recently. Hearing this, the 25th King Raycon tells her to leave it to Kamina, while the 23rd King Kamina agrees, saying Lute should focus on her work. The 3 of them take their seats and Ixis is furious. She tells Subaru to sit down, and he does. Subaru notices the different kings around him. There are several empty spots, and through soul communication, Ruin shares some info. Ruin, sitting on the 3rd level, tells Subaru that there are many dragons and Vordon present, and some people cannot enter, so a voice item has been set up to relay their words. In short, all the people he sees below him represent smaller countries with less influential voices. Ruin also mentions that the Black Country, which belonged to Kokugaiji previously, is here. Now it is represented by Kokuhaishi, who ranks 176th. Sybil is also present, ranking 142nd below Subaru. Any country below Subaru's rank is considered a lower country, while those above him are powerful. The 4 kings above Subaru are the ones he met earlier and have just gained power, forming a group of cunning youngsters. Lastly, he has the kings of gold, silver, and copper. Subaru thanks Ruin for the information, and Ruin thanks Subaru as well, as sharing the King of Aurora's future prediction with him has greatly increased his power. Now Ruin is curious about what will happen in the meeting. Meanwhile, Safina notices Ruin looking at Subaru and comments that he seems to be enjoying himself. Ruin, worried she might figure out that he's working with Subaru, laughs awkwardly and says he's only been looking at Subaru because it's been a long time since he saw him. Safina then starts the meeting. As soon as it begins, Subaru keeps repeating to himself what he needs to say, preparing for his moment. Subaru silently thinks about requesting the removal of the gates from the human world. Safina then mentions having 217 topics to discuss and settle. Just as she's about to start, Verde interrupts, raising his hand with an urgent request. While Safina tries to figure out why he's interrupting, Subaru isn't really paying attention to any of that. His mind is fully focused on how he's going to present his point on the 10th day, repeating it over and over. Then Verde mentions that he and 3 other countries are requesting the removal of the gates from the human world. Hearing this, Subaru is taken aback, as he's been preparing for this exact moment. Verde asks if Subaru has a problem with it, noting that this is exactly what he wanted, and that humans also want it. Confused, Subaru can't figure out how Verde knows both his name and his demands. Then it hits him. He remembers Kamina. When the three kings entered, two of them had said to leave the boy with Kamina. That's when it all clicks for Subaru. Meanwhile, Ginga and Naruse are puzzled, not understanding why they'd want to remove the underground gates from the human world. It doesn't match what Sybil had predicted. Both Shikishima and Subaru now realize what's happening. There are two people who can predict the future, and their predictions are clashing. Subaru figures the second one, besides Sibylle, must be Kamina. Shikishima laughs, saying that they want to use their request to gain an advantage, and it doesn't matter to them whether the gates get removed or not. He adds that the kings have seriously underestimated them, and now he's ready to test his skills. Meanwhile, Sibylle listens in through soul communication as Shikishima mentions that they are up against the hot-headed emerging kings in a battle of logic and prediction. Ginga and Naruse wonder out loud why they're even fighting in the first place, since Verde is basically asking for the same thing everyone else wants. Shikishima just tells them to hold on and see what happens. Verde steps forward and brings up something interesting. Everyone knows about the gates and doors, but most don't really understand how they work. That catches everyone's attention. The four main kings decide to explain it. First up, gates. Back in the day, only the golden, silver, and bronze nations had enough knowledge to create them. The idea was to save souls from the underworld. In their world, souls are a big deal. It's considered too bad to lose them to death. So when someone does die, their soul gets locked inside a gate. But escaping a gate isn't easy. It comes with certain conditions. Then there are the doors. These are meant for humans. When a human connects with a door's owner, they basically become a possessor and gain the power to fight the underworld creatures within the doors. When that battle happens, tons of soul energy gets released, and that energy ends up going back to whoever created it. Everyone is stunned, especially the kings who never set foot in the first place. Turns out that's why they aren't getting any energy. Verde keeps going. He reveals that the three top kings have monopolized all the doors and are hoarding energy from the human world for themselves. He accuses them of taking advantage of the weaker nations and keeping everything a secret. To him, that's straight-up betrayal. As he speaks, the other kings start siding with him, chanting in support. Verde then lays down a demand. Either the top three kings remove the gates from the human world, or allow weaker countries access to the doors and gates too. The whole room freezes. No one seems to know what to say or do. That's when Shikishima steps in to clarify things. He points out that this whole situation is unfolding because of Kamina's ability. Apparently, Kamina had already foreseen Subaru making this request on the 10th day. Therefore, the kings had quietly planned to stop the doors ahead of time. Kamina must have run through multiple future outcomes to find the one that worked best for them. And all those powerful speeches? Yeah, they were part of the plan to guide things toward that exact future. Now the rest of the kings feel like they're missing out. They start asking for access to the gates too. Meanwhile, Verde is secretly amused. He knows that even if all 200 countries had gates, most of them wouldn't be able to maintain them. They'd just end up using human souls to serve their own interests. Shikishima warns that releasing gates for all countries would mean the number of gates in the human world would skyrocket by 60 times. That freaks out Subaru and leaves Naruse stunned. Ginga's so mad he looks ready to wipe out everyone in the room. He stands up saying that he won't allow it, even if he has to go against the three kings. Then Vorden loses it. He calls everyone idiots and demands silence. He explains that gates and doors were made for the admins to protect the underworld. Because of them, souls are being revived. He insists they're not gaining anything unfair, and no one should be complaining. But Raken mocks him, saying it's funny how protecting the underworld now feels like a burden on the human world. Lute dares Vorden to just open the gates so the truth can come out. Vorden goes quiet as he has no answer for them. Ruin then steps in. He says opening the gates and doors is not as easy, and they are carrying quite the burden by operating them. It's not about disrespecting the other kings. They just kept things under wraps for too long. That's on them. Kamina has had enough. He says if that's the case, then maybe they should just remove the gates altogether. All these excuses about protecting the underworld are just covers for personal gain. Let the underworld carry its own weight. Ruin agrees with some of that, but brings up a critical point. He reminds them that the underworld runs on soul energy. If they take away the doors, the admin will just come after everything else. They don't like it, but keeping the doors active is the only way to maintain the soul supply. That pushes Ginga over the edge. He lashes out at Ruin. Ruin calmly explains that releasing gates for the other countries would be a disaster waiting to happen. Ginga, frustrated, turns to Shikishima for ideas. Shikishima, in turn, tells Subaru to say what he is about to say from here on. Meanwhile, Verde is still shouting, loud and clear, that all 200 countries want the gates released. That's the one thing everyone's asking for today. Right when the meeting starts dragging on too long, Subaru yells out from below, calling everyone out for wasting time. He bluntly says they should just get rid of the gate already. Verde hears this and thinks to himself that Subaru is out of his mind. There's no way that's happening. The kings don't take it well. They all start shouting at Subaru, basically telling him he's just a lowly human and has no place in this conversation. They even tell him to get lost. Ginga and Naruse are completely shocked. They can't figure out why Subaru would provoke the kings like that. It's obvious this will just make them angrier. Shikishima turns to Ginga and Naruse and shares a little advice. When everyone around is trying to flex their power, the best thing to do is show them what you can really do. Meanwhile, Verde tries to calm things down, telling the kings that Subaru doesn't really understand what's going on. After all, he's from the human world. He even tries to stop Subaru from saying more, but Subaru cuts him off and fires back. He questions their supposed concern for the underworld, asking why they don't just provide the energy it needs themselves instead of relying on humans. This question leaves the king stunned. One of them gets so furious that he even threatens to kill Subaru. But before anything happens, Shikishima gives Subaru the go-ahead to do what he came here to do. Subaru then unleashes his power and states that words at the meeting of the kings are not to be taken lightly. He challenges that person to a fight. Verde, watching all this, is genuinely shocked. Subaru's strength is equal to, if not greater than, all the other kings combined. Which makes sense, since Ruin had given Subaru 10% of his own power. Reiken watches this unfold and realizes that Subaru isn't just putting on a show, he's actually ridiculously strong. And if he's using his powers to intimidate everyone, well, it's working. The lower-ranked kings are already trembling. Verde, curious about all this, asks Kamina if he had predicted anything like this, but Kamina admits he didn't see it coming. His ability isn't working properly, and he's not sure why. Subaru warns everyone that if they're thinking about taking more souls from the human world, they'd better forget it. And if they still plan to release the doors, they should be ready for what's coming. Reiken comments that low-ranked kings are practically useless at this point, and tells Kamina to try predicting the future again. Kamina begins using his power, scanning possible futures to find the best outcome. Just then, Sybil steps in and tells Subaru not to worry. She'll take care of it. She uses her own skills to cancel out Kamina's predictions. The moment both their powers collide, they cancel each other out, leaving Kamina confused and unable to make sense of anything. Sybil tells him that the conflict is sent to the most beneficial future and destroys the prediction of the opponent. In other words, the stronger spell wins. With a terrifying expression, she calls him inexperienced and warns him to stay away from Subaru's future. It turns out Kamina had already seen this moment coming, where Subaru would make demands on the 10th day and all the gates and doors would get shut down. They'd planned to use the situation for their own advantage and had placed their trust in Kamina. But now Kamina can't predict anything, and everyone's starting to question him about it. He's left speechless, wondering why his skills are failing. With the room falling into awkward silence, Safina finally breaks it and suggests that they should just make a decision already. This annoys Verde. But before Safina can say anything, something really strange happens. A small snake with human-like teeth appears on Verde's neck. And it's not just him. Every king in the room suddenly finds the same creepy snake wrapping around their necks. Ginga and Shikishima have no clue what's going on. Then, Carrion stands up and urgently tells Subaru to run as fast as he can. Even Sybil has the snake on her, though she doesn't notice it. High above at the top of the tower, an eerie mouth appears with a single eye inside. A voice from it announces that it's here on the admin's orders. Flames start to burn around it, and out steps a bizarre-looking creature. It calls itself the Executor. Safina is confused. Why would admin send an executor now? Ruin also doesn't understand where it came from, and even Subaru is unsure. Apparently, this creature is so powerful it can bypass even future predictions. The creature explains that this world wants to go beyond the system of gates and doors, and that the soul supply admin depends on is at risk. It accuses them of trying to change admin's rules while thinking no one is watching. The four top kings immediately panicked. They were the ones who first talked about changing the rules. The creature says it's there to forgive them for their mistakes, but only if they surrender their souls. One of the kings doesn't take that well and launches an attack, furious that this thing dares to show up and threaten them all. Just as one of the kings rushes at the creature, something weird happens. He starts spinning in place and suddenly explodes. Another king, watching all this, ends up spinning too and meets the same fate. Their souls get absorbed by the creature. Out of nowhere, Puppet King jumps in, trying to stab the creature with the blades on her waist. But to her shock, the blades go right through. It's like the creature isn't even solid. The creature turns to her and calmly says her attacks won't work. And just like that, she's blasted too. Now all the kings are freaking out. The creature declares that none of them are leaving this place. Even trying to escape is pointless, it says, because its allies are waiting outside. Outside the tower, more of those creatures are scattered all around. They've formed a barrier around the entire place, and all of them look seriously creepy. One by one inside the tower, the kings start spinning and exploding just like before. Safina tries to catch one of the snakes causing this, but it turns out to be more like a spirit. Her hand just passes through it. She realizes there's nothing they can do now, just wait for their turn. In a panic, she calls out to Ruin, noticing he's about to get caught too. But before anything can happen to him, Subaru rushes in and grabs the snake in time. He flies upward and crushes it to pieces. Subaru is using his cursed blood. That's the only reason he's able to stop these deadly snakes, because the snakes themselves are powered by curses. Since Subaru also carries a curse, he can handle them. His curse directly damages souls, which makes it especially effective. He goes over to Safina and uses his curse again to destroy the snake on her neck. She smiles, clearly impressed, and teases that Subaru really is a heartthrob. The creature, of course, notices Subaru now, realizing he's a curse user. Ruin can use curses too, but not against an executor, since the executor is way too powerful. Subaru's curse isn't enough to beat it either, but he's still willing to give it a shot. That's when Sybil sends Subaru a future update straight to his bracelet. She also tells him to share that info with the rest of his group, because now, they won't even have to lift a finger. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a rift in space cracks open, and rainbow-colored light shines through. Ixis is watching from outside and has no clue what's going on. Then Carrion shows up behind her and says he shouldn't have even come. If he had received this future update earlier, he would have stayed away. Ixis asks if he knows what that light is. Carrion says he does, but she wouldn't, since she's part of the new generation. He tells her to watch carefully and remember it for next time. From that light, a red aura starts pouring out, followed by Vanquish and his team. They've all arrived. On Vanquish's command, Esther uses her skill to transfer all the inside information to him. He quickly learns that the executor has already killed a bunch of kings, and no one can leave the tower because of the barrier created by the four outside. She has a skill called Keeping that allows her to see past a building wall. She steps in with another skill, one that can fool admin's eyes for 15 minutes, so they now have a 15-minute window to destroy these creatures. Vanquish wastes no time. He uses his skill, Rift Cleaver, to send massive slashes at the creatures. But the creatures dodge them easily and scatter instead of attacking. Even though they move away, the barrier around the tower doesn't go away. Vanquish realizes that the Rift Cleaver wasn't the right move, so he climbs to the top of the tower and stands there on his toes. As he tries to take down the barrier, one of the executors tries to attack him, but Kilim jumps in and knocks it back. The hit doesn't seem to hurt the creature much though. Kilim tells Vanquish to hurry and finish what he needs to do. Vanquish tells him that there is no need to hurry. He then uses his cursed blood to cover the entire tower. His blood starts cracking the tower, and the cracks are visible from inside too. Verdi is completely confused by what's happening. That's when Ruin asks Subaru if the person who's breaking the barrier from outside has finally arrived. He knows that it's Vanquish since he also saw the future. Verdi overhears that question, and realizes someone out there is actually managing to destroy the executor's barrier. Verdi has a skill that lets him hear even whispered conversations clearly, and he starts wondering if he misheard, because even the top 3 kings inside the tower are helpless right now. Who could possibly be strong enough to destroy the barrier from the outside? Right then, the tower bursts open, and Vanquish appears. His terrifying power begins to surge, and everyone is left stunned. He casually asks if he showed up too late, while his massive energy keeps pouring out, shaking everyone. Everyone's completely stunned. They have no clue who this person really is. Safina comments that he is still such a flashy guy as usual. Subaru jumps in and says that the guy isn't just late, he's super late. Meanwhile, Sybil is quietly smiling, clearly happy to see her father again. Raken asks Vanquish what they should do about the rest of the outsider creatures. Vanquish calmly replies that his 6 kings will take care of 4 of them, and he'll handle the remaining one himself. Just as Safina is about to warn that no one can touch the creature, Vanquish laughs and jumps down effortlessly. Subaru tells everyone to just leave things to Vanquish now. They don't need to do anything. Verdi, frustrated, calls them all fools and insists they should fight together if they want to win. But Ruin fires back, saying the real fool is Verde, because how are they supposed to fight something they can't even touch? That shuts Verdi up instantly. Verdi then wonders where this executor even came from. Someone so strong that even the 3 top kings can't beat it. Safina explains that she doesn't know much either, but whenever someone breaks the system's rules, executors show up. She once saw them herself back when her father was king, and had tried opening the doors and gates. The executors appeared, and despite trying to fight back, they were all wiped out without even being able to lay a finger on them. It had been a completely one-sided massacre. The executors are just untouchable. Everyone's shocked. If nothing works against these monsters, how are they even supposed to win? Safina adds that while she's not totally sure, Vanquish has apparently defeated an executor before. No one knows how, but it seems like they might finally get the answer now. Vanquish and the executor stand face to face. As the creature slowly starts moving toward him, Vanquish uses his Rift Cleaver skill, but nothing happens. The skill does absolutely nothing. Vengeance keeps trying, again and again, but it's useless. The creature's so massive that even gigantic slashes look like tiny scratches on it. Vanquish laughs it off, realizing that his attack really isn't working. The creature agrees and questions why he's even bothering, since nothing in this inferior world can hurt an executor. Hearing this, Vanquish asks if there are inferior and superior worlds. Suddenly, the executor uses its power to summon a bunch of cursed snakes that wrap all around Vanquish, even going right through his body. Verdi sees this and is shocked. He knows these are the same snakes that caused kings to explode earlier. The creature tells Vanquish that since he broke the barrier, he's nothing more than a bug, and it's time for him to die. Then he detonates the snakes in a massive blast that shakes the entire place. But when the dust settles, he's shocked to see Vanquish still standing, and smiling. The creature just stares in disbelief. Vanquish tells him that his split didn't work on him, but his curses won't work on him either. He twirls his hand and says, if nothing else works, he'll just have to kill him with his own hands. Just as the creature is about to say something, Vanquish lands a powerful punch right to his face. The impact is insane. It tears through the ground and sends shockwaves flying everywhere. Even the other kings feel the immense power from it. Subaru smiles quietly, watching Vanquish handle things. He knows he can't help, but he's confident his bro Vanquish has got this. Verde, on the other hand, is completely baffled. How did Vanquish manage to punch the Executor, something no one else could even touch? The punch is so strong that the Executor is slammed deep into the ground. Vanquish stands above, waiting for him to crawl back out. He knows that an attack alone won't be enough to finish him. Sure enough, the Executor bursts back out of the crater, his energy blazing. He warns Vanquish not to underestimate him. He now realizes that Vanquish's punch wasn't ordinary. It was infused with a curse that targets the soul, not the body. Subaru explains this to everyone, saying that's why the punch worked. It didn't hit him physically, it hit his soul. Verde is stunned. He had no idea such a skill even existed. Ruin points out that the younger kings don't know much about Vanquish. This curse ability actually comes from the Rainbow Country. Then Safina adds that the kind of skill Vanquish just used is usually something only an Executor would have. Subaru is shocked too. He didn't know that either. The Executor launches another powerful attack at Vanquish, but he swipes his cursed hand and blocks it effortlessly. The Executor starts realizing that this dust-like curse might actually kill him. But before he can even react, Vanquish lands a massive punch, sending him spinning in midair, totally stunned. He tells him he hasn't even gotten serious yet, and now he's curious to see just how many punches he can take. Meanwhile, the others are tracking how much time has passed. 5 minutes are already gone. Easter turns to Tobit and asks why the Executor hasn't been defeated yet. Tobit explains that Vanquish wants to show his subordinates how real fighting is done. Easter just rolls her eyes and jokes that he must have lost his mind. But then Tobit adds that Vanquish said he was counting on her. That makes her smile, and she lets out a powerful roar that sends the enemy creatures flying backward. That was her skill, Draconic Roar. It pushes all of them back with brute force. Easter tells the enemies that this attack is a curse for them, because it's a kindred skill, and it includes curse energy. Then she turns to Tobit and Barnabas and tells them to show off too. Tobit uses his skill called Tyrant's Hammer and slams a massive hammer down on the creatures. Before they can react, Barnabas joins in with Storm of the Blade, creating a whirlwind of blades heading straight for them. She unleashes all her power, while Maria watches everything from a distance. She doesn't feel needed, so she just observes the enemy, trying to figure out what kind of defense they'll use. Elsewhere, Delta and Keelam are fighting the other two creatures. Their brother is watching from behind, curious. Lambda, sitting nearby and bored, wonders if becoming Vanquish's Kinder would allow him to hit these enemies too. The two creatures they're fighting are in bad shape, except for the Psycho one, who's still laughing nonstop. Delta jokes to Lambda that there's no room left. He can't just become Vanquish's Kinder now. He then asks Keelam how things are going. Keelam replies that their attacks are working, but to finish the job, they'll need even more power. Hearing this, Delta smiles and says that it's no problem since they must simply become even stronger. He asks him if he is not glad. Turns out Vanquish had two kindreds before, Judith and Carrion, but they've been freed. That leaves 2 open spots. So Vanquish chose Keelam and Delta to be his new kindreds, to help him take on Admin's forces. Delta asks if they'll have to follow Vanquish's every order now. Vanquish says nope, it's more like an oath as equals. Besides, don't they want to fight strong opponents? Delta becomes a kindred and gets super hyped. He admits teaming up with the undead isn't his style, but hey, it's not so bad either. He tells Keelam that if it weren't for him, they'd both still be stuck inside the gate. Now they're growing stronger together. Keelam laughs and lets out a massive energy burst. He yells how much fun he's having and launches an attack using Divine Thunder, blasting the creatures hard. He even blocks out the sunlight, for Vanquish's sake. Meanwhile, Vanquish is still hammering the Executor with thousands of punches. The Executor is barely standing now, totally wrecked. But then Vanquish remembers. Time's running out. He pauses, and the Executor, barely able to speak, weakly asks who he is. Vanquish replies calmly, saying he's just a weakling beating him up. He mocks him, saying he really thought he could come into the underworld without a fight. He explains that in Rainbow Country, they've already figured out 3 ways to counter an Executor: Curse, Dimension Split, and something else even more powerful. Curse and Dimension. Split alone don't work on him, but now it's time for the final method. Vanquish releases his power. A strange energy spreads around him like he's warping space itself. He asks the Executor if he can guess what it is. He sees it and freezes in shock. Safina has no idea what this power is, but Subaru tells her she's seen it before. The Executor starts trembling. In a terrified voice, he asks how Vanquish has that power. That power, he says, belonged to someone else entirely. Before he can say more, Vanquish coldly asks him to brace for impact. Hearing this, the Executor screams, letting out a chilling cry, and signals his allies. It's time for a full retreat. He tries to run away, terrified. Vanquish just laughs, saying that he won't let a single one of them get away. He activates another skill, Those Who Walk Under the Sun. His hair turns white, just like Subaru's. Turns out, sunlight is a vampire's weakness, and it's a big problem for them. Sunlight keeps hitting them, draining their power and stats until they turn to ash. It doesn't stop until they're completely wiped out. The same goes for Subaru, who is not even a full vampire. His stats stay pretty low too. If Hudo had kept fighting, Subaru would have definitely lost. But there's this skill called Those Who Walk Under the Sun, which stops the damage from sunlight. The catch is, it doesn't stop the stat drop. In sunlight, Vanquish loses 99% of his power, and Subaru loses 80%. So even though they're not getting hurt by the sun anymore, they're still way weaker. In other words, once Vanquish releases his skill, his abilities in combat get 100 times stronger. And that's happening right now. This power boost lets him use a terrifying skill that even the Executor is afraid of. Everyone's watching in shock. Vanquish's aura is literally ripping through space. It's like he's not even physically there anymore. Then, out of nowhere, half of the Executor's body just disappears. It happens so fast that no one can even process it. Verdi is completely stunned. Vanquish grabs the Executor by the throat, and he's trembling in fear. Safina notices that his body is falling apart. Subaru explains that Vanquish is using a skill called Amnesia, which is known by the same name as the Golden Country's treasured sword. It messes with the soul cycle and sends the soul to the sea of universal unconsciousness. That's where Luke ended up instead of entering the underworld. Safina's mind is blown. This means the sword was even more valuable than they thought. It wasn't just powerful, it was a gift from the admin. That's when it clicks for her. Vanquish is connected to the admin. The Executor is terrified. He knows her existence is about to vanish completely. His soul shakes with fear. He's scared of being alone. Once his soul's destroyed, it doesn't die. It gets trapped in an endless loop, like an astronaut lost in space, forever alone. It's worse than death. Absolute zero. The fear overwhelms him, and he starts crying. Even though he's the enemy, the other kings can't help but feel sorry for him. They can't do anything, but they feel bad anyway. Vanquish, though, he doesn't care. He's all anger. He snaps at the Executor to stop crying. He asks if he ever thought about the people and places he destroyed. He says that he will never forget him. Vanquish lets go of his throat and charges at the other Executors. Before they even know what's happening, their heads are off. So fast they don't even realize they're dead. Then suddenly Vanquish is back, grabbing the original Executor by the throat again. He finally gets it and screams, but Vanquish just tells him it's pointless. His allies are already dead. His eyes fill with tears and he begs for mercy, crying and saying how scared he is. Everyone's watching, wondering what Vanquish will do, but he just crushes him in his hands. After taking care of him, Vanquish calls out the names of the kings. They immediately panic. He asks them how long they plan to just sit there watching. Hearing that, all the kings kneel before him. Vanquish points out how many kings are around, yet none could take down an Executor. He calls out Safina and Ruin, asking what they've been doing for thousands of years. How could a few Executors be too much for them? Then he bluntly says maybe they all deserve to die. That's when Subaru steps in, calling out to Vanquish, asking him to chill. He's scaring everyone and needs to calm down. Verdi is completely stunned. He doesn't understand why Subaru would say that and thinks that he is going to die. But instead, Vanquish pauses, realizes his mistake, and goes back to normal. Verdi and Ruin are both shocked. On Subaru's suggestion, Vanquish even apologizes for scaring everyone. Verdi is still in shock as he realizes that he stopped the mysterious man with just a few words. The man who killed the Executors who even the three kings couldn't touch. That moment makes Verdi start seeing Subaru as someone truly impressive. He has no idea that Subaru's actually Vanquish's subordinate. Vanquish finishes by saying he's taken down multiple Executors today, and that Subaru's grown up nicely. He glances at an earring in his hand and calls out to someone named Lyra, saying that it won't be much longer. Meanwhile, Ginga and Narus, sitting in the distance, are shocked by Vanquish's fighting style. Narus mentions that his eyes can't even track Vanquish, and then he asks Shikishima if he saw the fight with the Executor. But Shikishima, lost in thought, doesn't respond. Bro has already moved forward, thinking about the gates and his world. He knows now that they can't fully stop the gates. Otherwise, the Executor would make a move. Everything Shikishima has done so far was only to keep the gates out of the human realm and make everything right. But now he'll need to change his plans. He realizes that if they push to block the gates forever, they'll be in big trouble. He thinks that if they are going to push through this, it's now or never, since the kings still haven't made a decision on Verger's motion yet. Vanquish, laughing, apologizes to everyone, offering his lifeblood since they're all so thirsty. Everyone hesitates, too scared to drink it. Just then, Safina steps forward and hits Vanquish, telling him not to force anyone. The kings are confused, wondering how Vanquish could be so polite after ruthlessly killing so many Executors just moments ago. Frustrated, Vanquish calls Safina old hag and says he'll never let Subaru marry her. Safina jokes that Vanquish is outdated and asks if he thinks Subaru shouldn't be allowed to make his own decisions. Subaru responds that he already made his choice. Safina laughs, confident she'll change his mind in a few hundred years. Then Sybil approaches her father, asking if he really made Subaru his subordinate. Vanquish confirms it and mentions that Subaru is much better than he thought. He laughs, asking Sybil to keep helping him. Sybil agrees, then prepares to leave. Vanquish asks about the meeting, but Sybil already knows how it will end. She doesn't need to stay. Vanquish asks if the shadow of death is gone for her, and Sybil tells him that Subaru already changed the future, so she doesn't think so. She uses her powers and gets scared, realizing something is wrong. She's shocked to see a shadow surrounding Vanquish. Laughing, Vanquish says that it's a good thing it hasn't disappeared. Sybil can only see the silhouette of a future that is coming in 3 months. She asks him why it is happening, and instead of giving her an answer, He apologizes for using his king's authority so many times in one day. He prepares to leave and says that he will be careful on his way back. Since the shadow of death is still there, it means that there are still enemies out there capable of killing him. He laughs as he realizes that he will be meeting them soon. Suddenly, Vanquish gets kicked hard in the face by Easter. The kings are shocked. Easter yells at Vanquish, reminding him he only has 15 minutes left, and asks if he wants the admin to notice him. Vanquish says just 5 more minutes, but Easter insists that he needs to get back since she will run out of mana. Verdi can't help but be amazed as he realizes that Vanquish has all these powerful people as his comrades. Each of them can rival the 3 kings. Before going in, Vanquish yells at Safina to keep her hands off Subaru, but she just laughs and ignores him. After Vanquish leaves, Easter apologizes, and Ruin says he came in like a storm and left the same way. Shikishima tells Ruin and Subaru that the executor's job is done, but they need to think about the gates. He has an idea about them and asks Ruin to go talk to the other kings. He believes they can reduce the gates in the human world soon. Ruin talks to the kings about it, urging them to make a decision now about the gates and doors. The kings stand a little distance away, watching everything unfold. Lute reflects on how they end up right back where they started. They hoped their idea would help them quickly rise in rank and reach the top of the underworld. But instead, they realized they were just like frogs, sitting in a well. Kamina apologizes for his predictions not turning out as expected, but Raken reassures him it's not his fault. The real issue lies with the executor. Raken acknowledges that no matter how good they think they are, there's always someone better, and he's now determined to get stronger. Meanwhile, Safina and Vordan agree to Ruin's proposal, although Safina points out that it doesn't quite match Ruin's usual style. Ruin nervously explains that the plan is designed to benefit everyone. Then, with determination, he announces that the 3 kings have made a decision, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. Ruin continues, saying the first decision is to temporarily close the gates to the human realm. No more gates will be sent, and the sky clock will be stopped. Ginga immediately reacts to this and stands up, but Shikishima stops him, indicating there's more to come. Ruin explains the second part of the plan. The doors will open to other countries, allowing all the kings to send their gates to the human realm. This prevents the number of gates from growing and lets other kings collect soul energy. As their subordinates gain strength, their kings become more powerful. Ruin also mentions a contest where everyone will have to quickly clear the gates. The kings get excited because soon, they'll be able to send their doors to the human realm too. Even Verde and the other 3 kings join in as they announce that they will be clearing the gates as well. This is all part of Shikishima's plan, which has evolved from his original idea of eliminating the gates. Instead, he realizes the gates need to be integrated with the human realm to succeed. When Ginga and Naruse hear this, they're stunned by how clever Shikishima's plan is. If he hadn't been on their side, they likely would have lost. Subaru thanks Ruin for his help, and Ruin promises he will continue assisting as long as he is his kindred. However, they now need to figure out how to deal with the admin. Subaru says he has a solution, but before going to the human world, he needs to meet someone. He also makes a request to Ruin, something he saw in a vision before Vanquish arrived. Subaru wants to meet 3 inventors who created the gold, silver, and copper doors. Each of the 3 kings has a master key to their country's door. Subaru and his team split into 3 groups, each going to meet one of these investors to figure out how to confront the admin. Their first stop is Terra, who created the Gold Country door. Safina, Ixis, and Subaru meet with Terra. Safina explains that the gates and doors are the result of collaboration between the 3 countries. However, each door creator has their own expertise. For example, Terra was responsible for creating the limited seats as well as the dimension-transcending system of the doors. Subaru can't help but admire Terra as a super genius after hearing all this. When they arrive, Terra asks them whether they want to lick his shoe, since he doesn't have cake or tea to offer. He introduces his latest invention, a shoe called Practice Begging for Life. Ixis is shocked and asks why anyone would want to lick a shoe. Terra explains that one must lick shoes when they are begging for their life, and this is just for practice. These shoes are also safe to lick and delicious as well. As Ixis continues to argue with him, she notices Subaru actually trying it. He's surprised to find it delicious and says he could keep licking it all day. Ixis is bewildered, wondering why Queen Safina would marry someone like that. However, when she glances at Safina, she notices that even Safina is tasting the shoe and seems to enjoy it too. This completely throws Ixis off. Even my guy Terra is licking his own shoes. She wonders what happened to these 3. Safina tells Subaru that most of Terra's inventions are useless junk, but once in a while, he makes something really good. With a worried expression, Ixis suggests that he not make the doors and gates with the same passion he used to make those shoes. Terra thanks Safina for giving him the space to invent new things. He asks her why she's here. Safina introduces Subaru to Terra. Subaru tells him he needs an item that can locate the admin. Ixis is shocked that they came here for this reason, but Terra says the item already exists. Ixis is even more shocked, and Safina is surprised too because she didn't know Terra had such an item. He then asks them if they would like a second serving of shoes, and Subaru immediately agrees. Meanwhile, the second group goes to meet the inventor of the Silver Country door, who also owns Ginga's door. His name is Arcane. He's surprised to see Ginga without a door and asks how he got here. Ginga points to Ruin, who's hiding behind a block of ice because of his past actions involving Jinga. Ruin tells Arcane not to use Ice 9, and Arcane forgives him after hearing that. Shikishima steps forward and introduces himself. Arcane recognizes him because he saw him when he was looking at Ginga. Arcane asks why he is here. Shikishima asks him if he is a terrorist. Creating the Ice 9 spell isn't the only reason. He is trapped here. He says that Arcane is an underworlder who lives for the purpose of creating powerful skills and items. Ginga asks him if it's true. Ruin adds from behind that Arcane has 70 criminal charges. Arcane says he didn't lie, but there was never a need to tell anyone who he really was. He tells Shikishima he knows he's not here to criticize him. Shikishima agrees, saying that he has a job only he can accomplish. He talks about 3 skills that work against the Executor: Curses, Dimension Split, and Amnesia. But Vanquish found that Ice 9 could work against them, so they all want Arcane to create a skill that can work against the Executor. Arcane laughs like a devil and says that this is why he can never get bored with life. He accepts the request and says that he will create a skill so devastating that they will rue the day they asked for his help. Once the skill is complete, he will give it to Ginga. The third group heads to meet the Copper Country door inventor, who's actually Zora, and she takes care of vision in the human world. Zora is known for creating skills for the doors and gates, which are like adding skills to an item. Ikuhana mentions that Vorden's staff was also crafted by her. As they approach Zora's house, she suddenly bursts through the door and falls out, but Carrion uses his blood mold to save her. Zora looks at her destroyed home and asks Q why he did it. If any of you forget, he is the prison warden we saw in earlier chapters. Naruse recognizes him, and Q tells him that it's been a long time. Naruse mentions that his appearance here wasn't in the future prediction. This means that he cancelled the prediction. Hearing this, Carrion tries attacking him, but his attack passes through his body just like with the Executors. Q finally reveals that he is an Executor, who is their enemy. Without a second thought, Naruse prepares to fight him. 6 months ago, Naruse captured a criminal and handed him over to Q, who sealed his power. As the criminal walked away, Naruse told the guards that he had sealed his abilities using his skills, so they should rest easy and return to their usual tasks. Later, he met Naruse and asked him if he had been a player for 3 years. Naruse agreed, and Q asked if he loved this world. It was an odd moment, and now he is standing in front of them as an Executor. Q grabs the potion and pulls it out of his chest. Carrion can't use it because he's undead, not a living being. Only living beings can use it. At that moment, Naruse attacks from behind, knocking both of them away with a karate chop. Carrion yells at him, asking if he's lost his mind, since this is Hirasaka's body. Naruse calls him a fool and says that Hirasaka won't die so easily. The Executioner can only be hit by using curses, so Naruse hits him, but it doesn't make much difference. However, if Q manages to stamp his seal on him, it will seal all of Naruse's powers. So he keeps his distance, fighting from mid-range. He activates his Golden Armory skill, creating many hands. Q thinks to himself that Naruse is mistaken if he thinks that his stamp is his only skill. He is a conqueror, someone who has conquered over 6 billion worlds. That's why the admin recruited him as an Executioner. The Executioner orders him to wipe out anyone who tries to leave this world. Q asks him if they use too much soul cost to hire a veteran since they are sending a new Executor on an assassination mission. He stands up and says that it doesn't matter since those who oppose the admins will be eliminated. This is all to protect the world. A conqueror is a special player who comes from another world. They invade the door and are chosen by the admin from all worlds. Once chosen, they become executioners under the direct control of the admins. Naruse uses his curse energy to attack Carrion, but he has more than just door skills. He has conqueror skills too. One skill, Blue Stripes, sends multiple strips toward Naruse, stopping his attack. Naruse is surprised, as Carrion has totally different skills, so he enlarges his weapons to get rid of the strips. Naruse quickly approaches and uses his second skill, Golden Assault, which boosts his speed and power, allowing him to attack with his sword. Q uses his own power and creates a sword stick that blocks Naruse's attack, and he quickly counters, cutting through Naruse's previous attack. Naruse retreats and activates his Golden Armory again, causing weapons to rain down on him. There's a massive explosion, but Q protects himself with his strips. He says that all the skills Naruse is using are useless, and even though the weapons break, Naruse keeps attacking. He tries attacking with his sword again, but Q blocks it. His strikes are so powerful that they break Naruse's sword. Naruse then attacks with his dagger, but Q blocks it with his strips, even breaking the dagger. Q grabs Naruse's hands, knocks him down, and puts his sword stick to his neck. Seeing this, Carrion asks Hirasaka if he's not going to help him. Hirasaka is still looking at Naruse. Q then asks Naruse if he remembers the question he asked him earlier. Naruse says yes. He asked if he loved this world, and Naruse had said yes because Hirasaka was here. Q then asked if he'd still love the world if Hirasaka wasn't here, and Naruse says yes, he would. He explains that he used to be very sick but got better when he became a player. One day, he sneaked out of the hospital, and while walking, he looked up at the never-ending sky and felt like his heart was lost in its depths. That's when he realized this world is beautiful, and now he wants to protect it. Even if Hirasaka isn't here, Naruse has tears in his eyes. Q says he also thinks the world is beautiful and loves it. He then tells Naruse that opposing the admins is the same as condemning this world to its death. If he truly wants to save the world, he needs to keep living the way he has been, without thinking about unnecessary things. They must stay calm and follow the absolute overload path. Naruse says he can't do that, being tied down to something and simply waiting for his death. He says he can't live like this anymore. Some children in the same condition as Naruse are in the hospital with him, and Naruse talks to them. They become friends, and as they grow closer, everyone else leaves this world, except Naruse. He grows tired of the endless hospital loop and decides to leave. Stepping outside, he's struck by the beauty of the world, and for the first time in a while, he feels truly alive. Naruse lifts his head, and Q is taken aback when his sword starts moving on its own, slowly retreating. As Naruse stands up, the guy realizes that he can't control his weapons anymore, as Naruse has gained control over them through his skills. Naruse explains that living is a continuous experience, something like walking on your own feet and discovering new things that inspire you. It's not about being a pawn in someone else's game. At that moment, Q's hands move involuntarily. Naruse continues, saying he doesn't consider this true living. He unlocked his 6th skill, Imperial Keeper, after reaching level 90, which allows him to control anything that touches him, but only applies to weapons or objects. When Q tries to strike with his strips, they lose all power the moment they touch Naruse. He tells Q that anything that touches him falls under his control. He's surrounded Q completely. He informs him that there is no way out and that he's cornered with broken weapons. Naruse had planned this all along, sending his weapons toward Q to trap him. He says that if Q wants to follow orders, he can, but he wants his freedom. If Q tries anything, he will defeat him. Q realizes he has no chance. Defeat is inevitable. He acknowledges that he failed to eliminate Naruse, and now he will be the one to be eliminated. Slowly, he begins to fade away. Naruse is shocked, unaware that Q will be eliminated for not completing the mission. Naruse asks him why he is even obeying the admins. Q reveals that it's because he sees this world as beautiful, unlike his ruined one, which he couldn't protect. He says that he wanted to protect it this time. Then from behind, Grandma Zora's voice calls out, not wanting Q to leave. When Q first arrived inside the trial door, he was small, and since then, he had formed a bond with her. Q apologizes for leaving her behind. Naruse, without warning, places a curse on Q's chest. Q doesn't understand what's happening. Carrion and Ikuhana are equally shocked. Naruse laughs as he realizes that the admins were using a curse to finish him off. Q screams, urging Naruse to stop, telling him that the outcome can't be changed, and warning that Naruse will be in danger too. Naruse remains resolute, stating he won't let that happen. He expresses his defiance toward the admin and the higher-ups, rejecting their view of the world as just a game. Death, according to him, isn't something glorious, and he refuses to accept it. Naruse unleashes all his power, placing both hands on Q's chest. He vows that he won't let Q die. He roars loudly, releasing all his power. The force is so immense that everything around them begins to float, and everything seems insignificant before Naruse's curse. Suddenly, everything disappears, and the sky turns blue again. Carrion is astonished, never having seen the admin's curse vanish like that. The place where Naruse released his power is now a pile of ashes. Naruse has done it. Q wonders why he risked his life to save him. Naruse explains that if Q isn't an executioner, he isn't his enemy. He tells him to stay alive, for there are people who want him to live, like Grandma Zora. Grandma Zora hugs Q tightly and starts crying. Q cries too, apologizing to her. Then Carrion approaches Naruse, extends a hand, and expresses how amazing it was. Naruse responds, saying he doesn't feel great hearing praise from him. Carrion smiles and remarks that Naruse's curse is stronger than anyone else's. Naruse responds, hinting that it's because of his spiteful personality. Carrion then asks Hirasaka if he knew this would happen. Hirasaka answers that he didn't. Carrion comments that they're all scaring him. Hirasaka chuckles and says that he knew Naruse would go far. He is no longer a boy who looks up to him, but he actually sees him as a friend, and as his equal now. Naruse smiles upon hearing that. Carrion then asks what's going on, since Hirasaka skipped the meeting. Hirasaka tells him that Ludwig has already finished his learning. He claims that it is only going to be a bit longer before he can fight the executors too. Together they plan to do something that Ludwig thought was impossible before. When Vanquish was teaching Ludwig the anti-executor skill, Hirasaka came over and asked if he could learn the skill too. Vanquish said he could teach him, but he wasn't sure if Hirasaka could directly learn it, because people from the underworld and humans have different soul structures. The inheritance of skills through the doors is accomplished by translating and transferring that structure. Once Ludwig learns the anti-executor skill, he'll be able to teach it to Hirasaka through the Door of Trials as his 8th skill. And that's exactly what happens. Hirasaka observes the skill being used and notices a huge amount of power being released. For Hirasaka and Sayaka, since they're both undead, the door's rules don't apply to them. When it comes to Sayaka, her soul's structure is compatible with the soul of the Kilim, which allows her to directly learn the anti-executor skill from the Kilim. Hirasaka, thanks to Ludwig, can increase his skill level, but this time things are different. Inheriting a skill from Vanquish, who is incompatible with Hirasaka's soul, makes the situation unique. Eventually, Hirasaka learns the skill, and his sword gets upgraded too. Ludwig is amazed at this sight as it defies all logic. During his entire time being his possessor, he couldn't understand Hirasaka. He believes that Hirasaka far surpasses him when it comes to fighting. Meanwhile, in Copper Country, Grandma Zora is holding on to Q, crying. Carrion steps forward and says he doesn't want to ruin the moment, but asks if they can do what they came here for. Carrion starts talking to Grandma Zora, while Q tells Naruse about something. Naruse is surprised and immediately uses soul communication to talk to Shikishima and Subaru, informing them about the emergency. Then Subaru tells Safina that he needs to go to the human world immediately. Safina asks about their date, and Subaru replies that he never mentioned anything about that. Subaru explains that an executor was spotted in Copper Country, and this executor was once a prison warden from the human realm. He used his skills to suppress the criminal's powers, but now he's been defeated. As a result, 300 criminals are about to be released from jail, and to prevent this, Subaru has to return. Safina is impressed that Subaru makes efforts to protect the common folks. She agrees and says they will make preparations immediately. Tara walks over and asks him if he is already leaving. He tosses a ring over to him and explains that it can detect the location of the admins from over 10 billion worlds. However, it has no mechanism to actually take him to their location. Subaru tells him that it's enough, as he won't need to go over to them himself. After he leaves, Tara thinks about developing an item that can transport someone to the admins directly. Subaru walks over to the other side of the door and informs the group that they need to go back. Safina also follows him and hands him a farewell gift. She tells him to use this ring whenever he wants to come back to the underworld. Subaru thanks her, and they move back to the human realm. Safina laughs after they are gone and wishes him good luck as her future husband. Meanwhile, the prisoners are going wild in the facility since the stamp is gone. One of them stomps over a guard and announces that they're free. Suddenly, he gets hit by the members of the Black Faction. The prisoner is confused and asks them what they are doing. My man Kiryu hits a pose and tells him that they are the former Black Faction. The other prisoners are scared as they realize that they are the comrades of Taiga. Kiryu looks at them with a terrifying expression and says that there is a scheduled outing, and he wouldn't like it if the plan is cancelled. As they start hitting the prisoners, Kei tells them that they are meeting a friend of theirs after this. Shingo is also fighting with him. The friend they are going to meet is Taichi. A few moments later, Himeno also walks in and uses her pain nail skill that amplifies the pain dealt to her enemies. Kei expected her to join the jailbreakers, but she told him that she wanted to be on the winning side. She knows that Kiryu alone is enough for all these prisoners. Meanwhile, Subaru and the rest frantically try to reach the prison. Subaru thinks that all 300 prisoners must have escaped by now. His friends remind him that Kiryu is also in that prison, so he should be able to hold them back. Before they move, Shikishima gets a call and tells them that the situation has already been dealt with. Kiryu handled all the rioting prisoners himself. Subaru and the rest stare at him in shock. Naruse mentions that he is at level 80, so it shouldn't be that surprising since most of the prisoners are in the lower 30 levels. They didn't stand a chance against him, no matter their numbers. Subaru realizes that they are now free to do whatever they like. Shikishima tells them that he will be going to the HQ since Kinokawa called him. They need to hear everything that occurred in the underworld, and there is also a briefing before the press conference. Ginga asks him about the press conference, and he says that they are going to reveal the truth to the world. Kinokawa sheds some tears of happiness as she hears the news of the abolition of the gates. Shikishima takes Naruse with him, as they might have a lot of questions regarding Q. As they leave, Subaru asks the others if they want to go for lunch. All of them have different things to do, so they refuse, and he is left alone in the end. He goes back to his house with a dejected expression since he really wanted to share a meal with everyone. As he enters the living room, he notices Hyudo casually chilling on his couch watching TV. Subaru understandably screams after seeing him. Hyudo asks him if this was his house. Subaru questions what he is doing here, and he tells him that he has no idea since this is the place where he landed. Confused, Subaru asks him what he means, but the guy simply says that it's a long story. All he needs to know is that he is not his enemy this time. He offers him some information and says that he can tell him about the number and location of all the conquerors currently in his world. A guy approaches one of the conquerors named Haji and asks her what she is doing. She says that she is looking at the news about Kiryu stopping the prison riot. We learn that she is a former Black Faction member. Haji then stands up and asks the guy if everyone is here. The guy confirms it, and all the other conquerors walk into the room. One of the guys apologizes for the wait and refers to her as their king. Back at his house, Subaru is shocked to learn that there are other conquerors. Hyudo mentions that their world is being invaded, and he can tell since he is also a conqueror. This is not part of the future he saw, so he wonders if the admins are intervening. Hyudo asks him if he needs his help. In exchange, he wants Subaru to provide for him. Bro's biggest enemy is the rent. The conquerors talk about how this world is so well preserved. Haji tells them that this world is a bit unique since the growth of the players here is hastened by the cooperation of another world